ruling in the state of West Bengal and the BJP in the centre. But what really happens, we'll wait and watch for the moment. Thank you for joining us. On that note, it's time for us to slip into a short commercial break. Also on the other side, we get you details of how the Congress is amplifying its stand on Arunachal Pradesh and what China has done, even as the MEA has set the record straight. Meanwhile, Trump campaigns get live as former US President has arrived in New York for surrender.
There's a mail that has been sent to you asking for help. Are you saying that there is no email?
Boss, you cannot enter someone.
Take me, रुकिए.
The biggest actions of the movements of various rank. We've killed the Prime Minister, the Chief Minister, generals of the army. These are all targeted killing.
I am willing to ask you certain questions, sir.
Yeah, I have a word.
I have a word.
You delete everything and then I'm going
Where is the question of recording, sir?
Well,
I'll show you, but why did you put your hand to my phone? It's not my phone.
Mr. Wazir, why were you arrested? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us from reporting.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
We are standing in the premise of a church right in the middle of Bucha. This is exactly what Ukraine is now calling a genocide that has been committed by the Russian troops.
Everybody has right to self-determine. If I say Punjab is a separate country, I have right to do it.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visual on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Sitapur has been arrested right now. That's me, Sitapur right now. On territorial, he's been arrested. Mr. Wazir, why? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us from...
एनआईए की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे. इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop?
Today the whole nation is looking at you. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must people...
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है. हमारे साथ ये देखिए, ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है. बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है. देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं. स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है. एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं. 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है. धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है.
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde, who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that
Thank you for staying with Republic. And well, on the western side of the storm lines in the United States that developed have been extremely dry conditions in Oklahoma that have combined with high winds and fueled several large wildfires, which have forced interstate closures and sent residents fleeing from their homes. Getting you all the details in this report.
While residents across parts of the South and Midwest pummeled by deadly storms, forecasters have warned of more severe weather and fire danger in the days ahead. The fierce storms that spawned tornadoes in 11 states killed at least 32. On the western side of the storm lines, developed extremely dry conditions in Oklahoma that combined with high winds to fuel several large wildfires, forcing interstate closures and sent residents fleeing from their homes.
Oh my God. It's never ending. Oh my God. I spent 30 minutes fighting it on the other side. Fighting the west side. Now we're going to the east side. It won't stop.
Over 40 homes were destroyed across Oklahoma. and firefighters are leaving no stone unturned to bring the blaze under control. Agency report, Republic TV.
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Sitapur has been arrested right now. That's Sitapur right now. He's been arrested. Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है।
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
A very good evening. You're watching Republic and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Bihar still is on the edge. If we are looking for answers, who's behind this political violence that you have seen erupting post the Ram Navami celebrations, there are still no answers. All that you see are charges versus counter charges. The BJP delegation wants the intervention now of the Union Home Minister into what's going on in Bengal. What will happen so far? Mamata Banerjee has also attacked the centre. We get you reactions to that and much more. Also the headlines right now. It's a huge political fight over Bengal violence. As the issue continues to snowball, the BJP meets with the governor alleging police inaction. Governor visits the violence-hit area of Rishra, will be sending a report to the MHA this evening. Mamata Banerjee pins the blame on the BJP. She says the BJP is funding the riots in the state of Bengal. In more news, the Congress amplifies the China stand on Arunachal even as the MEA sets the record straight. NI team in Kannur to investigate the Kerala attack. The suspect is detained from Uttar Pradesh. Trump campaigns get a life as the former US president arrives in New York for surrender. First up, let's get you the very latest coming in from the state of Bengal, where you have seen a lot of charges versus the counter charges that continue to fly thick and fast. This as the all-important question: who's responsible for the violence, and why is Mamata Banerjee today acting so slow on those behind the perpetrators of this violence continues to haunt the ruling Trinamool government. The BJP delegation, remember, has already met with the governor. They have sought the intervention of the Union Home Minister. On the other side, earlier in the day, you had the governor who decided to visit the violence-hit areas. He actually toured those areas. He's also appealed for calm, and he's reassured everyone that there is going to be justice in the case.
We will never allow the miscreants, the hooligans and the goons to take the law into their hands. The police will come down heavily on them. These dark forces, forces of evil, will be brought to book. We will dare them in the den. People of Bengal have a right for peaceful living. That right will be established. Bengal has been suffering this kind of criminalization of politics for a long time. There we will put a final end to it. It says there is no political differences. The government of India, the state government, political parties, the media, the common man, the silent majority will all join hands and see that mobocracy is rooted out in this democratic land. We see this as a result of those who have connived against India, the Break India Brigade, and those who are working against its nation to destabilize it, and also to see that Atmanirbhar Bharat, which our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi has declared, they are trying to prevent it.
বাইরের বিহার থেকে গুন্ডা নিয়ে আসছে। বিহারের সব মানুষ তো গুন্ডা নয়, হিন্দি ভাষীরাও যেমন সবাই গুন্ডা নয়, উর্দু ভাষীরাও সবাই গুন্ডা নয়। ধামসা মাদল শান্তির প্রতীক, ঢোল করতাল শান্তির প্রতীক, মা বোনেরা শান্তির প্রতীক, শ্রমিক কৃষকরা শান্তির প্রতীক, আমাদের স্বাভাবিক মানুষরা হচ্ছে শান্তির প্রতীক। আর এরা কি করছে? আপনারা দেখেছেন রামনবমীর মিছিল করতে আমরা কাউকে বাধা দিইনি। রামনবমীর মিছিল রামের নাম বদনাম করবার জন্য বুলডোজার নিয়ে ঢুকেছে হাওড়ায়, ট্র্যাক্টর নিয়ে ঢুকেছে, ট্রেকার নিয়ে ঢুকেছে, পেট্রোল মশলা নিয়ে ঢুকেছে, বন্দুক নিয়ে ঢুকেছে। পুলিশের পারমিশন ছিল না, গায়ের জোরে যারা ফল বিক্রি করে তাদের দোকান পুড়িয়ে দিয়েছে, অনেক মানুষের ঘর জ্বালিয়েছে। আমরা সবাইকে ফলের দোকান কিনে দিচ্ছি, আমরা ফল যাতে বিক্রি করতে পারে ব্যবস্থা করে দিচ্ছি। যাদের ঘর বাড়ি ভেঙেছে তাদের সবাইকে আমরা সাহায্য দিচ্ছি সরকার থেকে। হাওড়াতে যে শান্তি হলো, পরের দিন নাচতে নাচতে চলে গেল রিসরায়।
আউটপুট দাও দাও।
হয়েছে রেডি? সবাইকে নমস্কার। আপনারা জানেন রামনবমীকে কেন্দ্র করে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের বিভিন্ন জায়গায় যে হিংসাত্মক ঘটনা ঘটেছে, যে সাম্প্রদায়িক আক্রমণ ঘটেছে, এবং বর্তমানে ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার সিচুয়েশন যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের ভয়ঙ্করতম জায়গায় পৌঁছচ্ছে, তা নিয়ে আমরা মহামহিম রাজ্যপাল সিভি আনন্দ বোস তার সাথে দেখা করে তাকে প্রতিবেদন দিয়েছে। এবং এটা কোনো বিচ্ছিন্ন ঘটনা নয়। দেখুন, এর ভূমিকা বা গৌরচন্দ্রিকা শুরু হয়েছিল এই কলকাতার বুকে জাগরণের মণ্ডপে অ্যাটাক থেকে। আপনারা দেখেছিলেন রামনবমী ঠিক কয়েকদিন আগে জাগরণ যেখানে হওয়ার কথা সেখানে অ্যাটাক হয়েছিল কলেজ স্ট্রিটে। শীতলা মায়ের যে পুজো হয়েছিল সেটা ভেঙে দেওয়া হয়েছিল। বারবার এই ধরনের ঘটনা ঘটছিল। এবং রামনবমীতে আমরা দেখলাম রামনবমীর উপর বোম পাথর দিয়ে অ্যাটাক করা হলো। এটা প্রি প্ল্যান ছিল, কারণ এই বোমা আপনি আজকে চাইলে আজকে বানাতে পারেন না, যে বাড়িতে গিয়ে উনুনে বসিয়ে বোমা বানিয়ে নিয়ে চলে এলাম। এ তো খিচুড়ি বানানোর মতো সহজ বিষয় নয়। অতএব বারবার তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের তরফ থেকে যে প্রভোকেশন এই শব্দটা ব্যবহার করা হচ্ছে, আমরা মাননীয় গভর্নর সাহেবকে জানিয়েছি যে এই প্রভোকেশন শব্দটা শুধুমাত্র অজুহাত হিসেবে ব্যবহার করা হচ্ছে। কারণ এই বোম এবং তার সাথে পাথর আগে থেকে সঞ্চয় করে রাখা ছিল, অর্থাৎ প্রি প্ল্যান্ড এই হামলা হয়েছে। এছাড়াও রামনবমী ছাড়াও রাজ্যে যে সমস্ত ঘটনা ঘটেছে, বাচ্চা মেয়ে ধর্ষিত হয়ে তার মার্ডার থেকে শুরু করে, গাজলের ঘটনা থেকে শুরু করে, তিলজলার ঘটনা থেকে শুরু করে 27,000 কেজি অ্যামোনিয়াম নাইট্রেট পশ্চিমবঙ্গ পুলিশ জানতে পারে না, আর এনআইএ দিল্লি থেকে এসে তাকে উদ্ধার করে নিয়ে চলে যায়, অপরাধীদের অ্যারেস্ট করে নিয়ে চলে যায়। এই যে পুরো ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার কোল্যাপস করে গেছে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের, এই বিষয়ে আমরা মাননীয় গভর্নরকে সমস্ত ডিটেলসে জানিয়েছি। উনি আজ নিজে এলাকায় গেছেন এবং এর ফলে সেখানকার মানুষ তার সাথে সরাসরি কথা বলার সুযোগ পেয়েছেন। মাননীয় গভর্নর সাহেব বুঝতে পেরেছেন এবং উনি অনুভব করেছেন যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের পরিস্থিতি অত্যন্ত খারাপ এবং ট্রেনের উপর স্টেশনে 3 ঘন্টা করে দাঁড়িয়ে থাকা, এই যে ঘটনাগুলো ঘটেছে যা ওনাকে খুব উদ্বিগ্ন করেছে। সেজন্য G20 বৈঠক উনি সংক্ষিপ্ত করে ওনার দার্জিলিং করে উনি এলাকায় গেছেন, তার জন্য আমরা তাকে ধন্যবাদও জানিয়েছি। আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই খবর পেয়েছেন মাননীয় গৃহমন্ত্রী রাজ্য সরকারের কাছ থেকে রিপোর্টও চেয়েছেন এবং মাননীয় রাজ্যপাল আমাদেরকে অনুরোধ করেছেন যে উনি প্রশাসনের সর্বোচ্চ স্তরের সাথে অলরেডি স্টেটে কথা বলছেন, কেন্দ্রেও কথা বলবেন। সাময়িকভাবে আমাদেরকে অনুরোধ করেছেন রিসরা এবং তার সংলগ্ন এলাকায় না যেতে। আমরা তাই রিসরা যাচ্ছি না। আর আমরা যদি দেখি গতকাল রাত্রের মতো আবার আজকে ঘটনা ঘটছে, তাহলে আগামীকাল আবার আমরা ধর্নায় বসতে বাধ্য হব এবং সেটা কলকাতায় ওনার রিকোয়েস্ট কলকাতায় আমরা ধর্না প্রদর্শন করব।
আজকে আপনি অমিত শাহকে একটি চিঠি দিয়েছেন কেন্দ্রীয় স্বরাষ্ট্রমন্ত্রীকে, যদি সে বিষয়ে একটু বিস্তারিত বলেন।
দেখুন, ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার কিভাবে রিসরাতে লঙ্ঘিত হচ্ছে বারবার, হাওড়াতে কিভাবে হচ্ছে, সমস্ত বিষয়ে ওনাকে আমরা জানিয়েছি, এর আগেও জানিয়েছি এবং আমরা মেইনলি মহামহিম রাজ্যপালের সাথে দেখা করে যে রিকোয়েস্ট করেছি ইমিডিয়েট সেন্ট্রাল ইন্টারভেনশন। তাহলে এই পুলিশ মেনটেন করতে পারছে না ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার, অজুহাত দিয়ে বাঁচার চেষ্টা।
Police is not being able to maintain law and order situation in the state of West Bengal.
ওনাকে সমস্ত কিছু জানানো হয়েছে, উনি আগে থেকেও জানতেন, উনি টিভিতে সবসময় নজর রাখছেন পরিস্থিতি কি, সবসময় প্রশাসনের রাজ্যের প্রশাসনের কর্তাদের সাথে কথা বলছেন, বিভিন্ন মিটিংও হয়েছে তার, আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই জানেন। এবং সমস্ত বিষয়ের দিকে তার নজর আছে এবং উনি আশ্বস্ত করেছেন যে এইভাবে গুন্ডাগিরি চলতে দেবেন না, এইভাবে গুন্ডাগিরি চলতে পারে না পশ্চিমবঙ্গে।
Hooliganism and gundagiri cannot continue.
দেখুন, এই বিষয়ে মাননীয় এলওপি কি বলেছেন তার সাথে আমি ডিসকাস করে তবে উত্তর দেব।
Right now, I'm not sure of what the honorable leader of opposition has said.
প্রশাসন নির্বিকার চিত্তে আছে, প্রশাসনের উপর পলিটিক্যাল ইনস্ট্রাকশন আছে। আমাকে যে অফিসার ভূমিকা দেখে তো আমরা বুঝতে পারছিলাম যে হি ইজ হেল্পলেস, তার কিছু করার নেই, ভঙ্গিমায় সেটা বলে বোঝা যাচ্ছে। পুলিশকে পুরো পলিটিক্যাল ইনস্ট্রাকশন দেয়া আছে, বিশেষ কিছু ধরনের হুলিগানদের বিরুদ্ধে কোনো স্টেপ নেওয়া যাবে না, এটা মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর স্ট্যান্ডিং ইনস্ট্রাকশন আছে। আমরা অভিযোগ করছি এবং সেটাই হচ্ছে।
There are standing instructions that have been given by the Chief Minister.
রাজ্য প্রশাসনের উপর ভরসা নেই বলে তো সেন্টার ইন্টারভেনশন চাইছি। আমরা রাজ্যবাসীকে অনুরোধ করব আপনারা পিস শান্তি বজায় রাখুন এবং আমি মুসলিম সমাজের বুদ্ধিজীবী যারা চিন্তাশীল ব্যক্তি তাদেরকেও অনুরোধ মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় এবং তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের পাতা ফাঁদে পা দেবেন না। উনি তার হারিয়ে যাওয়া ভোট ব্যাংককে ফিরিয়ে আনার জন্য, দুর্নীতি থেকে চোখ ঘোরানোর জন্য উনি নাটক করছেন। ওনার কাছে কারো জীবনের মূল্য নেই, নিজের পরিবার ছাড়া। আপনাদের পরিবারের মূল্য আছে আপনার কাছে। দেখুন, শিবপুরের ঘটনায় সেই মিছিলে কতজন ছিল? কয়েক হাজার মানুষ ছিল। একজন নাকি একটা বন্দুক নিয়ে গেছে, সেই বন্দুকটা খেলনা বন্দুক না অরিজিনাল বন্দুক এখনো পর্যন্ত আমরা জানি না। দ্বিতীয় কথা হচ্ছে, যখন বন্দুক নিয়ে গেছিল সঙ্গে সঙ্গে তাকে গ্রেপ্তার করা হলো না কেন? আমরা তো চেয়েছিলাম তাকে গ্রেপ্তার করা হোক। বিজেপি এবং রামনবমী যারা অর্গানাইজাররা, তারা কেউ অস্ত্র নিয়ে রামনবমীর পক্ষে নয়। তবে এটা ঠিক, রামনবমীর জন্য আপনি শর্ত বেঁধে দেবেন ডিজে ব্যবহার করা হবে না, অস্ত্র নিয়ে রামনবমী করা হবে না, তাহলে অন্য ধর্মের প্রসেশনের জন্য নয় কেন? আমার এই চাওয়াটা কি সাম্প্রদায়িক ডিমান্ড? আপনি যদি রামনবমীর জন্য বেঁধে দেন যে তরোয়াল নিয়ে রামনবমীতে যাওয়া যাবে না হিন্দুদের জন্য, তাহলে আপনি কেন মহরমের ক্ষেত্রে সেই সেম কন্ডিশন কেন লাগাবেন না? এর যুক্তিটা কি আমাকে বুঝিয়ে দিন। যেদিন মুখ্যমন্ত্রী এবং তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস বুঝিয়ে দিতে পারবে সেদিন আমরা মেনে নেব। কিন্তু ওই একটা বন্দুকওয়ালা ছবি দেখিয়ে আপনি জাস্টিফাই করবেন, যদি একজনের হাতে বন্দুক বা বন্দুকের মতো কিছু থাকে, আসল নকল আমি জানি না, তার জন্য সেই রামনবমীর মিছিলে হামলা করা যায়, তাহলে তো কয়েক বছর আগে মহরমের যে মিছিল হচ্ছে তার উপরে তো প্রতি বছর তাহলে হামলা হওয়া উচিত ছিল সেই যুক্তি অনুসারে, কারণ প্রতি বছর মহরমে অস্ত্র ব্যবহার হয়। তাহলে হিন্দুরা হামলা করতো তাদের উপরে। হিন্দুদের অনেকে প্রভোগ হওয়া উচিত ছিল, কেন হিন্দুরা হয়নি?
সেক্ষেত্রে কুণাল ঘোষের এই যে অভিযোগ, আপনারা কি দলীয় নেতৃত্বে যাদের সঙ্গে ছবি দেখা যাচ্ছে, দলের তরফে রাজ্য সভাপতি খোঁজ নেবেন?
দেখুন, প্রথম কথা হচ্ছে কার একজনের ছবি দেখা কুণাল ঘোষ সেটা নিয়ে অত গুরুত্ব দেওয়া, কত বড় বড় চোরের সাথে ওদের ছবি বেরিয়েছে। আগে সেই চুরিটা যে এই চুরি থেকে চোখ ঘুরিয়ে দেবে চিন্তা নেই, যেদিন আবার নতুন উইকেট পড়বে বাংলার মানুষ বুঝে যাবে যে চোরেরা সেই জায়গাতেই আছে। দেখুন, আমি হিন্দু সমাজকে অনুরোধ করব, আপনারা হনুমান জয়ন্তী যেরকম পালন করার আপনারা করুন, নির্ভয়ে করুন, এবং রাজ্য প্রশাসনকে দায়িত্ব নিতে হবে। কারো যদি এক ফোঁটা আঘাত হয়, ভারতীয় জনতা পার্টি আবার রাস্তায় নামতে বাধ্য হবে। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় এর আগে রামনবমীর আগে এই ধরনের কথা বলে উত্তপ্ত পরিবেশ তৈরি করে মুসলিমদেরকে ভয় পাইয়ে ভোট করার চেষ্টা করছেন। আবার সেটা কি আপনি ঠিক করবেন না মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় ঠিক করবেন? মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় সেই রাইটস আছে? মহরমের কিভাবে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় ঠিক করে দেওয়ার ক্ষমতা রাখেন? হিন্দুরা তাদের ধর্মীয় উৎসব কিভাবে পালন করবে? আমরা তো জানলাম বাঙালির 12 মাসে 13 পর্ব, মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় তখন মেলা খেলা করে 12 মাসে 365 পালন করে দিয়েছে, তো তখন তো জিজ্ঞেস করেননি। তো হিন্দুরা তাদের রিলিজিয়াস অ্যাক্টিভিটিস, তাদের ধর্মীয় আচার আচরণ উদযাপন কিভাবে করবে সেটা মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের কথাই হবে না। বিধির বাঁধন ভাঙবে তুমি, এত বড় শক্তিমান তুমি হয়ে যাবে। দেখুন, লকেট চট্টোপাধ্যায় দেখেছি, তার সাথে আমার কথা হয়েছে দিল্লি থেকে রওনা হওয়ার আগে। তিনি রিসরা যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছিলেন। আমাদের উদ্দেশ্য একটাই, আমাদের কর্মীরা যারা মার খেয়েছে, যারা অসুস্থ হয়েছে, তাদের সাথে দেখা করা। সেক্ষেত্রেও পুলিশ
কিছু সমাজ বিরোধীদের নিয়ে হিংসা তৈরি করা হয়েছে।
দেখুন, সব থেকে বড় সমাজ বিরোধী এই মুহূর্তে মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী। তার কারণ রামনবমীতে যেখানে হামলা হয়েছে বোমা দিয়ে, কারা হামলা করেছে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী তাদের ছবি ভিডিও আনুক, কেন আনছেন না? হাওড়ার রামনবমীতে শিবপুরে কারা হামলা করেছে বাড়ির উপর থেকে? কেন তাদের নাম সামনে আনছেন না? কে রামনবমীতে বন্দুক নিয়ে নেচেছে তাই ছবি দেখাচ্ছেন, সে বন্দুক আসল না নকল জানি না। আর যে পুলিশ ২৭,০০০ কেজি অ্যামোনিয়াম নাইট্রেট কোথায় আছে কলকাতার বুকে খুঁজে পায় না, সে একজন লোককে মুম্বাই থেকে খুঁজে পেয়ে যাচ্ছে বন্দুক হাতে। মনে হয় না এটা প্ল্যান্টেড, আমার তো সন্দেহ হচ্ছে এটা প্ল্যান্টেড, যে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস বন্দুক নিয়ে পাঠিয়েছে তাকে হাতে আগে, তারপরে ওখানে গিয়ে লুকোতে বলেছে, তারপরে গিয়ে ধরে এনেছে। নাহলে যে পুলিশ ২৭,০০০ কেজি অ্যামোনিয়াম নাইট্রেট কলকাতার বুকে খুঁজে পায় না, এতটা অপদার্থ।
How is it that West Bengal police cannot find ammonium nitrate that was recovered from Kolkata, and that too in large quantities?
আমরা চাইছি কেন্দ্রীয় হস্তক্ষেপ হোক। এবার কেন্দ্রীয় গৃহমন্ত্রক ঠিক করবে, হোম মিনিস্ট্রি ঠিক করবে সুইটেবল কি, যদি ৩৫৫ ধারা দাঙ্গা রোকার জন্য রিষড়া এবং হাওড়া যেখানে যেখানে দাঙ্গা হয়েছে সেখানে যদি ইম্পোজ করা হয়, আমার মনে হয় মানুষের মধ্যে কনফিডেন্স আছে। আমরা কথা অমিত শাহজিকে চিঠি লিখেছি, ওনার সাথে কথা বলবো এবং ওনাকে রিকোয়েস্ট করব যদি না এই রাজ্য সরকার
confidence among the people will be restored if the center basically steps in to ensure that the violence in places like Rishra and Hooghly is
কিন্তু কিছু ফ্যানাটিক পাবলিক আছে যারা সাম্প্রদায়িক উস্কানিতে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের কথায়, তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের কথায় এই সাম্প্রদায়িক পরিবেশ বজায় রাখার চেষ্টা করছে এবং মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় তাদেরকে আশকারা দিচ্ছে যে যাও তোমরা যা ইচ্ছে করো, আমার পুলিশ তোমাদের গায়ে হাত দেবে না, তোমাদের গায়ে লাঠিও পড়বে না, কাঁদানে গ্যাসও পড়বে না।
There are some fanatics who under the instructions of Trinamool Congress and the Chief Minister have basically been carrying out communal activities, and the assurance that has been given by the Chief Minister that nothing will happen to them, the police will not even touch them.
দেখুন, পুলিশ পারে না এমন কোনো কাজ নেই। পুলিশ এই দাঙ্গা পলিটিক্যাল ইনস্ট্রাকশনের জন্য পারেনি, এটা পলিটিক্যাল।
There are political instructions that have been given to the police, and that is the reason why they are not being able to operate.
রিষড়ার হিন্দুদের এবং রামনবমীতে অংশগ্রহণকারী রাম ভক্তদের বলিদান দিতে হচ্ছে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় পলিটিক্যাল অ্যাসপিরেশন পূরণ করার জন্য, নাথিং এলস।
That is only because of the political aspirations of Mamata Banerjee.
রিষড়া বা সংলগ্ন এলাকায় উপদ্রুত এলাকার আশেপাশে আপনাদের না যেতে বা বিজেপি নেতৃত্বকে না যেতে, সেক্ষেত্রে আপনি কি এই অভিযোগ করেছেন যে অভিযোগ আপনি গত দুদিন ধরে করছেন, তৃণমূল নেতৃত্ব কেন ১৪৪ ধারার মধ্যে?
আমি ওনাকে জানিয়েছি উনি পুলিশের উচ্চপদস্থ কর্তাদের সাথে কথা বলবেন, মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর সাথে উনি কথা বলবেন বলে জানিয়েছেন। এবং আমরা যদি দেখি যে অবস্থার উন্নতি হচ্ছে না, সেক্ষেত্রে আমরা অন্য আর যদি পুলিশ প্রশাসন নিরপেক্ষভাবে পদক্ষেপ নেয় তাহলে ধন্যবাদ। চিঠি গ্রুপে দিয়ে দিয়েছে।
হবে না, আজকে দাঙ্গা হবে কিনা তুমি বললে উনি বলবেন কাল ধর্ণা করা।
Well, the big talking point across the entire country has been the situation in Bengal. What started over Thursday has continued now non-stop. Up till Tuesday, it's been 4 days of violence and intermittent violence. The West Bengal Chief Minister says these are cases of provoked riots. And joining me now is the West Bengal Governor. Governor C.V. Ananda Bose. This morning he had to cut short his presence at the G20 event in Darjeeling to rush back to the Rishra clash site and take stock of the situation himself, as arson and violence continued there, and he went on the ground to get a sense of it himself. Dr. Bose, thank you for speaking to Republic. What do you make of the situation on the ground?
Thank you. The situation is highly deplorable, unfortunate. This is a case where the thugs and the hooligans have taken the law in their hands, where mobocracy is derailing democracy. This is a situation where a few persons, misdirected elements in society, the lumpen elements, they have been able to hold society to ransom. They have been able to deprive the common man of Bengal from the right to live in peace. This has to be contained effectively, proactively, and in a way which will not make others dare to repeat this. We are determined, the state is determined, constitution will be upheld, and this kind of trends where people's peace is disturbed and the hooligans take the law in their hands and go berserk on the street will end, should end, and this is going to be the final solution to that. People are fed up of tolerating this in Bengal for a long time. An end is here. I say this may perhaps be the beginning of that end.
Do you think the state government has been tough enough? Do you think the full force of the state government, of the state police, has really been used so far as it should have been?
This is an occasion for action, not dissection. I will reserve my comments and my judgment on the state government later. Now the process is on. The government of India and the state government, all the stakeholders, including the political strata, the media, the common man, and the silent majority, we are all together to see that this criminality ends here and now.
The Chief Minister says that the ruling party at the center is provoking riots in Bengal.
I reserve my comments. Now I am into the action. Let the action be over. Then there can be analysis and assessment and judgment can come later.
So you're not ruling anything out for now, Dr. Bose. You're still assessing the situation, but you're not giving anyone a clean chit for now.
I am not ruling anything in either.
Yeah, you're not ruling in or out. Absolutely. Now you went to the SSKM. You went to the SSKM. Oh, yeah, you were saying something. Go on.
Yes, I went to the field because I wanted to hear straight from the horse's mouth, that is from the common man, how he perceives things. And in democracy, it is a perception of the common man that is important. I feel that my role as a governor, the powers of the governor has been given by the Constitution of India. Who framed the Constitution? We the people. We the people gave to ourselves this Constitution. Therefore, my first duty is to the people. My second duty is to the people. My third duty is to the people. I am in the field. I am with the people. I wanted to hear from them. I have heard from them. I have understood their feelings. I have made my own assessment, which I will reveal in the public domain at the appropriate time, in the appropriate manner.
But prima facie, do you think the violence was pre-planned?
Violence is violence. Its manifestations are there. What is the cause of it? Who is behind it? These are all to be decided after objective investigation. I will cause the investigation to be done. Now this is a time of action to be in the field. People want normalcy to be restored. They want to live in peace. That is a priority. That is why I am working now. The rest of it will come later and will certainly be informed to the public in the appropriate manner. That is the approach now.
Would you welcome the intervention of central agencies in the investigation into the violence?
These are all matters of analysis which I am doing. I have yet not arrived at my judgment in the matter. Now, action. This is a stage of action. The rest of it will come eventually.
Mr. Bose, the Chief Minister made a comment about how in certain areas there's an attempt, these processions should not have gone. I think the reference earlier, she made a reference to Muslim areas. In your view, as the Governor of Bengal and as a high constitutional authority, you really believe in any area being demarcated around religion? Can we really talk about any area being a Muslim area anymore, or a Hindu area for that matter?
The Chief Minister is a constitutional colleague of the Governor. There can be difference in perception between the two. The Chief Minister may analyze things in her own way. I may have different analysis. This is not the time to air it here. I am watching, I am listening. Certainly, I will take action to the best of my knowledge, and it will be announced at the appropriate time. Perceptions may change. Perceptions of the Chief Minister and the Governor maybe are different on certain perspectives, which I will come to you later.
So there are some differences of perspectives even now, aren't there? I mean, you don't need to elaborate on the details.
We look at things in our own perspective. Our own perspective need not be uniform in everything. There is unity of action between us. Unity does not mean uniformity. There will be difference of perception, even difference of opinion, but we are trying to find out what are all the areas of convergence, not divergence. That is a priority now.
What did the BJP leaders tell you? Mamta, the situation is very, very political, Your Excellency. What did the BJP leaders tell you? You know, they are saying that they are not being allowed to celebrate Hindu festivals. What was your response to them? People would really like to know a little bit more in detail on what that was, what that conversation was like.
What the BJP feels, I will ask the BJP and respond to that.
You're being very guarded. We're being very guarded. That's not your essential nature, but you're being very, very guarded as of now. What's the reason for that, Mr. Governor?
Good fences make good neighbors. There should not be a turf war. Each one should learn to live within his guarded territory. See, I know the limitations of the governor, the powers of the governor, the authority of the governor. Everything is defined in the Constitution of India. As a constitutional head of the state here, I will certainly confine within the walls of the Constitution. There will be no fear or favor. I will do my duties head high for the welfare of the people, with the Constitution as a guiding light.
But again, let me draw you in one more question. Mr. Bose, certain parties say they were blocked from visiting the victims even when they were going in ones or twos, which is allowed even under Section 144. So the BJP says we're not even being allowed to visit the victims. What's your view on that?
If any aberrations are there, if any aberrations are made in the interpretation of Section 144 or its imposition, I will certainly look into that. Whatever is legally permissible will be ensured to all parties without fear or favor.
Okay. Well, very proactive on the ground. I must say the governor is being very guarded right now, but maybe for the right reasons. And when are you going to give your report? Because there's a lot of speculation on your report. There's a lot of speculation on what you're going to say. And there are some people in the ruling party in Bengal who say this is all a central conspiracy to introduce president's rule in Bengal. What are your thoughts? When is that report coming out?
My report is under preparation. First stage is fact-finding data gathering stage. That is over. Now the analysis, assessment and judgment. Then my report will be submitted. It will be done very soon. If you ask me how soon, I can give you two questions, a short answer and a long answer. Short answer is soon. Long answer is as soon as possible.
Fantastic. I like your play of words. I really like your play of words. Dr. Bose keeping a close watch on the ground. Very proactive Governor of Bengal. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
NIA team in Kannur to investigate Kerala attack. Police probes terror angle. Was it a lone wolf attack? More details on this is exclusive. From Kerala to Uttar Pradesh, Republic tracks accused in Kerala train fire incident. Probe team reaches Noida to collect details of the suspect. Political fight over Bengal violence snowballs. BJP meets governor alleging police inaction. Governor visits violence hit Rishra, will send report to MHA. Congress amplifies China stand on Arunachal even as MEA sets the record straight. Trump campaigns get life as former US president arrives in New York for surrender. Well, the biggest talking point in the Bengal violence, what started on Thursday as communal clashes continued till late last night in Rishra. Bengal Governor C.B. Anand Bose cut short his G20 event in Darjeeling and visited the violence-affected areas in Rishra. Meanwhile, there has been a political face-off over the clashes with the Trinamool Congress and the BJP training guns at each other. But the question is, who exactly is fueling the fire in Bengal? Let's put out the full details and that big exclusive with Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, Bengal Governor Anand Bose speaking to him and giving us the latest details. Remember, earlier in the day, the Governor of West Bengal visited the violence-hit areas. Not just that, he also took a detour, went to SSKM hospital, met those who were injured in the violence, and now we're given to understand that he's going to submit that report to the Union Home Ministry. He's completely tight-lipped as to what exactly will the report entail. But having said that, there's already been a massive political war of words between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress. Let's listen in what both sides have to say, and then we'll also play out the interview of the Bengal governor.
ये वायलेंस के पीछे एक वर्ग है या ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति उनको और हवा देने का काम करती है? क्या वोट बैंक की राजनीति में हम अशांति फैलाने का काम इस तरह से भी किया जाता है? ये अपने आप में बहुत सारी चुनौतियां, समस्याएं देश के सामने खड़ा करता है।
ये तो ममता बनर्जी ही कराती हैं, तो किसको कहेंगे? अब तो हालत ये हो गया है, हिंदू अब पलायन कर रहे हैं, ये उसको पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश बनाना चाहते हैं।
Well, in fact, in a short while from now, we'll have both sides, the Bharatiya Janata Party and Trinamool Congress joining us. So this is exclusive. That first big reaction now coming in from the Bengal governor. Bengal governor making it very clear that his position is for the people. The question here is that for how long will the violence really continue? It is continuing unabated. First, it was in Sitapur area of Howrah district, and now same sort of violence playing out in Rishtra district. It turns out that the questions that the Bharatiya Janata Party is now raising is of police inaction. Direct charges are now being leveled by the BJP against the Trinamool Congress government, saying that political instructions are now being given to the West Bengal police, and that is the reason why not much really happening on the ground. Arrests haven't really taken place. So far, over 35 people have already been arrested. Trinamool Congress, on the other hand, says that goons have been hired. In fact, earlier in the day, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee had trained her guns at the center, saying that goons were actually hired from Bihar and they were brought into the state of West Bengal to only disrupt the law and order situation in the state. Is that the case? Questions are now being raised as to why exactly additional force was not brought in when the police as well as the government was basically aware that things could actually go out of hand. In fact, joining us on this broadcast is Shatarupa from the Bharatiya Janata Party, and we'll also be joined by the Trinamool Congress in a short while from now. We're hoping that the Trinamool Congress will be joining us in a short while from now. Shatarupa, Governor spoke to Arnab a short while back, makes it abundantly clear that the situation is certainly volatile. That's very clear. But again, I'll stick to the charges that have been leveled against you by the Trinamool Congress. They say that how did guns really enter the Ram Navami procession? Mamata Banerjee earlier in the day said you are hiring goons from the neighboring state. Those are the allegations that have been leveled against you.
Chavan, good evening. You see, these allegations are not new. They've done this before the show. I was with you earlier also a few days back. Then also they have made the same allegation. Our point is here very clear. The state president, the Honorable State President Shukanta Majumdar, has made it amply clear that number one, if we had BJP, the other organizations, VHP, where there are various other Bajrang Dal, etc., various other organizations have had, I think, about 1,000 processions all over West Bengal, where lakhs and lakhs of people have spontaneously participated. Now, if these lakhs and lakhs of people BJP has, hijacked from other states, then I would say, without even bothering to clarify this, I would say that the state government and the police have a lot to answer to the general public at large. And what were they doing if lakhs and lakhs of people have come from another state or other states, as they are saying, with guns? Here is the place where guns and different kinds of armaments are found at large. West Bengal, whenever, 2 days given apart, 2 days, you will hear guns and arson manufactured here as if it's like an industry. As far as that one solitary gun which was found in apparently a procession in Howrah, we really have no idea, because this is a procession conducted by VHP. If at all this person has been found with a gun, then the police has done the right thing by investigating. But the point is, one man in a procession carrying a gun or not a gun, or whether there were other people or not, who has given moral right to the Muslims fanned by Trinamool people to bombard our processions, to create arson randomly at Howrah, at Bishra. They've stopped trains for almost 12 hours. The arson is still going on. They've thrown glass on railway tracks, on people at large. Why? What is the justification of that?
Well, Shatarupa, in fact, the Trinamool Congress, we're expecting the Trinamool Congress spokesperson to be joining us in a short while from now, hoping that he'll take that question. But once again, they say that all of this was not happening in the past, and you're basically trying to only perhaps carry on with this kind of provocation because it suits your agenda. While you are saying that there is appeasement of the minority, the same goes for the Bharatiya Janata Party, that you are also trying to appease someone. Is the appeasement politics of both the political parties resulting in a situation that the state is burning?
Shaun, first and foremost, Ram Navami processions, Ram Navami celebrations have been taking place for decades now. And yes, although BJP was born in 1980, I don't see what it has got to do with the Ram Navami processions at large. And as far as appeasement policy is concerned, BJP nowhere does it do appeasement politics. Yes, we've always believed in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Yes, we've always said that we believe in Hindutva because Hindutva itself talks about amalgamation of everybody, joint growth for everybody in the society. The last man in society is who we talk about. But Trinamool has been put on record on several occasions doing outright appeasement. In my last show with you, then also I had pointed out, you've been showing this broadcast many times, that the Honorable Chief Minister is put on record telling a public gathering. She was on a street corner, she was on the road. This was not something that she has whispered in somebody's ears. She's been caught on record saying that you cannot go into Muslim-dominated areas. You cannot disturb Muslims because they are in Ramzan and Roja. Now you tell me, which person who's supposed to be ruling the state demarcates like this? And this is not the first time. During elections, during the Vidhan Sabha elections, she has gone on record requesting all Muslims to vote for her. Now you tell me, Shaun, and through you, I would like to ask India at large, which party is doing appeasement?
Well, Shatarupa, in fact, the question that needs to be asked is also that whether at all this entire demarcation that is essentially taking place, you are saying that this is a Hindu area, Trinamool Congress says this is a Muslim area.
No, Shaun, we never said, Shaun.
Why should you basically do this entire demarcation business that this belongs to the one community and this area belongs to the other community? You can't enter this community. And the fact of the matter is that, was there some sort of a provocation? Were there speeches that were essentially made that you were basically trying to provocate people from the other community, especially during their festival? Is that where the situation lies?
No, Shaun. Number one, we have not made any such demarcation. We had officially informed the police and asked for their cooperation that we are going to take out a Ram Navami Michil on this area. And let me remind you, Shaun, you I think know very well, last year, this was the same place, same Howrah, and same location where there was sporadic violence.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Shatarupa, I'm sorry to interrupt. Because we were really hoping that we'll have both the sides. Trinamool Congress, Tausif has joined us much late. Tausif, the question here is that we were waiting that you would join us much earlier. Please do not say at the end of the debate that we've not given you the opportunity. We were hoping you'll join us much earlier. The governor spoke to Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. He says that the situation is volatile. He's not blamed any particular political party. He says that he's heard what the people have to say. I'll ask you some direct questions because Shatarupa is raising these questions as far as the role of the Trinamool Congress is concerned. Shukanto says that your chief minister is now giving political instructions to the police. That is the reason why arrests are not taking place. That's question number one. And question number two to you, Tausif, is the fact that why this demarcation? I asked this question to Shatarupa, that why would you say that this is Hindu area, this is Muslim area? Why this demarcation? This country belongs to everyone, not one particular community. So the question goes to both of you. Are both of you now accused of carrying out appeasement politics in the state of West Bengal? That is the reason why the state is now burning? And this question is not just for you. Shatarupa, you are also accused of the same, appeasement politics.
Can I just answer?
If you can just allow me. First, I would
Shatarupa,
like to
let me get Tausif right now. He's come in much late. Let's get the Trinamool version also.
I really apologize because I was fasting and I had to break my fast. So anyways, you have to understand, first of all, before we start the blame game, who is not arrested and who's being arrested. It's very sad. In the morning when I came to know that this 19-year-old Sumit Shaw, he got arrested as a BJP cadre, because I have lots of photos where he's spending gala time with Shukanto Majumdar, Lokit Chatterjee and with everyone. And he was that guy young guy who was carrying a pistol. You see, today I don't want to blame anyone, but I really want to ask what kind of politics BJP wants in Bengal. Instead of pen and books and becoming an entrepreneur, this guy is carrying a pistol. He's just 19 years old and he's been arrested from Munger. Now, this is what BJP is teaching their cadres, to roam with sword, pistols and anywhere. Now, second question, where have you heard that Mamata Banerjee, the Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal, has asked anyone that do not go to Muslim area? She said very clearly that you have no permission to derail your route, and shows that you cannot go into certain areas where it is sensitive. She never said minority areas or Muslim areas. She also said that no one will stop the Ram Navami Sevaks. Wherever they want to go peacefully, they are allowed to, but not without the route. Now, if you insist me that what is it this route all about? Well, sir, even you know, and the lady is sitting with us, honorable panelists, even she knows the Prime Minister of India, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, or whosoever has to follow the route. And since Bengal has no history such as violence, I am a 30-year-old guy. I've never seen violence before 2014. Why are we facing such violence only in Howrah? The same Ram Navami rally came out from MG Road. I hope she's a Bengali. She know that. The same rally came out from Siliguri. People enjoyed. We offered iftari and they came and had iftari with us during the month of Ramadan in that same Ram Navami rally. So what is there in Sitapur? It's a very strange question.
Firstly, Tausif, happy Ramzan to you.
Shatrupa, they say, Trinamool Congress is telling the BJP, कि आप chronology को समझिए. From 2014 onwards, this has happened. 2014 onwards, they say that why is it that every time there is Ram Navami, that the state is burning. The question here is that today, now, Shatrupa, the question that I asked from the Trinamool Congress also, now I want to ask this question to you, Shatrupa. Why do you have a problem when a person who was carrying a pistol was actually arrested by the West Bengal police? Then you say that this arrest has some sort of color attached to it. Why shouldn't the police basically do their job? If the person was caught carrying weapons, he has no business to do so. So hence he was arrested. Why don't you respond to that?
Yes, Shaun, firstly, I think Tausif needs to be shown that video where Mamata Banerjee, when she was doing her dharna, in case you didn't know, Tausif, let me remind you, when she was doing her dharna, she has absolutely very clearly claimed, this is not something that I'm making up. Maybe you should have a look at the video and then we can argue about this further. As far as arresting this young boy is concerned, we have not said anything about that. If he was with a gun, wherever he was, whoever he was, he needs to be arrested. Proper investigation needs to be done.
No,
now, let me
what
just
kind of politics you are doing?
1 second, please let me complete.
Shatrupa, let's give the chance. I'm running short of time. I've given you enough time. Shatrupa, I'm sorry. Shatrupa, 1 minute. Shatrupa, let's not do this. Tausif, let's not do this. I've given enough time to Shatrupa in the beginning. Since you've come late, I'll give you the final word. 1 minute. Tausif, I'm giving you the opportunity. 1 minute. Tausif, just hear me out. I'm asking this question because this has been lingering on for a very long time. 29th of March, a statement is made by the Chief Minister of West Bengal. The statement basically indicates that she is already prepared to take some action as far as Ram Navami procession is concerned. If she was aware, and she would have been as the head of the state, and the fact that she looks after the Home Department, she would have had intelligence inputs. If her inputs suggested that there could be, the situation could have gone out of hand, why wasn't additional force brought in, or for that matter, arrests taken place on the very same day?
Oh yes, I totally believe you. I totally believe you. Whatever you said, I agree with you. But let me tell you here.
Allow Tausif to respond.
Let me tell you something. What today, Mr. Majumdar, Lokesh Chatterjee, and my senior panelist, she's sitting there. I mean, you know, these people are becoming more pious than the Pope. Why aren't you talking about the route? When the whole police system, when the government, when the chief minister, the DC, the commissioner, everyone was ready for one route. Why did you derail? We were not prepared for one gully after another gully and another gully. We were very much prepared for the certain areas.
Shatrupa, allow him to say. Shatrupa, don't do this, please.
We have to be prepared.
Please don't do this. Let's not do this. Let's not talk over each other.
Government is not a coward that will say, oh, nahi, hame nahi pata kaise kya ho gaya. No. We have to take care of the situation. That is our responsibility. And the chief minister
I'm really running short of time, ladies and gentlemen.
But, ma'am, Shatrupa ji, there's a request to you.
Please, we'll continue with the debate.
You look educated. And you look very
I want to just thank both our panels. I'm really sorry, Shatrupa and Tausif. I'm really running short of time. Shatrupa, I'm sorry about it. Tausif, thank you very much for putting in the perspective from both sides, Trinamool Congress and BJP. It's for the people to decide, and hopefully, strong action would be taken so that the state does not continue to burn. Thank you very much, Shatrupa and Tausif, for joining us on this broadcast. Shifting focus now to that other big story that we're getting, a ground report now coming in from Kerala. Ladies and gentlemen, the probe into the Kerala train fire incident is only just getting murkier. Investigation into the arson attack inside a coach of Kannur Executive Express at Kozhikode in Kerala on Sunday is in its preliminary stages. However, there are scathing details that are now coming in. The accused in this case now seems to be a resident of Noida, and the police are not ruling out the terror angle in the case. From Kerala, Uttar Pradesh, Republic's extensive coverage gets you full details of the incident and how this could possibly be a lone wolf attack. We'll also listen to the ADGP Law and Order in a short while from now, but let's go across quickly to our reporters on the ground. Varshini is joining us from Kerala, and from Bulandshahr we have my colleague Piyush. A quick response from both of you, as the National Investigation Agency has also stepped in to underline the point. If not, those separate case has been filed, but let's just get a quick response. Varshini, you were there at the hospital, you've spoken to the victim. What is it that you are picking up? Has terror angle not been ruled out as yet? What is it that you are picking up?
Definitely, Shavin, if you see, when we spoke to the victim, first the initial sight of seeing them with all the burned faces and burn marks everywhere on their body is really saddening and shocking that this kind of an incident could take place in a state like Kerala. And the victim told us very deliberately some details about how she felt that this was not a targeted attack on some particular person, rather it was a very random attack. The person just barged into the train just like that. The person kept walking inside of the compartment, and then he was constantly spraying something on everybody. She said that she felt like there were water droplets on her face falling from nowhere, and while she was searching for where it came from, she suddenly felt the heat of the fire that was all around her. It was very shocking and very heartbreaking to hear such kind of words from a victim who suffered huge injuries from this kind of an attack. While we speak about the investigation, the Kerala police is still trying to be mum about revealing certain details about who is under custody and who is not, and the Kerala police is trying to make sure that none of these information get leaked out, because there is it looks really fishy the way the Kerala police talk to us. And at the same time, a parallel investigation by the National Investigation Agency is also happening, which is right in front of our eyes in Kozhikode, Shravan.
Well, in fact, let's just also quickly bring in my colleague Piyush Ori, who's joining us from Bulandshahr. Let's just put out the details that Piyush is now picking up. In fact, earlier in the day, Kerala ATS had detained one person. He was suspected to be involved in the attack. It turns out that he's now been let off. In fact, Piyush is reporting from Bulandshahr, from the residence of one of the suspects. What is it that you are picking up? Why exactly did the police let off this suspect?
So Shravan, let me just tell you that the suspect has been identified as 24-year-old Shahrukh Safi, and he works as a carpenter in the Siana area, which is on the outskirts of Bulandshahr. Now at around 5 p.m. yesterday, he was taken up by the officials from the UP ATS as well as Kerala ATS for the questioning, and they were not able to find enough evidence, as what Shahrukh mentioned to us. But the investigations are still going on. Now, we asked him two pertinent questions of what exactly was the question that was posed to him by the Kerala ATS and UP ATS. And he told us that was he going to some other states also for his work of carpentry, to which he replied no. Also, since the mobile number which was found in the train that met with this fateful incident, found his name, we also asked him that was his mobile stolen in last couple of days, to which again he replied no. Now let me just tell you that even though he has been let off, when we asked him questions repeatedly, he felt irritated. So yes, there is lot more which he needs to be answering. So far he's been let off, but we do not know. There are chances that perhaps when this investigation is going to go on, perhaps he might be called again. When is that time going to come? We do not know. But so far, there has been some reprieve for him, Shahrukh, 24-year-old Shahrukh and his family. Back to you, the studio.
Piyush, for getting us the latest details, a story that we'll be tracking very closely. So far, the suspect hasn't been arrested. All that we know is that he's been questioned and now let off. All eyes would now be into places in Uttar Pradesh as well as in the state of Kerala. Was this a lone wolf attack? That's an angle that they are not ruling out. Shifting focus on the other side, we'll get you the latest. Congress has now amplified the China stand on Arunachal, even as the Ministry of External Affairs sets the record straight. And Trump campaigns to gets life as former US President arrives in New York for surrender. All this and much more on the other side with my colleague Suresh.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherraud by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Communal right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
Political face-off over Bengal violence. Mamata blames BJP for Bengal violence. Who is responsible for the violence in Bengal? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है, हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
President Niinisto, Del Saule, thank you for your outstanding leadership and commitment and for leading Finland into the most successful alliance in history. So welcome. It's great to have you here. Welcome to the alliance.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Mr. Secretary General, dear Jens, I want to thank you. You have been with us all the way. I remember we discussed quite deeply about NATO and Finnish membership already 2021 when you brought your council to Finland. I guess we have been talking after that by phone or by meeting almost tens of times. So it is a great day for Finland, and I want to see that it is an important day for NATO too. Security and stability are those elements which we feel very strongly, and well, we can all think that if people can live in secured, stable circumstances, that's the basic element of happy life, and you, I guess, know that Finns are very happy already now. I would also see that this is a process from 30 to 31, and like you said, very nearby future to 32. That is that we work for Swedish membership very hard. We are doing that together with them, together with you, and that will continue. From Finnish point, also Swedish membership is most important. But once again, stability and security, I wish that we can give our share of increasing that in the defense alliance we have.
We have time for a few questions. Please.
Lauri Nurmi from Finland. Mr. President, how historic is this moment? You was born 1948. NATO was established 1949.
Well, I will have my 75 years birthday today, and NATO comes next year. But surely we have seen many, you have described many moments being historic in this process. I guess this is the day most historic to us and to our partners too.
Okay, we have Yle, the lady just behind with the microphone. Yeah.
A historic day, but without Sweden. How can Finland help Sweden to get into NATO, and how will NATO proceed with the Sweden to be allied? And then one more question to Mr. Niinistö. Do you feel relieved?
All right, shifting focus now, where once again a major controversy that has erupted in UK with an Indian student alleging xenophobia in London School of Economics. The student at LSE alleged that he faced discrimination in student union at the university, and the student put out a tweet that said that he faced personal, vicious and targeted attacks due to the anti-India rhetoric and Hindu phobia. Let's listen in to his story.
Or did you get any specific word from or statement from the college authorities that on what basis have you been disqualified from these elections?
So again, there is no transparency pertaining to this subject as well. On Wednesday 29th, I received a ruling by the returning officer that there have been a lot of complaints filed against me. There are basically 3 points in that. The first point saying me that I am Islamophobic and an extremist, but they can't find any evidence pertaining to that. That ground does not hold good. The third ground said that I have coerced students to vote. And it mentioned I have coerced 7 students to vote. Within 14 hours, the returning officers give an explanation to the previous ruling, and she says, you have coerced 2 students. From 7, the number drops to 2. I filed this order. This is to be kept in mind while putting on record that this ruling was given without giving me an opportunity of putting up my side, without showing me the evidences. Even in the gravest of grave crime committed, I'm using the word crime, there is no crime committed from my part. Individual accused have a fair chance to represent his side, put forward his point. But what kind of justice system is this where I'm not even permitted to present?
And Karan, exactly that point I was coming to. Does this college really have a panel that looks into these claims that are being made by a group of students? And after the kind of uproar we are also seeing on social media, any word now that has come in from the college authorities that they would be taking this issue seriously or would be listening to you at least?
Yes, again, this is very important. They acknowledged, they said that yes, wrong happened, not transfer of ball. The student union says that yes, wrong happened. You were bullied, you were harassed, but this does not form part of electoral process. This does not form part of no other candidate has done this against you. So they are just closing their eyes and trying to imitate that yes, wrong happened, but who will take action against this? They are failing to recognize and punishing the true culprits behind this.
But Karan, also tell us about the discrimination which you've been talking about have been happening. It's not something unusual which you say has been happening in this college. Talk to us about various such incidents which have happened in recent past and the fact that students are even afraid to speak up on these issues that they face on a daily basis.
So recently, because it's an alma mater of Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar, a great visionary, an architect of Indian Constitution. So we thought that we should celebrate Republic Day in LSC because it indirectly it had a major role to play in the journey of India as a republic, as a democracy. Because Dr. Ramji Ambedkar studied from this very institution. So because we are students. We have a limitation towards our resources, the contacts that we have, but still we group of students managed to celebrate Republic Day, wherein we invited Dr. Aniruddha Rajput, Mr. Amish Tripathi, and the present Supreme Court Justice. He shared his video with us, the Justice Call. But the debate went on terming that this is not a panel, this is a manel, 75 years, no women, all upper caste, despite acknowledging the fact that they all were not upper caste. One of the panelists was from the scheduled tribe.
The measures that should really be taken and what is exactly the need of the hour to prevent any such incidents from happening later?
Again, I urge the authorities that the question that there is not one individual involved. A fact-finding commission should set up into this grave offense of hate crime that have happened, the bullying and harassment of not only me as a candidate, but also other Indians who were bullied and harassed. So this grave crime of racism should be thoroughly investigated and wrong should be punished. Yeah.
On that note, we'll have to leave it at that. Thank you so much for speaking to us, and we only hope that here on the college actually does something, and as you say, a fact-finding team is actually set up to look into such issues.
Thank you so much.
Stepping into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details as the Congress is amplifying China's stand on Arunachal even as MEA sets the record straight. Also, Trump campaigns get live as former US President arrives in New York for surrender. Indicted in a hush money case, the former US President Donald Trump in New York ahead of the historic arraignment on hush money. Security increased in New York amidst Trump's surrender. Protesters warn not a playground for your misplaced anger. New York judge rules no video cameras to be allowed in the courtroom when Trump will be making an appearance. One dead, at least 30 injured as a train derails near The Hague. One carriage ended up into field next to the tracks. Massive blaze engulfed a clothing market in Dhaka. No casualties have been reported. South Korean, US and Japanese navies continue anti-submarine drills to boost their coordination against increasing North Korean missile threats.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherraud by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced.
Congress leader Randeep Surjewala said that the party would release its second list of candidates for the Karnataka Assembly elections 2023 late today. Earlier in the day, the CEC was summoned to finalize the remaining 100 candidates for the elections at the AICC headquarters in New Delhi. Karnataka Chief Minister Bommai said that the BJP would finalize and release the list of candidates for the upcoming elections in the state on April 8th. He added that the selection of the candidates has been done on the basis of winnability. Ashok Gehlot-led Rajasthan government and doctors arrived at a consensus on the right to health bill. The consensus came after Chief Secretary Usha Sharma chaired a meeting with doctors who were protesting against the RTH bill. 6 tourists were killed and 11 others were injured in a major avalanche in Sikkim's Nathula area. The injured are being brought to the state capital Gangtok's hospital. Rescue and clearance operations are underway. According to the sources, dozens appear to be trapped in the snow. In a shocking incident in Uttar Pradesh's Sitapur district, a BJP leader, Umesh Mishra, is accused of blocking a road with his unattended car, killing a man who was being transported to a hospital and an ambulance. FIR has been registered against Umesh Mishra in Sitapur. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin writes to Prime Minister Modi insisting on the exclusion of Kaveri Delta areas from the bidding process for coal to protect the welfare of farmers in the Delta region of Tamil Nadu. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot tested positive for COVID-19. Congress leader took to Twitter to inform about his health and wrote that he has tested positive for COVID infection and has mild symptoms of the disease. A major fire broke out in an electric powerhouse in Sri Rampur of Hooghly. One fire engine was rushed to the spot. The fire department is investigating the cause of the fire. After meeting Prime Minister Modi and discussing ways to bolster bilateral engagement in a range of areas including economic cooperation, King of Bhutan Jigme Khesar Namgyal Wangchuk met with President Draupadi Murmu. With that, we step into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details as NIA team is in Kannur to investigate the Kerala attack, and the suspect who was detained from UP was let off later.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gheraued by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Kannur right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
"18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction centre.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at large, but the drug de-addiction center that he was running under the garb of which he was radicalizing the youth has now been shut, and this was the center from where we earlier reported as well, but now it has been closed. All the associates of Amritpal have left this Gurudwara that was in the very near to his native village of Jalupur Kheda, and now this bears a deserted look. This was once used to be the place where Amritpal used to address not only his associates but also those who were coming here, and there are inputs that under the garb of drug de-addiction, Amritpal was running a syndicate of criminals and he was radicalizing them, those who were into the drugs, radicalizing them not only to have the arms training, because several of the videos have emerged where the arms and ammunition training was going on here, but also he was radicalizing them to prepare.
Thank you for staying with Republic, and well, Khalistani separatist leader and chief of Rajas Punjab Day, Amritpal Singh, was allegedly using drug rehabilitation centres and a Gurudwara for storing weapons and imparting training to the youth to carry out suicide attacks. Punjab police shut down fugitive Amritpal Singh's de-addiction centre, calling it a front for illegal activities. Getting you this report from Ground Zero.
18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction centre.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at large, but the drug de-addiction center that he was running under the garb of which he was radicalizing the youth has now been shut, and this was the center from where we earlier reported as well, but now it has been closed. All the associates of Amritpal have left this Gurudwara that was in the very near to his native village of Jalupur Kheda, and now this bears a deserted look. This was once used to be the place where Amritpal used to address not only his associates but also those who were coming here, and there are inputs that under the garb of drug de-addiction, Amritpal was running a syndicate of criminals and he was radicalizing them, those who were into the drugs, radicalizing them not only to have the arms training, because several of the videos have emerged where the arms and ammunition training was going on here, but also he was radicalizing them to prepare an army so that he can wage a war. This was what his plan was actually, but the action that was initiated by the Punjab police along with the central agencies is still at large. It has been more than 18 days, and now the drug de-addiction center, the so-called drug de-addiction center he was running, is closed. Or you will find that there are multiple locks that have been put in place. Also all the places where these locks where this place is, that have been locked, completely sealed, and this after the police have told them to clear this area because they had no doctor, they had no license to run this drug de-addiction center here in the Jalupur Khera.
A hall in a compound next to Baba Kala Meher Gurudwara in Amritsar's Jalupur Khera village lies vacant. The place, which was one hub of Amritpal and his associates' activities, now remains locked. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
With that, we step into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details as indicted in the hush money case. Former US President Donald Trump is in New York ahead of the historic arrangement on hush money.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Indicted in a hush money case, the former US President Donald Trump in New York ahead of the historic arraignment on hush money. Security increased in New York amidst Trump's surrender. Protesters warn not a playground for your misplaced anger. New York judge rules no video cameras to be allowed in the courtroom when Trump will be making an appearance. One dead, at least 30 injured as a train derails near The Hague. One carriage ended up into field next to the tracks. Massive blaze engulfed a clothing market in Dhaka. No casualties have been reported. South Korean, US and Japanese navies continue anti-submarine drills to boost their coordination against increasing North Korean missile threats.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, 1,000 It is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gheraued by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any.
Indicted in hush money case, former US President Donald Trump in New York ahead of a historic arraignment on hush money. Security increased in New York amid Trump's surrender. Protesters warned not a playground for your misplaced anger. New York judge rules no video cameras to be allowed in the courtroom where Trump will be arraigned. Very short commercial break. On the other side, we'll get you details and live pictures from the US as Trump is set to face indictment in court.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gheraued by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Communal right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
"18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction centre.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at large, but the drug de-addiction center that he was running under the garb of which he was radicalizing the youth has now been shut, and this was the center from where we earlier reported as well, but now it has been closed. All the associates of Amritpal have left this Gurudwara that was in the very near to his...
It's a huge political blame game over the Bengal violence that continues. The BJP is seeking the central agency's intervention. Bengal governor confirms his fact-finding report on the violence is ready. He says the report will be submitted to the MHA at the earliest. Mamata Banerjee accuses the BJP of stoking violence in Bengal, claims the BJP brought goons from outside the state. The Congress takes China for face value on its Arunachal claim, even as the MEA makes the stand absolutely clear. The NI team investigating the Kannur train attack terror angle is not ruled out by the agencies. And the former US President Donald Trump to be arraigned in a Manhattan court in a 2016 hush money case later tonight. A very good evening. The show's called The Biggest Story Tonight, and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. We begin with our top focus on a story that a lot of you have been talking about. The story is from the US, but the story is historic. The story also, ladies and gentlemen, has a direct impact, a direct bearing on what happens in the presidential race to the next US president will be in 2024. The former US President Donald Trump is expected to appear before a specially secured Manhattan courthouse on Tuesday to be arraigned on criminal charges related to paying hush money to a porn star during his 2016 presidential campaign. So that is a charge. Now, Trump flew to New York City earlier. He is currently at the Trump Tower. He is the first former US president to be facing this criminal charge. Will appear before the judge close to about 11:45 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Ahead of his court appearance, Trump supporters have begun to already gather outside the court. Also, we are looking at a lot of important developments vis-a-vis the denial itself that has come in from Donald Trump, who has earlier released a statement. He slams the jury's decision to indict him. He alleges this is political persecution and election interference at the highest level in history. But what will happen in the next few hours, that, ladies and gentlemen, will have a complete bearing on Donald Trump, his own life, his career, and the big US presidential race of 2024. I'm told our colleague Abhishek is live with us, helping us take that story ahead and the ramifications. You know, Abhishek, many today are watching what is happening in the US. This is historic because for the first time, you have a US president who actually has been indicted, Abhishek. Now, the story has ramifications not just for Donald Trump, his own particular life, his own, career. Also, Abhishek, the Republican Party, the upcoming big presidential election in the November of 2024.
Well, yes, Deepthi. So if you're getting me, President Clinton was impeached not for any cigar thing, but for perjury. Is it lying under oath? Similarly, President Trump, former President Trump, is not being indicted or has not been indicted for paying hush money because that's legal. But he's being indicted for tax fraud or business fraud, essentially tax evasion, because whatever money he paid, it did not get properly reflected perhaps in his income tax returns or whatever American equivalent of income tax returns happened. So that's essentially the case. Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan district attorney, he is a known Democrat, and he has been going after Donald Trump in a similar manner that Kenneth Starr had gone after President Clinton at that time. These are some of the things I recall and connect. But what is important is that the case pertains to Donald Trump paying hush money through his personal lawyer, Michael Cohen, sometime in 2015-16 to make Stormy Daniels not speak about the affair they had, a brief affair they had sometime in 2004-5. At that time, President Trump was married to Melania Trump, and subsequently the matter came out and Michael Cohen was investigated. Initially he said no, and then he said, oh, he did that on the instructions of his boss, which was Donald Trump. Donald Trump by that time had become president, and he denied initially that anything like that happened. And then later he in fact admitted that yes, this had happened, but then the money was paid and it was some business dealing. But did that business dealing reflect in the documentation that generally goes with the income tax returns? Perhaps not, and that is something which has been investigated. A grand jury, as it is called, America still follows the system of jury. A grand jury of 30 looked into the investigation that has been brought together by District Attorney Alvin Bragg, and then the jury found Trump to be responsible on 30 counts related to business fraud again. So, you know, the exact charges which are put on Trump are yet to be revealed, Deepthi. It still remains in a sealed cover, and once Donald Trump appears before the court, I think that unsealing and telling him of the charges would happen, and then perhaps we would know exactly what are the charges against him. Does it get limited to a tax fraud, or is it beyond? But remember, it has got mired in politics because of the Democrat connections of Alvin Bragg. Not that Americans are unfamiliar with this system, because in their case, the judges, it's a winner takes all system. So if there is a Democrat administration, most of the attorneys and judges right up to the Supreme Court, typically even the NASA director, for example, not necessarily scientists, but would be a Democrat. Similarly, if there is a Republican administration, all these posts go to Republican party members, in fact, in many cases, or openly party affiliated individuals. So that's the case. So Alvin Bragg's Democrat credentials give some sense to Trump supporters of a political witch hunt, and that's really what Donald Trump has been harping upon. Remember, he has already announced his candidature for 2024 presidency, and he's in a fight with the likes of Nikki Haley, for example, and Vivek Ramakrishna of Indian origin, both of Indian origin, in fact, to become the Republican candidate, presidential candidate for 2024. And in the pictures, we see how he has come with his legal team from Florida, from his Mar-a-Lago residence where he stays in his personal aircraft, and landed in New York. And I believe in the pictures we saw that he should be at the court anytime soon. So that's essentially what has happened in New York and with Trump over the last few days. Politics, part of it, is something which is going to continue to pan out, Deepthi, and as a build-up to the presidential campaign, this is going to be a key factor. But as I said, he's not being charged for paying hush money to a porn star, because that seems legal in the United States. He is being charged for not reflecting that money adequately, or that expense in his income tax returns, or in whichever manner he did. It did not correspond with the exact nature of the expenditure incurred. So I think that's what's happening. Interesting bit, as it can happen only in the United States. We saw Bill Clinton, for example, getting impeached twice, but still completing his term. And Donald Trump, of course, now getting indicted. He's not president, so there's no question not needed, impeachment not needed. But the fact that he gets indicted, charged, and the first time that an American president is facing a criminal case and has got indicted, it would be interesting to see how the legal proceedings go on. The defense, so far as Donald Trump is concerned, has been that everything was accounted for, and whatever else is happening is political witch hunt led by an attorney who's openly Democrat.
That is true, Abhishek. The charges related to falsifying his business records, I mean, that is exactly what we've heard. But yes, like, in the next few hours, as we'll see Trump in the court, a lot of these charges will be, spoken of. There isn't much of a media actually even allowed inside. There are only limited number of photographers, media completely barred. But what we are playing out on our screens are images of earlier today, in fact, Donald Trump. And outside the court, we do see a lot of presence of his supporters already. Now, what does the attorney say? What is the game plan? What is the legal strategy of Donald Trump from here on, Abhishek? We listen into this reaction. and then I come back to you.
Mystery here because we're doing something that's never been done before. We're having an arraignment at 100 senators, just about certain procedural things, but nothing substantively regarding the indictment. They have not shared it with us. There's no indication that there will be a gag order. It can't happen in this case. Look, when you have a gag order, you have to balance a couple things. The First Amendment, right, which is important to all of Americans, and the right to a fair trial for both sides. So that's a balancing act. Here you have something uniquely different. The defendant is the leading Republican candidate for the office of the President of the United States and will be campaigning. Hard to put a gag order when he's going to be fielding questions about his current legal situation. So, but there's been no indication that there'll be a gag order imposed or even attempted to be imposed.
So we will be hearing from President Trump tonight?
You will be. Yes, you will. He plans on, after court, leaving and making a statement.
Donald Trump has completed a historic journey from his home in Florida to New York City, where he faces an expected arraignment on charges related to hush money payments made during the 2016 presidential campaign to silence claims of an extramarital sexual encounter years earlier. He was driven in his motorcade past banner-waving supporters from Mar-a-Lago, his home in Florida, to an airport. He then flew to LaGuardia Airport. He's now landed and is expected to spend the night at Trump Tower, where there are supporters and protesters who have gathered. He's expected to spend the evening there and is going to return home after his arraignment to Mar-a-Lago, where he's scheduled to deliver a primetime address to supporters.
So a lot of those reactions continue to come in, Abhishek. We are also trying, in fact, to get our team live from New York. We don't have that here, Abhishek. But before we actually go deep dive into what happens from here on, Abhishek, let's also put our focus back on what will happen next for Trump. In the US, Abhishek, there is no rule that even if you're indicted, you can't fight elections. So we have to now see whether the Republican Party is going to be okay with Donald Trump. Will he continue to be their most favorite contender? And he's already said, Abhishek, that this is political persecution and election interference. Now on your screens, I think you're looking at more graphics that will help you explain what happens next, what is the road ahead for Trump, because he can still run for president in the November of 2024, like I said. And American politics already so polarizing, Abhishek. Is this issue set to polarize this even further? Because since the last few hours, you've seen tons and tons of these supporters who've been out there. They say this is victimization, this is witch hunt. In fact, Donald Trump has also insinuated much the same.
Well, Deepthi, insofar as the polarizing question is concerned, of course, Trump has been a very polarizing figure in American politics for the last 6-8 years, and he continues to be so. And I think he revels in it in a way. He does not like it. He really likes it. He likes the fact that he polarizes the voters, and that perhaps is part of the strategy itself. In fact, all reports suggest that post his indictment by the grand jury, he has sort of consolidated his hold over the Republican voters, and whatever, if there were fence-sitters, even they have started sort of gravitating towards a Trump campaign. Because of all the candidates available, he happens to be someone who has most traction in terms of brand recall, so to say, within the Republican candidates. Nikki Haley, for example, is another, and Vivek Ramakrishna, both incidentally of Indian origin, contesting for Republican presidential candidacy. There would be obviously many more. Ron DeSantis is one name we hear, and there might be a couple of other names coming up from the Republican stable. But given the fact that an American president is allowed 2 terms, Donald Trump wanted his second one. He always called the 2020 election, which brought President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris to power, the Biden-Harris administration, as it is called, a stolen election. He never accepted the results, and very unlike American optics we saw when the transition of power happened, where Donald Trump did not even wait for Biden to really wish him off. So I think those things, are there, and Donald Trump remains a polarizing figure. But despite that, for example, post the indictment, the amount of money he has raised has increased, in fact, and that really shows that his popularity within the Republican vote bank, within the Republican constituency, remains intact. And if this was a Democrat strategy to sort of ring him down, pin him down, it might not be succeeding because, as you rightly mentioned, that to have a run as an American presidential candidate, these indictments do not affect, unless, of course, a conviction happens. If a criminal conviction happens, if that is the Democrat strategy that they can get him convicted before the election happens, then possibly yes. But the fact of the matter is that Donald Trump's popularity does not seem to be waning or getting affected by these developments because essentially, so far as his core constituents go, they believe that this is a political witch hunt given the Democrat connections of Alvin Bragg, the district attorney who has been leading the investigations against Trump in this case. Also, because had it been about the Jan 6 committee and the investigation that is parallelly going into the events of that day, Deepthi, remember those unseemly pictures coming in from United States at that time in 2020 when core constituents of Donald Trump, refusing to accept the verdict, had stormed the Capitol Hill. And investigations have been on in that, and people thought that perhaps if Trump got really indicted in that, and if the matter reached at his doors in terms of conviction, in that episode, and direct responsibility pinned on Trump for making that attack on Capitol Hill or facilitating that attack on Capitol Hill, then maybe Donald Trump's popularity might have taken a beating, or there might have been a second thought even within the Republican voter base, which otherwise also is very polarized on whether to back a leader who's accused or convicted of an attack on the Capitol Hill, which is a symbol of democracy for them. But now with this investigation and the political spin that has come from the Trump camp that this is political witch hunt, obviously Trump's chances of staying or becoming the Republican presidential candidate, in fact, sort of get strengthened. That's the sense we get after observing all those developments that have taken place on this front over the last month or so.
Okay, very, very fascinating, Abhishek. And this is a story that's going to keep us up through this night today, because like I said, 11:45 Indian Standard Time is where you will see that appearance. But like I said, you might not be able to catch a live image or a glimpse of Donald Trump because there are very strict security protocols in place. Also, media outlets not permitted to broadcast the arraignment. 5 pool photographers only allowed. This is for the benefit of our viewers. And I think early in the morning, close to about 6 a.m., when we'll hear from Donald Trump himself, he's expected to address a gathering. Joe Biden, importantly, has not reacted to what's going on, but we are at Republic. We'll keep you up to speed on that big story clearly developing in from the US that will have huge ramifications on how the story develops. Let's move on, Abhishek, and I thank you with more international stories that we are tracking this evening in brief. The Israeli speaker earlier has said that terrorists involved in the 26/11 attacks in Mumbai should be brought to justice. He made these remarks earlier while he was visiting the Nariman House in Mumbai and paying his tributes to the victims of the 26/11 terror attack. The Ukrainian president earlier has thanked all the international visitors to Kiev for a trip to the village in the battle-scarred area of Chernihiv. Now, he also calls this one of the most difficult trips in terms of the emotional turmoil that he's gone through. Official and expected candidates for Prime Minister's post in Thailand's upcoming election arrived at the Bangkok City Hall earlier to register and find out their assigned party number. One person has lost his life, 30 are said to be injured, many of them seriously, when a train partially derailed in Netherlands. The injured passengers later were rushed to a local hospital. One of the carriage was in fact pushed to a field next to the tracks. To Dhaka now, where a major fire was reported in one of the popular clothing markets here. No casualties were fortunately reported. 47 fire tenders were pressed into service. We are right now heading into a quick break. On the other side, Mamata Banerjee pinning the blame for the violence in her state on the BJP. She says it is the Bharatiya Janata Party that is funding riots in the state of Bengal. Also, the Congress amplifying the China stand on Arunachal even as the MEA sets the record straight. Indicted in a hush money case, the former US President Donald Trump in New York ahead of the historic arraignment on hush money. Security increased in New York amidst Trump's surrender. Protesters warned not a playground for your misplaced anger. New York judge rules no video cameras to be allowed in the courtroom when Trump will be making an appearance. One dead, at least 30 injured as a train derails near The Hague. One carriage ended up into a field next to the tracks. Massive blaze engulfed a clothing market in Dhaka. No casualties have been reported. South Korean, US and Japanese navies continue anti-submarine drills to boost their coordination against increasing North Korean missile threats.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherraud by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Sitapur in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NI team is... Welcome back. Let's also keep our focus on the international stories that we are tracking. Now, the security minister of the province of Buenos Aires in Brazil was attacked by dozens of bus drivers who were protesting the murder of a colleague during a robbery. These are some very dramatic images, and we haven't heard yet much from the administration on what really transpired.
The security minister of the province of Buenos Aires was attacked by dozens of protesting bus drivers. Minister Berni was punched at the protest by at least one of the drivers. Even stones were thrown at him. Watch now. The minister is bleeding from his nose after being punched. The minister had arrived at the protest site to speak to the bus drivers when the situation escalated soon. The police had to intervene and save the minister from the wrath of the agitated bus drivers. The drivers had blocked a highway as part of their strike action on the outskirts of the Argentine capital. The strike was held following the death of a bus driver who was shot and killed when he was driving a bus in the municipality of La Matanza. Agency report, Republic TV. Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherraud by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NI team is in Karnataka right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
"18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction centre.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at large, but the drug de-addiction centre that he was running under the garb of which he was ready.
इस देश में बहुत समय के बाद एक ऐसी सरकार आई है जो सरकार टिकाने के लिए नहीं चल रही है, देश को सुधारने के लिए सरकार चल रही है।
ये पहला एक बड़ा इवेंट हुआ है जहां पे आप इस पर विस्तृत तौर से इन डिटेल आप बात करेंगे, तो लेट अस एड्रेस ऑल इश्यूज।
Good evening, you're watching Superfast 50 at 7:30. I'm Suesha Sawant. Beginning with the first story, Union Home Ministry has sought a detailed report from the West Bengal government on the violence during Ram Navami in Howrah. This comes days after Union Home Minister Amit Shah spoke to Governor C.V. Ananda Bose and took stock of the prevailing situation in the state. Face-off over Bengal violence continues as parties lay political allegations against each other, with the BJP accusing Mamata of vote bank politics and Mamata saying BJP goons are behind the riots. Union Minister Anurag Thakur launched a fresh attack on West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and her Bihar counterpart Nitish Kumar over incidents of violence on Ram Navami, accusing them of indulging in appeasement politics for minority votes.
जहां भारत के एक हिस्से में पश्चिम बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री ये कह देती हैं कि हिंदू इस इलाके में ना जाएं, तो क्या मुख्यमंत्री ही समाज को बांटने पर आ गई, क्षेत्र को बांटने पर आ गई? अपने आप में चिंता का विषय खड़ा हो जाए।
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee scaled up the attack on BJP over the recent violent clashes in the state, alleging that the Saffron Party is defaming Hindu religion by pitting one community against the other. West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose curtailed his program in Darjeeling and reached Kolkata after receiving information about fresh violence in Hooghly last night. The governor reached the clash site and has assured strict action against the culprits.
We will never allow the miscreants, the hooligans and the goons to take the law into their hands. The police will come down heavily on them. These dark forces, forces of evil, will be brought to book. We will dare them in the den. People of Bengal have a right for peaceful living. That right will be established. Bengal has been suffering this kind of criminalization of politics for a long time.
In an exclusive interview with Republic Governor of Bengal Dr. C.V. Ananda said that there can be differences in perception and that due action will be taken with regards to violence that took place in Bengal. In light of the recent incidents of the Ram Navami violence that took place in Bengal, sources have suggested that Governor of Bengal is most likely to send a report to the Home Ministry today. As showdown after the Bengal violence continues, BJP delegation arrived at Raj Bhavan in Kolkata to meet with the governor over the recent violence in the state. BJP delegation was blocked yet again as they arrived at Raj Bhavan in Kolkata to meet with the governor over the recent violence in the state. Condemning the communal flare-up in Bihar during the Ram Navami festivities, AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi came down heavily on the Nitish government and said that Chief Minister still has no remorse. A massive avalanche was reported in Sikkim. At least 6 tourists had died and 11 others suffered injuries in a massive avalanche in Sikkim's Nathula area. Rescue and clearance operations are on. Around 350 people and 80 vehicles which were stranded on the road because of the snow blocking the road from Nathula were also brought back. After the Ram Navami clashes in Vadodara, Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi said that those who have fled Vadodara and gone into hiding after stone pelting at the Ram Navami processions last week will be eventually traced and brought to justice. The Ashok Gehlot-led Rajasthan government and doctors arrived at a consensus on the Right to Health Bill. The consensus came after Chief Secretary Usha Sharma chaired a meeting with doctors who were protesting against the RTH bill. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi fumed over the question on BJP's allegations of Congress party pressurizing the judiciary and attacked the centre over the Adani issue. The former MP arrived at AICC headquarters in the national capital for the meeting ahead of the next list of party candidates for the Karnataka Assembly elections.
Sir, BJP is saying कि आप लोग judiciary पे pressurize कर रहे हैं.
Why do you always say what BJP is saying? Every time you say what BJP is saying.
No, but BJP is claiming something.
There's a very simple thing. ये जो 20,000 करोड़ रुपए अदानी जी की शेल कंपनीज में हैं, ये किसके हैं? ये बेनामी हैं. किसके हैं?
Devendra Fadnavis, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, lashed out at Congress leader Rahul Gandhi for insulting Savarkar when he was asked to apologize for his remarks on the Modi surname, remark that led to his conviction in a criminal defamation case and subsequent disqualification from Lok Sabha. Hitting out at the Congress scion, Fadnavis said that Rahul can neither be Savarkar nor Gandhi, unquote. Rahul Gandhi's counter to a journalist as to why do you always say what the BJP is saying after he was asked about the ruling party's criticism of the Congress leader evoked a sharp reaction from the BJP, accusing him of attacking the media again. YSRTP Chief Y. Sharmila met Professor Kodandram of Telangana Jan Samiti to seek support and to work together under Telangana Save banner, an initiative by YSRTP Chief to fight for the rights of students and unemployed in Telangana. Earlier, YSRTP Chief had hit out at KCR over unemployment in the state. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin wrote to Prime Minister Modi insisting on the exclusion of Kaveri Delta areas from the bidding process for coal to protect the welfare of the farmers in the Delta region of Tamil Nadu. Few unknown people vandalized a Lord Ganesha idol in Guntur in Andhra Pradesh. They were allegedly digging the temple for treasure. The police said that there is no communal angle involved in this matter and a case is being registered. Further probe is underway. The Camo 31 helicopter achieved its maiden nighttime landing at INS Vikrant. Hence, the trials effectively demonstrated INS Vikrant's night operations. The indigenous carrier's illumination assistance and shipborne equipment were also tested as part of the trials, as stated by Indian Navy's senior officials. Massive fire broke out at Kochi Port Authority land near Indian Maritime University at Wellington Island after nearly 2 hours of firefighting operations. The fire was completely brought under control. The naval fire tenders were rushed to the fire site and augmented the firefighting efforts of the port authorities. NIA suspects a terror link after the team visited Kerala's Kozhikode, where 3 persons were killed and several others sustained burn injuries after an unidentified person splashed an inflammable substance inside the compartment of a moving train and set it ablaze. Tension prevailed in Bapatla district of Andhra Pradesh after few people attacked Ishwar, who is a private employee, for allegedly making inappropriate comments against BR Ambedkar. Ishwar made some derogatory comments and had posted on his WhatsApp status, which led to anger among the Ambedkar followers and attack. SIA carried out 6 raids at 6 locations in the central and northern parts of Kashmir. The searches were carried out in districts of Srinagar, Baramulla and Kupwara. The raids were carried out in connection with terror funding in the valley. Congress leaders and workers carried out a Mashal rally in Jammu against the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. They also were later stopped by the police. Congress CEC meeting to finalize the remaining 100 candidates for Karnataka Assembly Elections 2023 began at the AICC headquarters in New Delhi. The Grand Old Party is expected to announce the second list of candidates for the 100 Assembly constituencies of Karnataka after the meeting. Now, Congress has announced its first list of 124 candidates on the 25th of March. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar chaired a party review meeting of NCP MPs, MLAs and senior party leaders. The meeting was held at the party office in Mumbai. Kalakshetra Professor Hari Padman, who was arrested following complaints of sexual harassment from a former student, remanded to judicial custody till the 13th of April by Sitapur Metropolitan Magistrate Court. Congress amplifies China's narrative once again. This comes after the party took strong objection to China renaming several places in Arunachal Pradesh and said that it is the result of Prime Minister Modi's clean chit to the neighbouring country and his eloquent silence on Chinese actions at the border. PM Modi held talks with Bhutanese King Jigme Khesar Namgyal Wangchuk, focusing on ways to bolster bilateral engagement in a range of areas, including economic cooperation. Former President Donald Trump has arrived in New York for his arraignment in court. He faces charges of falsifying business records and at least one felony offense as handed down by a Manhattan grand jury. Donald Trump is set to appear for an arraignment in court to answer questions about charges unlike anything the country has ever seen. This in the midst of a third Republican campaign to reclaim the top chair in the White House. Journalists are eagerly waiting outside a Manhattan court in New York where Trump is appearing for hearings against criminal charges. The unprecedented event in American history will be challenged by Trump in a plea to be found not guilty. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba arrived in Brussels for a NATO meeting on Finland's accession. Kuleba congratulated his Finnish counterparts with the country joining NATO as its newest member. Finland makes a history by becoming the 31st member of the NATO alliance today. The historic move has come in the wake of Russian threat. As a security blanket, Russia has warned against the deployment of troops in the joint border as a result. Finland has now officially become a member of the world's largest military alliance. Speaking at the event in Brussels, Stoltenberg says Finland's decision to join NATO is due to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and added that Russian President Vladimir Putin is getting the opposite of his goals. EU Foreign Policy Chief has called on China to stand up in defense of international rules-based order, saying China has a moral obligation to contribute to peace in Ukraine. 2 Israeli soldiers have been stabbed by a Palestinian suspect near an army base south of Tel Aviv. Even after a year-long spate of violence, there seem to be no signs of violence abating anytime soon. A fire that had started in Banga Bazaar market in Dhaka has violently spread to other surrounding smaller markets as emergency workers struggle to bring it under control. No casualties have been reported so far, but disaffected merchants can be seen erupting into tears on the sight of their livelihoods being turned to ashes. 2 carriages of a train derailed off the tracks near The Hague in Netherlands this morning after the train crashed into a crane. 1 passenger has been killed in the accident, 19 others hospitalized. A probe has been opened by authorities to investigate the cause and the possibility of a crime angle. Sergio Berni, the security minister for Buenos Aires, has been attacked by protesting bus drivers angry about the murder of a colleague in a robbery. Stones were hurled and punches were thrown at the minister. Residents across parts of the South and Midwest U.S. have been pummeled by deadly storms and wildfires. Forecasters are warning of more severe weather and fire danger in the days ahead. Finland officially having joined the NATO in a historic event. The Finnish flag, along with the NATO flag, has been raised in Helsinki. Chennai Super Kings successfully got off the mark on the IPL 2023 points table. The team has secured a 12-run victory over Lucknow Super Giants in a high-scoring encounter, and as per fans and experts, the victory margin could have been bigger had the CSK Pacers showcased better discipline. Real Madrid all set to play Football Club Barcelona in the second leg of the Copa del Rey clash tonight. Real lost the first leg 1-0 at home, and boss Carlo Ancelotti says he will pick his strongest side for the face-off. Having fought the last fight of his career, British boxer Amir Khan has been banned from all sports following a positive dope test on a prohibited anabolic substance known as Ostarine. Tottenham boss says his side should have won in a 1-1 draw against Everton, having played against 10 men for the most of it before a Tottenham player was also sent off. Tottenham are now in the top 4 level on points with Newcastle United. Barcelona coach Xavi thinks Real Madrid are favourites to win the second leg of the Copa del Rey clash with rivals Real Madrid, despite having won the first leg at home. After being decimated in a 4-1 loss to Manchester City at the Etihad, Jurgen Klopp has expressed his clear disappointment but says he will not be putting in his resignation anytime soon. 22-time Grand Slam champion Rafael Nadal has pulled out of the Monte Carlo Masters after struggling with a left hip flexor injury since the Australian Open. He says that he is not ready to compete at the highest level.
Political face-off over Bengal violence. Mamata blames BJP for Bengal violence. Who is responsible for the violence in Bengal? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Indicted in a hush money case, the former US President Donald Trump in New York ahead of the historic arraignment on hush money. Security increased in New York amidst Trump's surrender. Protesters warn not a playground for your misplaced anger. New York judge rules no video cameras to be allowed in the courtroom when Trump will be making an appearance. One dead, at least 30 injured as a train derails near The Hague. One carriage ended up into field next to the tracks. Massive blaze engulfed a clothing market in Dhaka. No casualties have been reported. South Korean, US and Japanese navies continue anti-submarine drills to boost their coordination against increasing North Korean missile threats.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherraud by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NI team is in Communal right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
"18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched,
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं।
जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
Thank you for staying with Republic, and we continue to get you details of former US President Donald Trump, who is to appear before a specially secured Manhattan courthouse to be arraigned on criminal charges related to paying hush money to a porn star during his 2016 presidential campaign. Trump flew to New York City. We got you those pictures a short while ago. This was from his residence currently at Trump Tower in New York. Now, Trump is the first former US president to face a criminal charge, and he is now appearing in New York. We also got a response from Trump's attorney on the way forward. Listen in.
Really, there's a lot of mystery here because we're doing something that's never been done before. We're having an arraignment at 100 senators, just about certain procedural things, but nothing substantively regarding the indictment. They have not shared it with us. There's no indication that there will be a gag order. It can't happen in this case. Look, when you have a gag order, you have to balance a couple things. The First Amendment, right, which is important to all of Americans, and the right to a fair trial for both sides. So that's a balancing act. Here you have something uniquely different. The defendant is the leading Republican candidate for the office of the President of the United States and will be campaigning. Hard to put a gag order when he's going to be fielding questions about his current legal situation. So, but there's been no indication that there'll be a gag order imposed or even attempted to be imposed.
So we will be hearing from President Trump tonight?
You will be. Yes, you will. He plans on, after court, leaving and making a statement.
Has completed a historic journey from his home in Florida to New York City, where he faces an expected arraignment on charges related to hush money payments made during the 2016 presidential campaign to silence claims of an extramarital sexual encounter years earlier. He was driven in his motorcade past banner-waving supporters from Mar-a-Lago, his home in Florida, to an airport. He then flew to LaGuardia Airport. He's now landed and is expected to spend the night at Trump Tower, where there are supporters and protesters who have gathered. He's expected to spend the evening there and is going to return home after his arraignment to Mar-a-Lago, where he's scheduled to deliver a primetime address to supporters.
Political face-off over Bengal violence. Mamta blames BJP for Bengal violence. Who is responsible for the violence in Bengal? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gheraued by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Communal right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
"18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction centre.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at large, but the drug de-addiction center that he was running under the garb of which he was radicalizing the youth has now been shut, and this was the center from where we earlier reported as well, but now it has been closed. All the associates of Amritpal have left this Gurudwara that was in the very near to his native village of Jalupur Kheda, and now this bears a deserted look. This was once used to be the place where Amritpal used to address not only his associates but also those who were coming here, and there are inputs that under the garb of drug de-addiction, Amritpal was running a syndicate of criminals and he was radicalizing them, those who were into the drugs, radicalizing them not only.
Burning question.
Political blame game over Bengal violence continues. BJP seeks central agency intervention. Bengal governor confirms his fact-finding report in violence is ready. Report to be submitted to MHA at the earliest. Mamata accuses BJP of stoking violence in Bengal, claims BJP brought goons from out of state. Border Congress takes China for face value on its Arunachal claim, even as Ministry of External Affairs makes stand clear. NIA team investigates Kannur train attack, a terror angle not ruled out by agencies. Former US President Donald Trump to be arraigned in Manhattan court in 2016 hush money case. Ladies and gentlemen, major political face-off has broken out in West Bengal over the violence. Trinamool Congress and BJP have come all out against each other, levelling all kinds of allegations. Trinamool Congress says BJP is calling goons all the way from Bihar. BJP has now demanded centre's intervention. But who exactly is responsible for the tensions in Bengal? A quick recap of all that we know so far. It all started with the Ram Navami procession. Now, this is what the Trinamool Congress has to say. They say that there was a dedicated route that was permitted by the West Bengal police, but that route wasn't really taken. In fact, they say that communally sensitive areas were being visited by those who were participating in the procession. And not just that, they're also raising this entire question as to how exactly were weapons allowed in a Ram Navami procession. Now, this has been countered by the Bharatiya Janata Party. They say that political instructions have now been given to the West Bengal police to basically target the Hindus. Take a look at the developments and then we debate. So who exactly is responsible for it? The BJP has upped the ante. Joining us on the burning question tonight is Dilip Ghosh, parliamentarian and the National Vice President of BJP, joining us from Kolkata. Mr. Dilip Ghosh, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. सीधा सवाल आपसे करना चाहूँगा। तृणमूल कांग्रेस ये कहती है कि 2014 से पहले दिलीप घोष ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ। ममता बनर्जी ये कहती है कि कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी इसके पीछे है, क्योंकि इससे पहले कोई भी ऐसे हिंदू त्योहार के वक्त कभी भी राइट्स नहीं हुए। और सीधा सवाल ये उठा रही है कि रामनवमी के प्रोसेशन के समय कुछ लोग गन का इस्तेमाल कर रहे थे, उसके बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है, मैं 2012 से और इस प्रकार शोभा यात्रा में भाग ले रहा हूं। जहां परसों मैं था उपस्थित रिषड़ा में, वहां भी इसके पहले मैं गया। बिल्कुल सही है, कभी गड़बड़ नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन हिंसा नहीं होता है। हर साल दुर्गा पूजा विसर्जन में गड़बड़ होता है, कहीं ना कहीं मूर्ति तोड़ दिया जाता है। मुहर्रम और विसर्जन एक दिन होता है तो मुहर्रम को चालू किया जाता है और दसवीं का विसर्जन बंद किया जाता है, और कोर्ट से परमिशन लेके लोग विसर्जन करते हैं, और हर साल गड़बड़ होता है। नहीं होता ऐसी बात नहीं है, लेकिन इस बार पूरा देश में हो रहा है, इसका भी चिंता की बात है। 5-7 स्टेट्स में हुआ है और एक दिन में होकर वहाँ की सरकार कंट्रोल की है। लेकिन बंगाल में क्यों 5 दिन से चल रहा है हिंसा? इसके पीछे क्या है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरा देश में है, सत्ता में है, केंद्र में है, राज्यों में है, इसलिए बीजेपी कहीं कर दिया ऐसा नहीं है। और जब ये लोग संभाल नहीं पाते तब बोलते बाहर से आदमी लाया था। चाहे दुर्गा पूजा विसर्जन हो, चाहे शोभा यात्रा हो, या तो फिर हम लोग कोई जुलूस करते हैं, बोले दूसरे प्रदेश से लोग लाए थे। चुनाव जीतने के बाद भी बोलते हैं।
दिलीप घोष जी, 2018 में पुरुलिया में जब रामनवमी की प्रोसेशन हो रही थी, ये कहा जा रहा था कि सरकार ने साफ तरीके से कहा था कि कोई भी वेपन्स के इस्तेमाल आप नहीं कर सकते। इसके बावजूद ये देखा गया कि उस समय भी कई लोग वेपन लेके घूम रहे थे और कुछ प्रोसेशन में आप खुद शामिल थे। सवाल ये उठता है कि दिलीप घोष जी, आप सवाल उठा सकते हैं, सरकार के सवाल उठा सकते हैं, क्योंकि आप ऑपोजिशन पार्टी में हैं और जायज आप वो सवाल उठाएंगे। पर ये बताइए कि क्या ये जायज है कि रामनवमी के प्रोसेशन के वक्त कुछ लोग बंदूक लेके घूमते हैं और कहीं ना कहीं आपको उसमें कोई एतराज नहीं लग रहा?
कोई कहीं पर बंदूक लेके ना घूमता है, ना कोई इजाजत है। गन लेके, गैरकानूनी हथियार लेके कहीं घूमने का पद्धति नहीं है। और रामनवमी आज नहीं, सैकड़ों हजारों साल से हो रहा है। ये पार्टी सत्ता में नहीं थी, पार्टी नहीं थी, और उस समय से ट्रेडिशनल वेपन्स लेके लोग घूमते हैं, गदा, तलवार, लाठी, ये पद्धति है। अखाड़ा निकलता है हजारों पूरा देश में, कोई नई बात नहीं है। लेकिन आज की जो बात हो रही है, कहीं कोई हथियार नहीं था। हमने खुद बोला था बिना परमिशन का नहीं है और हथियार लेके किसी को अलाउ नहीं है। मैं ये इतना बोल सकता हूं, जहां भी मैंने भाग लिया, एक भी प्रोसेशन में कोई हथियार नहीं था। इन लोगों ने कहीं का वीडियो लाकर किसी को पकड़ के लाके दिखाना चाहते हैं कि बाहर से आदमी लाए हैं। जो सरकार है उसका जो जिम्मेदारी लिया है, जो अनुमति दिया है, कानून व्यवस्था रखने का व्यवस्था उनका है। पूरा देश में कैसे चलता है? यहाँ दिनों दिन पथराव हो रहा है, आगजनी हो रही है, दुकान लूटा जा रहा है। हावड़ा में एक दिन गड़बड़ हुआ, दूसरे दिन हजारों लोग रास्ता में उतर गए हैं।
आपकी सरकार कहती है कि तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए, सबका साथ सबका विकास की बात करते हैं, पर कहीं ना कहीं आपके बीजेपी के जितने भी अधिकारी बंगाल में हैं वो कहते हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं एक समुदाय का पक्ष लिया जा रहा है, सरकार एक समुदाय को सपोर्ट कर रही है और कहीं ना कहीं हिंदुओं के खिलाफ है। क्या आपको नहीं लगता है कि आप भी कहीं ना कहीं तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं आपके लिए फायदेमंद होता है, क्योंकि वो हिंदू वोट बैंक को आप कंसोलिडेट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं बंगाल में?
नहीं, देखिए, ये कंप्लेन है, हम आरोप कर रहे हैं, क्यों हम दावा कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ 30% भी मुसलमान नहीं है। बंगाल में ईद में 2 दिन छुट्टी होती है और 70% से ऊपर हिंदू है, उनका रामनवमी में छुट्टी नहीं होता है, बल्कि उसी दिन ममता बनर्जी धरना देती है और हिंदू समाज को, बीजेपी को गाली देती है। जिस दिन दुर्गा पूजा की विसर्जन होने वाली है, हजारों साल की ट्रेडिशन है, विजयादशमी के बाद विजयादशमी के दिन विसर्जन होती है, और उस दिन अगर मुहर्रम आता है तो विजयादशमी में विसर्जन को पूरा बैन करके पूरा बंगाल में और मुहर्रम का जुलूस निकालने के लिए अनुमति दिया जाता है। उसके लिए कोर्ट में जाना पड़ता है। दुर्गा पूजा करने की अनुमति नहीं दी जाती, उसके लिए कोर्ट में जाना पड़ता है। गंगा आरती होने वाला था, पूरा देश में गंगा आरती हो रहा है, जगह जगह जहां गंगा घाट है। हमारे अध्यक्ष गए गंगा आरती कर, उसको पुलिस ने रोका, और 7 दिन के बाद ममता बनर्जी जाके गंगा आरती करती है। आप बोलिए इसको आप क्या बोलेंगे? एपीसमेंट बोलेंगे? कौन एपीसमेंट कर रहा है? सरकार की जिम्मेदारी तो कम से इतना है, सबका धार्मिक अधिकार को रक्षा करे। कानून व्यवस्था का समस्या होगा तो देखने का जिम्मेदारी उनका है।
एक आखिरी सवाल,
उसका ऊपर कंडीशन दे, कंडीशन नहीं मानने से केस लगाए।
एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि लोग ये कहते हैं कि हर बार जब दिलीप घोष कोई जुलूस निकालते हैं, हर वक्त उस समय पथराव आप ही के रैली पे या आप ही के कॉन्वॉय के ऊपर होता है। एक सवाल वो बनता है। दूसरी बात यह है कि क्या आप साफ तरीके से कह रहे हैं कि तृणमूल कांग्रेस हिंदू समाज के खिलाफ है और आप मुसलमानों के खिलाफ है?
एक बात है, देश में सब जगह जुलूस हो रहे, हजारों जगह। दिलीप घोष 1-2 जगह था, उसमें संयोग से जहां कभी नहीं हुआ वहां भी पथराव किया गया, वो भी मस्जिद से। हजारों लोग तितर बितर हो गए, सर फूटा, हमारा एमएलए का सर फूट गया है। इसलिए दिलीप घोष जाने से ऐसा होता है ऐसा नहीं। दिलीप घोष ने बहुत जगह शुरू भी किया है, उस समय में राजनीति नहीं था। और आज जो अपीसमेंट की बात हो रही है, सारे हम देखते हैं लोग, ममता बनर्जी की स्टेटमेंट देख लीजिए, क्या बात कर रहे हैं। हिंदू विरोधी नहीं है तो रामनवमी के दिन क्यों धरना देते हैं? कम से कम आप खुद खड़ा होकर कानून व्यवस्था देखिए। 4 दिन से आग जल रहा है, क्यों नहीं हो गए?
दिलीप घोष जी उन्होंने पहुंच गए हैं। ममता बनर्जी हिंदू समाज के खिलाफ तो, पर क्या आप मुख्यमंत्री के बयानों को कहीं ना कहीं तोड़ मरोड़ की क्या आप ममता बनर्जी के बयानों को तोड़ मरोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं लोग ये सवाल उठा रहे कि आप और मुख्यमंत्री दोनों के बीच में, लड़ाई के बीच में आम जनता को काफी सारा नुकसान हो रहा है, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं आप लोग अपने वोट बैंक की चिंता कर रहे हैं।
रामनवमी का शोभा यात्रा निकालना वोट के लिए नहीं है, ये हमारे परंपरा है, सैकड़ों साल से है। हम उसमें भागीदारी लेते हैं, बीजेपी कहीं ऑर्गेनाइज नहीं करता है। और मैं एक हिंदू के नाते क्या मुझे अधिकार नहीं है कि रामनवमी के जुलूस में मैं भाग लूं? ममता बनर्जी जाके रेड रोड में नमाज पढ़ सकती हैं, और मुसलमान ना हुए भी, और इफ्तार पार्टी में जा सकते हैं दिन भर खाना खा के, वो अपना उनकी इच्छा हो, कहाँ जाएंगे। लेकिन मुझे पूरा अधिकार है हिंदू उत्सव में भाग लेने के लिए। क्या बंगाल में 70% हिंदू का अधिकार नहीं है? जुलूस निकाले, शोभा यात्रा करे, दुर्गा पूजा विसर्जन करे, उसमें पथराव होगा? इतना सुरक्षा नहीं दे पाएंगे? क्या बांग्लादेश बन गया है क्या? उसके बाद फिर हिंदुओं को दोषारोपित करते हैं, उन्हीं पर केस डालते हैं, उनके नेताओं को आप बदनाम करते हैं, समाज को बदनाम करते हैं। अधिकार किसने दिया है? इसका विरोध हम करते हैं और आगे भी करेंगे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दिलीप घोष रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए। लेट्स नाउ ओपन अप द डिबेट विद प्रियंका टिब्रूवाल ऑफ the BJP. Joining us, Deshratha Nigam, Jaiprakash Majumdar of the Trinamool Congress, and Parimal Kumar of the JDU joining us on this debate. We've had the BJP version. Let's quickly first get the Trinamool Congress version on this entire matter. I'll begin with Jaiprakash Majumdar. Jaiprakash Majumdar, we've asked direct questions to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Was this some sort of an appeasement politics? And the fact of the matter is, the question was, before 2014, your party says that no riots were taking place. It's only because BJP has come to power. You've been in that party for a while. I'll ask this question to you from the Trinamool Congress. Has the government somewhere down the line failed in taking control of the situation? Let's be very honest, Jaiprakash Majumdar, that at the end of the day, because of the bitter rivalry between the Trinamool Congress and the BJP, it is the people of West Bengal. It is the people of West Bengal who are suffering and the state is burning. And somewhere down the line, you are in power, you need to be answerable. We seem to be having some problem with Jaiprakash Majumdar. We'll try and reconnect with him. Let me just take this question with Parimal Kumar. Parimal Kumar, this debate is not only about what's really happening in the state of West Bengal. It's happened in your state too. And you are equally responsible, because we have seen what's happened in Bihar Sharif. the fact of the matter is that you've not been able to control the situation. I want a quick comment from you. Jaiprakash Majumdar, I'll just come back to you because I've taken that question also to the JDU, because the same sort of situation panning out in Nalanda, in Bihar Sharif. So this question needs to be asked. Has the state government completely failed in containing the situation, Parimal Kumar?
Why you, along with BJP, is raising the issue that government has failed totally. Okay, you should know that the Nitish Kumar government is very serious and much concerned about this issue. When the matter came into light, the government immediately taken the action, deployed a large number of paramilitary forces and RPF. Okay, and the government is conducting vigilance over all these activities.
Parimal Kumar, sorry, I'm interrupting you. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. It seems like your video line there seems to be some problem with your video line. We'll try and get that corrected. Let me just quickly take in Jaiprakash Majumdar. Jaiprakash Majumdar, you heard what Dilip Ghosh had to say. We've asked him the direct question whether they are responsible for that appeasement politics, the fact that there have been people who were carrying guns. But at the end of the day, if you were aware, if the Chief Minister of West Bengal was aware that something was amiss and there was a larger conspiracy at play, why wait till the time the procession was taking place? Why not make preventive detention? Why did you not act in keeping in mind the law and order situation?
I will tell you the idea of appeasement politics of at least West Bengal BJP. Mamata Banerjee took out one very popular project called Lakhir Bhandar. That is for some money to all the female of Bengal, and Lakshmi is a Hindu name. Then BJP said that Mamata Didi is appeasing Hindus. For Kanyasri program, BJP said Mamata Bandyopadhyay appeasing the girl students. For Imam Bhata, Imam लोग को लिए जो दिया जाता है, इसलिए then they said it is minority appeasement. But Mamata Bandyopadhyay said, I am appeasing everybody, all population of Bengal. I am doing work for all of them. That is Mamata Banerjee. And coming to present problem, that BJP since last 4 or 5 years, for your information, I was in BJP, I was Vice President of BJP State Unit. I know how plan is to be made before Ram Navami, just after 2016. RSS people and BJP people used to make elaborate program that how the peace of the state will be disturbed, with taking weapon in hand and going in front of the masjid, and DJ cars will be there, slogan shouting, and if they retaliate, if the Muslims are going to retaliate, then no, let me finish one line. If they retaliate, we will blame the state administration, and with that we will go to the center asking them for imposition of precedence rule. This is a well-made, every year same pattern. Last year also same pattern, year before last same pattern, this year also same pattern. This is the...
So, as I understand, Jaiprakash Majumdar, for Priyanka Tibrewal, as they say, Priyanka Tibrewal, for your party is, aap chronology ko samjhiye. Because you want to come to power, you want to consolidate the Hindu votes, because that's where you feel your power lies. You believe that if you discredit the Mamata government, perhaps you have a chance of coming to power in the state of West Bengal. I'll ask you very direct questions. You've been in that state for a very long time, Priyanka Tibrewal.
First of all,
before 2014 have you really
just
seen
showing a mirror to
processions that were carried out in this manner? Okay. Priyanka, just ask. I'm the moderator. I'll ask you the question.
Very
you can
clearly,
what Jaiprakash Majumdar had to say. I'm asking this question because you are a resident. You are a resident of the state of West Bengal. Please be honest. Before 2014, when did you really see this kind of violence actually taking place when it comes to Ram Navami processions? You can raise the questions of the conduct of the CPM cadres. Today, Mamata Banerjee says that CPM cadres have joined BJP. That is the reason why the same situation. Before 2014, when did you see that? And please tell me, in Ram Navami processions...
Now let me tell you, since this government came to power, allow me to speak. Since this government came to power, there have been number of riots on number of occasions, not just Ram Navami. I am telling you, allow me to finish, please. I just started. Whether it is Hooghly, whether it is places in Havra, there were number of riots which have been witnessed by everyone on the television. Even on Saraswati Puja, even on Lakshmi Pujan, there were people from a particular community who used to come and destroy the idols of these goddesses, and it has been come on various news. Now Mr. Mojumdar, he has said, this kind of ludicrous thing I've been hearing, and it's, very uncanny. Why, I will tell you, they are saying that people and outsiders, they came, and what did they do? They took shelter in Muslim locality, in the houses of Muslim people. They went on the roof and they threw and pelted stones. Now, is it believable that outsiders went to the houses of Muslims and from there they pelted stones and bombs? Is it believable? Not at all. Mr. Jayaprakash Majumdar was just speaking about everything. See, we all know that in 2021, when he contested, he was kicked hardly by the Muslims and he fell in a gutter. He fell in a gutter. That is the reason that they say that we will. That is the reason that they say that hum log doodh dene wale gaon ki laat khayenge.
I did not. It's a lie.
Okay, let's not do this.
I did not contest 2021.
Talking over each other makes no sense.
From Krishna Nagar, in a by-election on a BJP ticket, he contested and lost.
1 minute. Priyanka Tibrewal and Jayaprakash Majumdar. 1 minute, both of you. Please understand. I'll give each one of you the chance to respond. But I'll ask this question to Priyanka Tibrewal. Trinamool Congress today says that the person who has been arrested, who was carrying that weapon, there is an association with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Jayaprakash Majumdar, am I correct? This is what your party has to say? That the person who was arrested with the gun was arrested from the state of Bihar, carries a gun, and in fact they say that he was seen with Shukanto also. Now that's an allegation that the Trinamool Congress is making. Do you accept that?
Well, then Mamata Banerjee should be arrested right away, because there are pictures of Arpita, the one who is now in the charges of corruption inside the jail. There are a number of pictures and videos of Mamata Banerjee with her, where Mamata Banerjee is applauding her for the great work.
You're a learned...
So that is the reason I'm saying they have to substantiate their claims, whatever they are making.
Okay. Okay, let me just broad-base this a little bit, because this is not only about the state of West Bengal. Jayaprakash, I'll allow you to respond, but let me also quickly get it. Parimal Kumar, he's also been waiting patiently for a very long time.
30 seconds.
Let me broad-base this. Okay, you take 30 seconds and respond to what Priyanka, but I'll also bring in Parimal Kumar, because I need to, the question here is not only about what is happening in West Bengal. It seems that it's almost become a pattern. Asauddin Owaisi has hit out at the JDU and the RJD, saying that you've not been able to protect the masjids in the state of Bihar. So I'll take that question. But Jayaprakash Majumdar, substantiate the claims that you are making is what Priyanka said.
Look, Priyanka, she also knows about this person, Sumit Shah. He used to come to the head office of BJP. He stays in Salkia. He was taken into the fold of RSS doing shakhas and used to participate in BJP rallies. Everyone knows him. Sumit Shah is a young chap. And if she says, I don't know, it's a ridiculous
you both can you both can keep continuing. Okay, we got okay, you've given the proof. You've given the proof.
When an investigation is on, the Chief Minister says that Muslims are being attacked. They should be safeguarded.
Don't shift the goalpost.
That perhaps, Jayaprakash Majumdar, I have one more question to ask. When you say Muslim area, no, 1 minute.
Well,
Jayaprakash
that is
Majumdar,
what I'm saying. How a biased
let's be very clear. When you make 1 minute, Priyanka, when you make a statement that this is Muslim area, this is Hindu area, this is communally sensitive, don't go here, don't go that. What are we really talking about? It's our country. We are free to go wherever we want. But I'll come to that in a while from now. But let me just bring in Parimal Kumar. He's been waiting for a long time.
That should be explained to the Chief Minister of West Bengal.
Asauddin Owaisi has now hit out. Now, I'll take that also. I'll take that. But Parimal Kumar, Asauddin Owaisi is now hit out, says that you have completely failed. Forget about the BJP saying, even Asauddin Owaisi is now hitting out. It's saying that you're not being able to even protect the masjids in the state of Bihar. The fact of the matter is that when your state was burning, your chief minister was busy in an iftar party.
See, as far as the question of Bihar is concerned, Bihar is the land of secular people, okay? And this land is known for communal harmony, and this is the land of peace. This gives message at the global level. This is the land of Mahavir and Gautam Buddha, okay? But at the same time, I will say that you see the track record of my honorable chief minister since last 17 years, there was rarely any instance of such type, and this incident is shameful. This is crime against humanity. Whoever is indulged in a matter of investigation, and government is very much concerned about to investigate all this. So, but one important aspect which is objectionable on behalf of a party is BJP is trying to utilize and get political mileage over this inhuman activity. Okay, whether it is responsibility of any political party to instigate the issue, you see it is a matter of investigation. Whoever is indulged, you cannot say without conducting proper investigation whether the person who were indulged in conducting rights were either Muslim or Hindu. I'm not going in detail about this process because this is a matter of investigation. But the way the BJP leaders are putting the fact and trying to mislead the condition, actually you see yesterday one of important MP of BJP, Giriraj Singh, given the statement कि मेरे हिंदू भाई ने कभी तजिया पर पत्थरबाजी नहीं की. What is the meaning of this? Actually, you see, BJP tried to destroy the basic feature of the constitution. They are trying to run the governance on the communal line. Whereas my government Bihar government is known for, actually my chief minister's good governance is based on zero tolerance against transparency and communal. There is no place for communism in the land of Bihar. This is rare.
No, if your chief minister,
and at the same time, I am raising one important. Let me complete. No, you see, when Marisa came here, you know that the situation is not is violent there, and it is the responsibility of every political party to try to maintain and restore the normal condition. But Amit Shah tried to conducted Samrat Ashok Jayanti in Nalanda. Whether it was the legal act at this junction when in third.
How is the Home Minister responsible for it?
I'm giving question. Actually, you see, actually government is responsible. You see,
is it an easy way out? You know, Parimal Kumar, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you. Let me also quickly bring in Deshratan Nigam. Deshratan Nigam, you've heard the two opposition parties nationally, the Trinamool Congress and the JDU. Do you believe somewhere down the line that perhaps it's an easy way of looking at it, that since the BJP is in the opposition in these two states, they're basically trying to create a situation that they are able to go back to the public and say that, look here, that this government is not capable, they cannot run the government. It is only when we are in power that we'll be able to take care of you. And somewhere down the line, there is a pattern that is basically emerging. Every opposition ruled state, there seems to be a law and order situation. And they are saying that the BJP wants to create this. Do you think that this is an easy way out?
Shravan, in fact, if you look at the pattern in West Bengal, look at when the post-poll violence took place and even pre-poll violence, exact argument that the outsiders are involved was put before the West Bengal Kolkata High Court, which was rejected, and the investigation was taken out from the West Bengal government and given to CBI. Severe indiction of West Bengal government had taken place, and then when a chief minister says there are Muslim areas and do not venture into Muslim areas, this was last heard in 1947-46 when the Direct Action Day was called by Muslim League. So remember, that kind of sentiments are being stroked again by the politicians in this country. And that is what is very shocking, and people sitting on this panel are justifying that. There are no Muslim areas, please remember that, and to say that, and there is one,
and that's the key point.
Violence, Maulana Peerzada Nazeemuddin.
That's a key point, Deshratan Nigam.
Let me just finish,
right.
Shravan. Yes, go
Go
on.
ahead, Mr.
Yes, go
Nigam.
on. No, what I'm saying is, Shravan is
Mr. Nigam, just quickly make your point. We are running short of time, that's why.
See, one of the Maulanas in Havda, Maulana Pirzada Nazimuddin Hussain, justified this violence and carnage. That why do you have to go into Muslim areas during this Ramzan? So this is the justification the Maulanas are giving,
So that,
and the appeasement is very
that's a
clear
valid
out
point.
there.
I just want. Okay, just a quick point. 20 seconds each. Priyanka to 20 seconds and Jaiprakash Majumdar 20 seconds. But Jaiprakash Majumdar, this is the question I asked you also. Deshratan Nigam is also asking you, why this Muslim area, Hindu area, not allowed to go here, not allowed to go there? Why would you make that? Because somewhere down the line, you are also setting a wrong precedent by making these kind of statements. A quick point from you, 20 seconds, and 20 seconds, Priyanka.
This is after independence. It has happened many times. I just will give Mr. Nigam one incident he must be remembering. 2020 Northeast Delhi riots, 55 people lost their life. Amit Shah was in charge of the law and order of Delhi, and they have dictated these are the Muslim areas, and no one, including the parliamentarian, cannot go inside that thing. What you are talking, Muslim area, Hindu area, Amit Shah says Hindu area,
Priyanka, Deshratan Nigam, I just want Priyanka to respond. Priyanka, Jaiprakash Majumdar, you made your point. You made your point. Just
so when a chief minister of a state, when a chief minister of a state herself says that during. That's what I'm saying. When the chief minister of a state herself says that, you have to protect the Muslims during Ramzan, and the direct indication is on the Hindus that please protect them. What does that mean? Who's going to protect the Hindus? Because she's standing there. Abhishek Banerjee says that why do you want to do so many rallies on Ram Navami? That is the question which is being asked to the Hindus. A minority minister has been removed from the TMC just because they lose.
Jaiprakash Majumdar, don't do this. We are really running short of time. Okay. Jaiprakash Majumdar, please don't do this. Please don't do this. 1 minute. We can continue with this debate. I'm sorry, I'm really running short of time, so I had to cut you short. Deshratan Nigam, sincere apologies. I couldn't come much to you, but thank you very much, Paribal Kumar, Priyanka Tibrewal, as well as Jaiprakash Majumdar on joining us on the burning question. On the other side, the trending burning question.
Indicted in a hush money case, the former US President Donald Trump in New York ahead of the historic arraignment on hush money. Security increased in New York amidst Trump's surrender. Protesters warn not a playground for your misplaced anger. New York judge rules no video cameras to be allowed in the courtroom when Trump will be making an appearance. One dead, at least 30 injured as a train derails near The Hague. One carriage ended up into field next to the tracks. Massive blaze engulfs a clothing market in Dhaka. No casualties have been reported. South Korean, US and Japanese navies continue anti-submarine drills to boost their coordination against increasing North Korean missile threats.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherraud by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Communal right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
Trending burning question, powered by General Air Conditioners.
Well, hello and welcome, viewers. I am Aishwarya Kapoor and you are watching the trending burning question. And one thing which is trending for sure, and India will make sure that it's not burning, is what China wants. China, this is not for the first time, and I'm sure that this is not for the last time as well, that China wants and has deliberately tried to provoke India. Yes, you are hearing me clear, provoke India. China, twice prior, their different ministries. However they want to name their ministries, it's their case, but they come out with these documents, which they call are their official documents, which they claim in their documents, viewers, and please listen to me very carefully, that territories which lie in the geographical boundaries of India belong to them. Yes, it's not going to be a surprise to most of you, because China has done that twice prior officially. And you know, it's a message. Whenever they have done this prior, they follow it up with military action. At least that has been the pretext. That is what they try to do. But Government of India on both the occasions and even prior to that has conveyed unequivocally that under no circumstance the Government of India is going to accept this stand and the mere attempt of the Chinese government to claim any territory, even an iota of Indian land. But it's the Chinese. It's the Chinese. What else can I say? They like to provoke everyone. Or is provoke a really small word? Is it? Post-COVID, because you see, nothing can be seen separately. The whole strategy of China is very different to any other country in the world. Any other country. It will openly support a terror state like Pakistan and openly protect a terrorist by using their veto power. That's the China. So what are we expecting from them? But the larger question is, how do you control this? India for sure does not want a military solution to this. But is China really pushing us? That's the debate. But first a special report, and then I have two very distinguished guests on the debate today.
Day after China provoked in Arunachal Pradesh by renaming stunt, the the Vadra Congress has come forward to amplify Beijing's point. They have blamed the centre for what they call PM's clean chit to China.
It's a Prime Minister who should answer, and as a head of the country, he should answer. In all capacity, he should answer. And that's why Khargeji has asked that, of course, Prime Minister should come out on it. And of course, Prime Minister's stand has emboldened China.
The BJP hit back at Congress's move of giving clean chit to China.
डोकलाम की घटना हुई, चीन की ओर से अतिक्रमण करने का प्रयास जब हुआ, हमारी सेना के जवानों ने मुंह तोड़ जवाब उसको दिया। लेकिन भारत के बहुत लंबे समय तक जो सत्ता में पार्टी रही, उनका युवराज चीन को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देने की बजाय वो चीन के एम्बेसडर के साथ बैठकर सूप पी रहे थे, चाइनीज खाना खा रहे थे, उनके चाइनीज फंड लेकर अपनी राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को आगे बल देने का काम कर रहे थे।
India outrightly rejected China's claims, asserting that assigning invented names does not alter reality. But then why is Congress taking China on face value? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, that's right. And on the debate, on the trending question, I have Mr. Deepak Vora, former diplomat, senior former IFS officer, and I have Pankaj Sharma on the other side, senior journalist and former media advisor to the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Kamal Nath. Pankaj Sharma and Deepak Vora, welcome. First question to you, Mr. Vora. Mr. Vora, this doesn't come up as a surprise, sir. Namaskar, Mr. Vora. This doesn't come as a surprise. But then how do you tackle China? Because China is openly saying that 2 land areas, 2 residential areas, 5 mountain peaks and 2 rivers which belong to India are theirs. And this is not for the first time. So how do you tackle such a government?
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be on your amazing channel. You yourself are one of our best anchors. So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you and to learn from you. Who trusts China? Nobody. Not even the Chinese people themselves, and I'm talking of communist China. They tried cartographic aggression against India in the 1950s. They tried a military invasion in 1962-2020, economic pressure since the new millennium, psychological force always. There's a very interesting story. If you permit me, I shall share it with you. The 1950s, we told them that their maps wrongly showed a lot of Indian territory as belonging to China. Those were the Bhai days. Those are Kuomintang, the old regime maps. The Communist Party replied, we have not had the time to check them. When they published their maps, even more Indian territory was shown as China's. They are liars, inveterate liars. They blew our trust.
Outrageous.
So, it's very, very clear that they cannot be trusted. Now, what have we done at this point of time? We have responded in 3 ways. First, we've said to the whole world through our statement that this is all bunkum. We don't accept it. Second, we've made it very clear to the Chinese. And third, which is most important, we've told the Chinese that we are very serious about protecting our borders. So our infrastructure is going to develop faster than it is developing anywhere in the country, our infrastructure on the border with China. Because as it is, the world is surprised at the pace of our infrastructure development. Northeast, it's going much faster. Let me also add just one more thing, that China's foreign policy, their ideas are slightly robotic. They are unable to move ahead. They banned a T-shirt made by H&M or some other company saying that, the map of China is incomplete. The fellow said, look, I forgot to put a dot. They said, no, now our 9-dash line is an 8-dash line. All kinds of nonsense. Nobody believes them, not even their own people. Why do they do it? Sir, I would be tempted to say because they are idiots. The military in China tries to be diplomatic. The diplomats in China try to be warriors.
But Mr. Vora, as much as I would want to agree with you, sir, but sir, Mr. Vora, this is not Pakistan. We can't ridicule China. Pakistan can be ridiculed for sure, but China cannot.
Why can't we ridicule China,
but
sir?
But Pankaj Sharma, why will the Congress say, no, I'll come back to you, sir. But Pankaj Sharma, why will the Congress say that it's BJP who's allowing China to do when we are openly daring them by saying we are going to have G20 summit meetings even in Arunachal Pradesh to make a point which Congress never did, that Arunachal was, is and will always be India's integral part, Pankaj Sharma.
Yeah. This rhetoric is going on for years. Every time. This is the third time when they have renamed Arunachal places. And we have issued this, this statement again. But can I make you, Aishwarya ji, and Mr. Deepak Vora ji, can I make you recall what happened 34 years ago? 34 years ago, an Indian Prime Minister visited China. And any Indian Prime Minister was visiting China after a gap of 34 years. So the Prime Minister was Rajiv Gandhi, and this visit was significant, not only because the Indian Prime Minister was reaching Beijing after 34 years. It was a major event because of the prevailing circumstances of that time. Mr. Vora must be recalling. I was very young parliamentary correspondent for Navarat Times those days. That was the time when Arunachal Pradesh was a union territory. A huge demand was there to grant it full statehood. China, of course, was agitating against any such move. And in the meantime, this Samdrong Chu crisis also intensified in Tawang Valley. Do you know what Rajiv Gandhi did a few days before landing in Beijing? He announced full statehood to Arunachal Pradesh and then reached China. This is the difference. Today we are busy with the rhetoric. No one came. And China is renaming our places in Arunachal Pradesh, constructing villages, making roads, bridges in our territory. And China is saying it is his province. It is the southern part of Tibet, and we stare at them helplessly with our paralyzed eyes. So this is the difference. So now they have renamed 11 places. And what are we doing? Our Ministry of External Affairs doing the ritual of, the move. We
what do you want?
Outrightly reject the move by.
Pankaj Sharma, let me be very clear. How do you want? I'll ask this question to you first, and then I'm going back to Mr. Vora. Please tell me, what do you want? Should we declare war on China? Can India, or for that matter, any country in the world?
That's not the point. But
any country. We can't. We have to find a diplomatic way. You know that. That is one thing, Pankaj Sharma, you and me, not only you and me, but even the Congress and the BJP would agree that you cannot have a military solution to this. As much as China may want. A country which is under the question mark, Pankaj, that whether it created COVID would obviously can be expected out of such a country that they would want a military solution to this. But can India, or for that matter any country afford that? No, we don't want that. So how do you tackle this? What's your suggestion? Or what do you perceive should be done? And then I'll take the same question to the diplomat. Yeah.
See, military solution cannot be there. But these stereotype statements will also come. They also can't make any difference. They did it in November 2017 when Dalai Lama visited Arunachal. Then again in December 2021 when China's new land border law came into effect. Now after this G20 meeting, which you are mentioning, this science and technology delegates meeting in Itanagar. Again, they have published a list. And see, on all occasions, our response was ditto, integral part. Arunachal is our integral part. So, these rhetoric, these things also cannot do anything. We should not be seen as a weak country. If Narendra Bhai Modi is such a strong prime minister, he should take up these things with more seriousness.
Deepak Vora, same question. How do you take it? Deepak Vora.
How would I react to this?
Sir.
Well, I heard our senior journalist, whom I respect greatly, saying that we should not be doing ritualistic things. Sir, obviously you know very little about diplomacy. A ritual is very, very important in diplomacy. We keep reasserting our claim and the world ultimately takes notice. Had we kept quiet, the Chinese would say, oh, well, these guys didn't doubt what we have said, therefore this belongs to us. No, sir, that's not what modern diplomacy is all about. I would recommend read Chanakya Neta, in which he says, assert your claims unequivocally. The second thing, sir, which I'd like to say. Obviously, we don't want to fight with China. We would like to resolve our disputes peacefully. Chinese don't want to fight with us, sir. We smashed them in Galwan. We smashed them in Tawang. They are not going to try this again. They are now trying cartographic aggression against us and changing the names of some villages and peaks, etc. in Arunachal Pradesh. It's an old game that they play. Their military pretends to be diplomats. Their diplomats try to be warriors. Both fail miserably, sir. Sir, I wouldn't give too much of credence to what the Chinese are doing. They do it. We do what we have to. We don't have to be reactive all the time. I mean, if you'll forgive me, sir, and may the good Lord forgive me, there is in Isaiah 41 in the Bible, the name of China is Sin, S-I-N, and the people there are called Sinla, the residents of that place. That's probably the most appropriate name for China, for communist China anyway. However, sir, let me just assure you, we are awake, we are alert. You can sleep comfortably because your military and your diplomats know what game the Chinese are playing. Mr. Aishwarya, the Chinese are predictably unpredictable. We know what they're up to.
So they're absolutely not only unpredictable, the strategy they have been following. And ever since post-COVID, Pankaj Sharma, I'll come to you, sir. Specifically, and I'm stressing on COVID. Why? You know why? Because it's coming again. And we all need to be precaution. Precaution is better than cure. And yes, India has been able to find the cure for COVID. But I'm just saying, a country which can go till such extents to create such a havoc around the world, or at least is in question mark, I am saying, they are deliberately doing this, Pankaj Sharma. You, me, Mr. Vora, all will agree for that they are deliberately doing it because they want to prove a point that we will not accept the claim of India. Well, they can do so. We don't care. But at the same point of time, we need to understand that China, with its supremacy over the economy and the trade and the business, is not like Pakistan, Pankaj Sharma, and I'm being very practical about it. We cannot just ridicule China like we do to Pakistan. Words. No. I am not repeating anything. I am saying practically, am I wrong? No, practically, Pankaj Sharma, am I wrong? Can we ridicule China?
No, I'm not.
Can we ridicule China? We can't.
That.
But we have to tackle them in their own way. But you have to say to them, did I counter you when you said, Pankaj, did I counter you when you said that what Rajiv Gandhi did? Because that was the right thing at that point of time. And it took a lot of courage for the Indian Prime Minister then to do that. But I am saying, that's the strategy which is required, that you tell them in their own way. That listen, you can say what you want, but hello, the reality is this. And that's why the diplomat was saying, Deepak Voraji was saying, that it's important. Rituals are also important. You assert and you assert and you assert till the other understands. Pankaj Sharma.
See, rituals are very important, I agree. But my point is that Indian leadership should show some more strength. They should show that they are strong.
What?
I mean, why China is repeating every time all this? Because tell me when Dalai Lama was given.
Please suggest.
When Dalai Lama was given asylum in India, tell me, and he was allowed to establish his government in exile. Do you think it was an easy step taken by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru? And what did we do 5 months back?
No.
We preferred to abstain on the resolution in the United Nations Human Rights Council calling for a debate on the human rights situation in Xinjiang region of China. So taking a stand against injustice should be our motto. When we show these kind of weaknesses, then China will repeatedly do all this. That is my point. Why don't you show some more strength?
No. I am sorry that the BJP leadership, Pankaj Sharma, is not showing the strength the way you would want. Mr. Deepak Vora, that the leadership of the BJP is not having private dinners with the family members of the Chinese envoys. I am sorry that the BJP leadership is not showing the strength by signing some document with the Chinese government, which the Congress did. Congress showed a lot of strength. I agree with you on that part. Yes, they signed a contract. What show of strength? Amazing. They had personal private dinners with family members and with their envoys. Wow, what show of strength. And then you even have parties with the Chinese envoys.
What is our government's stand on Xinjiang?
In third country. Wow, what show of strength. I am saying, no, Pankaj, I respect you, you are a senior general. This kind of show of strength, please understand, the country has seen through the facade. I'll only say this, Pankaj, I'll come back to you, but Deepak Vora first. Deepak Vora, your counter, sir.
So we are not trained to comment on the internal politics of any country. So whether it's this party or that, I shall not respond to that because that's not my bailiwick. However, what I'd like to tell Mr. Sharma, who's a very respected senior journalist, so we know what we are doing. This is not the India of 1962. I lost family in 1962. I was bereaved in 1962. I understand these jokers better than anybody else. Not a word of what they say can be believed. When their foreign minister, the new chap who's come from New York, says, oh, we want to be great buddies with India, we know what's coming. Soon as he says that, we have Tawang happening. When the new fellow says, we are now going to try and improve our relations with India, we have the maps coming. No, sir. We understand them so totally. They haven't got a new playbook. It's the old thing that they keep repeating. It's an old floppy that they keep playing. We are tired of hearing it. However, sir, let me assure you, Mr. Sharma, that we are not being reactive. We are being proactive. We will do what we believe is in our interest. People talk of China's comprehensive national power. Let me assure you, sir, in the India of 2023, we have comprehensive national willpower. And we know that we are destined to succeed in what we are doing. The world respects India today. Just a small example, sir. You know that we are the head of G20. But your Prime Minister says that I'm not just the president of G20. I would like to represent G200. That's all the countries of the world. This is the global image of India. This is the kind of respect that India has, sir. And let me assure you that whatever he tries, this Chinese fellow, he's not going to succeed. He doesn't have a friend in the world, not even Vladimir Putin, sir. That's a marriage of inconvenience. That's not going to last very long. So the issues or the bottom line is, let them do what they want. We will carry on in the direction that we are determined to go, which is the development of our border region. And we're not going to...
Pankaj Sharma, final answer. Pankaj Sharma, final comments. Ending comments, Pankaj Sharma.
See,
ending comments, Pankaj.
Not only me, but the general perception is that, India's foreign policy vis-a-vis China is not that successful. And we are not showing enough strength, which we should, in my opinion. That is what I can say. And this is the general perception.
So what you can say is, that India, irrespective of whatever the view of the Congress party and however you may want to encircle
I'm
the
not
present
expressing
BJP
Congress
government,
party's view.
we all can say today, Pankaj. I know that, and I never said that, Pankaj. I never say that, I know. Whenever I say senior journalist, and after that I add former media advisor to the former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Kamal Nath, who happens to be the senior most Congress leader at present. Right, Pankaj. But my point is the Congress or the BJP, irrespective, every Indian can say that unequivocally in one voice, from me to Deepak Vora to Pankaj Sharma, that every part, every inch of India is ours. Irrespective of whatever China may try to do. China has been trying to play a bully for the longest period of time I can remember, but they have failed. They failed then, they will fail now. Let there be no doubt about it. Thank you, both of you, Mr. Vora and Pankaj, for joining me on this debate. Thank you so much. That's the time I have. Don't go anywhere, viewers. Right after the break, the man himself, Arnab Goswami, on the debate at 9. And yes, he's asking the tough questions today to the West Bengal government, to Mamata Banerjee. Absolutely. When Mamata Banerjee is blaming the BJP, is the state government forgetting that the law and order is still a state subject? Arnab Goswami, right after the break, on the debate tonight. Thank you.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherawed out by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Communal right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
"18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction centre.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at large, but the drug de-addiction center that he was running under the garb of which he was radicalizing the youth has now been shut, and this was the center from where we earlier reported as well, but now it has been closed. All the associates of Amritpal have left this Gurudwara that was in the very near to his native village of Jalupur Kheda, and now this bears a deserted look. This was once used to be the place where Amritpal used to address not only his associates but also those who were coming here, and there are inputs that under the garb of drug de-addiction, Amritpal was running a syndicate of criminals and he was radicalizing them, those who were into the drugs, radicalizing them not only to have the arms training, because several of the videos have emerged where the arms and ammunition training was going on here, but also he was radicalizing them to prepare an army so that he can wage a war. This was what his plan was actually, but the action that was initiated by the Punjab police along with the central agencies is still at large. It has been more than 18 days, and now the drug de-addiction center, the so-called drug de-addiction center he was running, is closed. Or you will find that there are multiple locks that have been put in place. Also all the places where these locks where this place is, that have been locked, completely sealed, and this after the police have told them to clear this area because they had no doctor, they had no license to run this drug deal.
Political face-off over Bengal violence. Mamata blames BJP for Bengal violence. Who is responsible for the violence in Bengal? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है, हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
There's a mail that has been sent to you asking for help. Are you saying that there is no email? Boss, you cannot insult someone.
The biggest actions of the movements of various rank. We've killed the Prime Minister, the Chief Minister, generals of the army. These are all targeted killing.
I am willing to ask you certain questions, sir. Yeah, I have a word, sir. I have a word. You delete everything and then I'm going to... Where is the question of recording, sir? Well, I'll show you, but why did you put your hand in my pocket? Why did you slap my phone? Mr. Waze, why you arrested him? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us from reporting.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
We are standing in the premise of a church right in the middle of Bucha. This is exactly what Ukraine is now calling a genocide that has been committed by the Russian troops.
Everybody has right to self-determine. If I say Punjab is a separate country, I have right to do it.
Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group and Panasonic. Co-powered by IndusInd Bank and Havells Fans.
Good evening and welcome. Yes, the nation wants to know. The nation wants to know why Bengal is burning. Bengal is burning. Mamata Banerjee has declared that the BJP is the chief instigator. If that is the case, I ask, and if Mamata Banerjee does indeed have proof that the BJP is instigating, then why does she not arrest the BJP Bengal chief Shukanta Majumdar or the leader of the opposition and BJP leader Shuvendu Adhikari? And if she does not have the proof, then isn't she admitting her own defeat and inability in handling the situation, and therefore, to avoid blame, make it political? And by the way, where is the state? There are 79,000 plus police officials in Bengal. The state government is very quick to misuse the police to file FIRs on the media, on news channels like Republic, file cases on Republic journalists. But when it comes to harshly implementing law and order, where it needs to be done, where is the police, Mamata Banerjee? Have lawbreakers in Bengal been emboldened to the point where they don't care two hoots about the police and the security machinery? And where is the state intelligence? Do they really not know who the stone pelters are? Are stone pelters so difficult to spot, to identify and to arrest? And where is the minister in charge of law and order, Mamata Banerjee herself? If the governor visits the riot-hit areas, where, we ask, is the chief minister? The nation wants to know. The nation must know. The nation will know on the debate tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, debate one. After another bout of violence in Bengal's Rishra region, the only question is who wants a Bengal fire? Debate number two this evening. I have a clear view. Why glamorize the Mughals? The cruel Mughals, the bigoted Mughals. Why glamorize? And debate number three tonight. Left to China, he would have even claimed, Xi Jinping would even have claimed Los Angeles and Vietnam as Chinese territory. China don't dream. Debate number three. And here are the headlines this Tuesday evening on the debate tonight. Biggest face-off in Bengal over the violence. MHA intervenes, seeks a report from the Bengal government.
We will never allow the miscreants, the hooligans and the goons to take the law into their hands.
Bengal governor visits violence-hit areas. Victims in hospital, tells Republic. Priority is to restore normalcy.
पश्चिम बंगाल के मुख्यमंत्री ये कह देती हैं कि हिंदू इस इलाके में ना जाएं। क्या मुख्यमंत्री ही समाज को बांटने पर आ गई?
Mamata accuses the BJP of stoking violence. The BJP counters Mamata for doing vote bank politics by talking about Muslim areas. Controversy over Mughal history in textbooks. After the NCERT revises the curriculum, why the hue and cry? Republic says don't glamorize the Mughals. And even as the MES sends out a stern message, Vadra Congress takes China for face value and ends up being its publicity machinery once again. And former US President Donald Trump to be arraigned in Manhattan court in the 2016 hush money case. Sometime back, I spoke to the Bengal governor. I'm playing out a clip of that in a couple of minutes. But today's reality in Bengal is that 3 to 4 days on the trot, there has been violence in Bengal. Mamata Banerjee has categorically blamed the BJP. But if that is the case, she must show proof and immediately arrest the BJP top brass in the state. So is the TMC government aware of those behind the riots and not acting, or are they deliberately ascribing political liability where none lies? Ladies and gentlemen, let's debate.
In Bengal, there has been violence on every single day this week. Last night, there was stone pelting and arson in Rishra area of Hooghly. Immediately, there was a political face-off.
What BJP had to say was that these videos were fake. What do we see today? We see that Shumit Sao, the individual who was carrying the pistol, which was shown in the video by TMC, was arrested from Munger, Bihar. He has confessed to the fact that yes, he was carrying this pistol in the BJP procession and that he is a BJP worker. So now what does BJP have to say about this?
Mamata Banerjee koriyeche. Kon dharmer lok pore bolbo. They are the leader of the local leader of the TMC party. এবং এদেরকে instructed by Mamata Banerjee. She is the main culprit of this riot.
While the governor personally visited the violence-hit regions and said he would investigate,
we will never allow the miscreants, the hooligans and the goons to take the law into their hands. The police will come down heavily on them. These dark forces, forces of evil, will be brought to book. We will dare them in the den. People of Bengal have a right for peaceful living.
the BJP claims it is being blocked.
কি বলছেন আপনি লোকের কাছে আবেদন মিডিয়ার মাধ্যমে করতে পারেন স্যার এখান থেকে মিডিয়ার মাধ্যমে করে তো কাজ হচ্ছে না মিডিয়ার মাধ্যমে তো করছি আমরা ওখানে যেতে চাই এই অ্যাম্বুলেন্সে ছাড়াবো
The Bengal Chief Minister squarely blames the BJP for the riots.
বন্দুকধারী ধার্মিকেরা বন্দুক ধরে মানুষের রক্ত নিচ্ছে ঘর জ্বালিয়ে দিচ্ছে এরা হিন্দুও নয় এরা মুসলমানও নয় এরা শিখও নয় এরা খ্রিস্টানও নয় এরা আদিবাসীও নয় এরা তপশিলীও নয় এরা ওবিসিও নয় এরা হচ্ছে বিজেপির গুন্ডা।
वहीं भारत में भी देखूं तो जहां एक और शांति का वातावरण है वहां पर भी रामनामी की शोभा यात्रा पर उसको शांति से नहीं निकलने देते ऐसी घटनाएं भी सामने। जहां भारत के एक हिस्से में पश्चिम बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री ये कह देती हैं कि हिंदू इस इलाके में ना जाएं, तो क्या मुख्यमंत्री ही समाज को बांटने पर आ गई, क्षेत्र को बांटने पर आ गई, अपने आप में चिंता का विषय खड़ा हो जाए।
Who is letting Bengal burn? Let's debate.
Well, the big talking point across the entire country has been the situation in Bengal. What started over Thursday has continued now non-stop. Up till Tuesday, it's been 4 days of violence and intermittent violence. The West Bengal Chief Minister says these are cases of provoked riots. And joining me now is the West Bengal Governor. Governor C.V. Ananda Bose. This morning he had to cut short his presence at the G20 event in Darjeeling to rush back to the Rishra clash site and take stock of the situation himself. as arson and violence continued there, and he went on the ground to get a sense of it himself. Dr. Bose, thank you for speaking to Republic. What do you make of the situation on the ground?
Thank you. The situation is highly deplorable, unfortunate. This is a case where the thugs and the hooligans have taken the law in their hands, where mobocracy is derailing democracy. This is a situation where a few persons, misdirected elements in society, the lumpen elements, they have been able to hold society to ransom. They have been able to deprive the common man of Bengal from the right to live in peace. This has to be contained effectively, proactively, and in a way which will not make others dare to repeat this. We are determined, the state is determined, constitution will be upheld, and this kind of trends where people's peace is disturbed and if we hooligans take the law in their hands and go berserk on the street will end, should end, and this is going to be the final solution to that. People are fed up of tolerating this in Bengal for a long time. An end is here. I say this may perhaps be the beginning of that end.
Do you think the state government has been tough enough? Do you think the full force of the state government, of the state police, has really been used so far as it should have been?
This is an occasion for action, not dissection. I will reserve my comments and my judgment on the state government later. Now the process is on. The government of India and the state government, all the stakeholders, including the political strata, the media, the common man, and the silent majority, we are all together to see that this criminality ends here and now.
The Chief Minister says that the ruling party at the center is provoking riots in Bengal.
I reserve my comments. Now I am into the action. Let the action be over. Then there can be analysis and assessment and judgment can come later.
So you're not ruling anything out for now, Dr. Bose. You're still assessing the situation, but you're not giving anyone a clean chit for now.
I am not ruling anything in either.
Yeah, you're not ruling in or out. Absolutely. Now you went to the SSKM. You went to the SSKM. Oh, yeah, you're saying something. Go on.
Yes, I went to the field because I wanted to hear straight from the horse's mouth, that is from the common man, how he perceives things. And in democracy, it is a perception of the common man that is important. I feel that my role as a governor, the powers of the governor has been given by the Constitution of India. Who framed the Constitution? We the people. We the people gave to ourselves this Constitution. Therefore, my first duty is to the people. My second duty is to the people. My third duty is to the people. I am in the field. I am with the people. I wanted to hear from them. I have heard from them. I have understood their feelings. I have made my own assessment, which I will reveal in the public domain at the appropriate time, in the appropriate manner.
Okay. Biswajit Deb of the Trinamool Congress is the TMC spokesperson versus GVL Narasimha Rao of the BJP national spokesperson, Shotoripa spokesperson of Bengal BJP, Nupur Sharma, editor of Op India, Debashish Chaudhary, political analyst, Nilanjan, Bikram Banerjee, and advocate Waris Pathan of the All India MIM. Now, Biswajit Deb, since the Chief Minister has announced on a public platform that the BJP has organized these, what she calls riots in Bengal, it is the responsibility of the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to immediately, without delay, arrest Shukanta Majumdar, Bengal BJP chief, and also to arrest Shuvendu Adhikari, who she lost the assembly elections to, since according to her, these are the two individuals who are organizing riots in Bengal. Why are you not arresting the BJP leaders?
Mr. Goswami, the nation wants to know, and I would say that the nation must know that this is what has happened. Just let me show you. Just let me show you. This is what has happened. You can see. You can see. You can see this boy who is with a gun. He was in the procession. He was with a pistol in his hand. You can see a pistol in his hand. And who is he? I will come to that. I will come to that. Just see this. Just see this picture. Now who is he? He is a member of the BJP. He is a member of the BJP. And he was there. He was there in the procession on the first day in Howrah where the disturbance took place. He was there in Howrah. You can see him with BJP flags. Just see him with the BJP flags. So there has been answer to your questions. There had been
my question was, Mr. Majumdar. Mr. Majumdar.
I'm coming.
Mr. Majumdar.
Please allow me. Please allow me.
Mr. Majumdar. Sorry, Mr. Deb. I'm sorry, Mr. Deb. I'm Mr. Deb. I'm sorry. Mr. Deb. Mr. Deb.
I will come to that.
Mr. Deb, listen to me, Mr.
I will
Deb.
come to that.
Mr. Deb, Mr. Deb, listen to me. Mr. Deb, allow me.
Arrest has been made
Allow
in
me.
Howrah, and
Allow me.
42 arrests have been made in Risha. So who is doing this violence? Who is instigating this? You have seen. 2
versus 2. I have to open up the debate fast.
Lord Ram say that you brandish sword, you brandish a gun, you brandish a pistol in the name of Ram Navami? It never happened in Bengal.
Okay.
It is BJP who has instigated this.
We'll allow a
And the
rebut,
entire
then I'll open it
provocation
up.
Has come from BJP.
Mr. Deb,
Why did Dilip Ghosh? Why did Dilip Ghosh again?
Mr.
On the
Deb,
second occasion,
one
went
minute.
to Hooghly
One
and
minute.
again organized the procession 4 days after Ram Navami.
Okay.
This is not expected.
Okay.
This we do not expect from a responsible political party.
One
And
minute,
this
one
is
minute,
exactly what they are doing.
just 1 minute.
They are provocating.
Just
they
1 minute.
are provocating, and thereafter they are spreading rumors.
Mr. Deb, 1 minute, GVL, 1 minute. Mr. Deb, this is the third night in a row I will ask the question. For I do not know the answer to this question. Maybe you do, because these are the words of your chief minister. Muslim area. And the nation wants to know, as per your dictionary, Nupur is also on the debate. Nupur Sharma is on the debate. I have started my career in Kolkata. My family is in Kolkata. We run Bengal's biggest news channel, which I am sure you have great affection for. But I am asking you, what is a Muslim area? What is a Muslim area, sir?
Yes, the nation
What is a Muslim area,
and the
sir?
nation must know what has been done.
What is a Muslim area, sir?
By BJP since the last.
But what is a Muslim area,
How
sir?
they are provocating.
In a secular country, what is a Muslim area for defined geographically or demographically with a religion?
Every religion.
What is a Muslim area,
respected
sir?
By Mamta Banerjee. She respects each and every religion. She goes to mandir, she goes to masjid, she goes to church, she goes to Gurudwara. Each and every religion is
What is a
respected by
Muslim
TMC.
area, sir?
And TMC stands for
What is a
temple,
Muslim
masjid
area?
and church.
You are not answering my question.
There is nothing called Muslim area.
But she used the word.
But when there is.
By 1 minute, Nupur is on the debate. Nupur is coming in on the debate. 1 minute, GVL. Shatarupai, Nupur are on the debate. GVL, 1 minute. Nupur first. Nupur and Shatarupai responding to the debate right now.
If you say, sir, if you say there is nothing.
1 minute, Shatarupai. Nupur started already. 1 minute.
If you say that there is nothing called a Muslim area, sir, can you please admit that your party chief and the chief minister of your state was wrong?
He's not even saying that. He's saying, Nupur.
Sir, can you please admit
again
that your party chief and the chief minister of your state was wrong?
This is a wrong
when she
perception
said that Hindus
being
should not go
created
through
by
a Muslim
BJP
area.
And the media. This is a narrative.
Sir, can you
which has been
admit that
created
Mamta
by the
Banerjee
opposition
was wrong?
and the media.
Mr. Dev, you had to listen to his second, madam.
That has been misinterpreted.
Madam, one second.
That
I
has
have a
been
point.
misinterpreted.
Have you not
You see,
heard your
there was a
own
disturbance.
Okay,
There was a disturbance.
Not something that. I am Neta.
Shatarupa is opening up the debate right now. Shatarupa and Mr. Dev.
Entirely your chief minister saying.
Please don't incite violence. Please
There is
don't
no
promote
violence that we
Please do
incited.
not play
It
with
is your
fire.
chief
Please
minister,
do not-
the honorable
please
chief
do not
minister of West
provoke.
Bengal,
Please do
who
not-
has gone
please do
from
not
court
spread
saying
fake
he
news.
was
That
live
is
on
exactly
camera
what Mamata Banerjee
from
said.
your
You want to
venerable
divide the
public
people.
stage.
You want
where
to
she
divide
said
people
that Hindus,
based on
I am
religion,
warning you,
and that
do
is
not
your
go into
politics.
a Muslim
That
area
is your
because
politics.
they are doing
You want
Ramadan.
to- you
They
want to
have
divide
Roja.
people
They
on
are
the basis of
peaceful.
religion.
Your chief
And
minister
that is
said this.
exactly
And
what
you're
I
saying
do.
that your
And
chief
that is
minister
why
didn't say it.
people
Nobody said it.
throw you away from
Why do you
Bengal.
leave-
Vishwajit Dev right now. Mr. Dev.
And that is the reason
Which
why
one do you
Mamata
say?
Banerjee has been elected as the chief minister for the third term.
Okay,
Yeah, so then she is elected. She should be everybody's chief minister, not only the Muslim people's chief minister. Your chief
She
minister
is everybody's chief minister. She has proved it by dint of her work. By dint of her work, she has proved it. And she has proved it by the dint of the development she has done for the last 12 years. For the last 12 years, whatever development she has done, she has proved that it is
But you know-
Mamata Banerjee only that
Sir,
who can develop a particular state. You show me another state
I would
in
like
India
to
which has developed It is not.
I would
we
like
do
to
not-
ask my next
we
question.
do not believe in communal politics.
I would
The
like
NC
to
does
ask
not
my next
believe in
question.
communal
1 minute.
politics.
Can
We do
everybody
not
calm down for a
divide the
moment?
people on the basis
Mr.
of
Dev,
religion.
Mr.
This
Dev,
is not the politics of
Mr. Dev,
of
am I?
TMC.
Mr. Dev, there are only two
We trust
reasons.
and we have faith.
There are
and we
only-
respect
Sir, please
each and
calm
every
down.
religion.
This is
Sir.
not Metia Blues where you're giving a speech. Please calm down. This is
Calm.
a television debate.
Let's everyone calm down.
I like that.
I want to. Mr. Dev is on a very aggressive streak tonight. No problem. Mr. Dev, I don't know. Maybe I'm asking the right questions as usual, which is why you're not liking it. But Mr. Dev, there is a very interesting aspect of the Trinamool Congress government which I would like to share with you. When people put out memes and photoshopped images, or when they put out things on YouTube, or even if you forward a email which contains a cartoon of the chief minister, then immediately people are arrested. Now here in this case, the chief minister of Bengal is saying that the BJP has instigated riots. And I'm saying to you, Mr. Dev, with all seriousness, in the presence of the BJP spokesperson, if that is the case, then the BJP leaders must be arrested. You can't make a statement and not act. You made a public statement that the BJP is instigating riots.
We have
Spilling blood on the streets of Bengal, but you're not arresting the BJP leaders. Why not?
Arrested.
Why aren't you arresting
The
Shukanta
administration
Majumdar?
has already arrested.
Shukanta Majumdar is arrested? Shubhendu Adhikari is arrested?
And 42.
No, you're making a political
42%
point now,
in
sir.
Hooghly. In Hooghly, and the police is investigating.
GVL is on the debate,
Where was the
viewers.
police when the violence was happening, sir? Where was the police when the violence was happening, sir?
During the course
Or
of
do you
investigation,
agree with Mr.
already
Waris Pathan?
39
And are you
42,
implementing what Mr. Waris Pathan said?
Have been arrested.
That 15
Okay, 1 minute, one at a time.
Muslims can overpower 100 crore Hindus. Are you implementing what Mr. Waris Pathan said? That 15 crore Muslim can overpower 100 crore
What did
Hindus?
she say? May I come in now, Varna?
No,
My name
the
is
point
In
is,
Bengal.
Where
in
was the
Bengal,
police when the
I'm sorry
violence
to
was
Now
say-
I
happening?
make my
I'm
point.
sorry to say, madam.
Where was the
In
police
Bengal,
when the violence was happening,
Bengal,
sir?
there is nothing like
now,
that. In Bengal,
why?
Where
we respect
was the
each and every
police
religion.
when the
There is
violence was
communal
happening,
harmony
sir?
in Bengal. All religions
Yes, we've
are
seen a
respected
display of
equally in
harmony.
Bengal.
When your chief minister says that Hindus can't enter Muslim
Sir,
areas, sir.
Yeah, yes,
I would
people
I
of
would like
Bengal
to
are
remind
secular,
you, sir.
but
One
not your
second, sir.
leader.
I would like to
We do
remind
not-
you,
we
sir.
One minute, not everyone together,
We
please.
do not say Hindus
One
and
second,
Muslims.
please let me
That
respond.
is
Okay, Mr. Dev, listen to her.
something-
Mr. Dev, listen to her.
Muslim area.
Mr. Dev, kindly listen to her.
Muslim
Mr. Dev,
area.
listen to her and then respond kindly, plus, sir.
A Muslim
make your
area,
point.
sir, a Muslim area was carved out of Bharat in 1947. It's called Pakistan. If you want to go down this slippery slope, sir, where you say that Hindus should not enter Muslim areas, I would like to remind you that India is 80% Hindu. And tomorrow Hindus can say that no religious procession of any non-Hindu faith must enter any Hindu area, which is the entire Bharat. So I would suggest, sir, you don't instigate Hindus by going down this dangerous path, having the temerity to say that Hindus cannot enter Muslim area. If you want to call an area a Muslim area, Hindus will proudly call Bharat a Hindu Bharat, because a Muslim area was carved out of Bharat in 1947. You have no right to tell Hindus where we can enter and where we can't enter. And it is your responsibility and your police's responsibility to protect Hindus when they are taking out their religious procession. It is your
Okay. One minute. She says tonight, Mr. Dev, 1 minute, Mr. Dev. 1 minute, Nupur, now be quiet, let Mr. Dev respond.
We do not believe in communal politics.
Mr. Dev, she says tonight.
We do not believe in communal politics.
Mr. Dev.
I am again repeating.
Mr. Dev,
Mr. Dev does not believe in communal politics.
Mr. Dev, 1 minute. Nupur, Mr. Dev, you got to be quiet, both of you now.
We have equal respect for each and every religion.
Mr. Dev, I have a very
Muslims, Christians,
Mr. Dev,
they all live in communal harmony.
I have a very good panel, and I have Debashish. Debashish, just hold on.
You keep saying you're talking
rubbish.
1 minute. If you keep saying that you don't play communal politics, sir, because you fail to protect Hindus.
Nupur, 1 minute. Nupur,
it is BJP. I'm sorry to say, it is BJP who believe in the politics
you
of
fail to
divide
protect
and
Hindus.
rule.
You have the police
This
in
is
your
your
hand.
politics.
You have the law and order in your hand.
I have right now with me, Nupur, thank you. I have Debashish and GVL on the left. Shotarupa, 1 minute.
Failed miserably.
1 minute.
I want to say,
1 minute.
I want to say a
Mr.
few
Dev,
things
Mr. Dev,
which are
Mr.
facts
Dev,
about West Bengal.
Debashish Chaudhary, a political analyst from Kolkata, is on the debate right now. Please listen to him, sir, one at a time on this debate tonight. Yes, Debashish.
There are a few facts about West Bengal that the people of country must know. The facts of the matter are, today Calcutta Corporation has a mayor called Firad Hakim, who is on record at saying that parts of Calcutta are mini Pakistan. He is on record. He has said to a foreign delegation, the mayor of Calcutta said that Garden Reach, Metia Buruj are mini Pakistan. Secondly, on Friday and Saturday, when the riots started, riots means uninstigated, malevolent, prepared, planned attack on Hindus. When it started, Mamata Banerjee made the first statement that during Ramzan, Muslims cannot do such a thing. So even before any investigator started, even before the police set to work, even before anybody came to know anything, Mamata Banerjee gave a clean sheet to a particular community, when throughout West Bengal, everybody has seen that with police by their side, they were pelting stones on unarmed religious people taking out a religious procession. In a secular country, Hindus have the same rights as any other community.
Okay, Debashish, I got your point. Debashish, I got your point. To widen the debate, I'm getting Arish Pathan in. Debashish, yeah, I got your point. I got your point.
Mr. Goswami, can I reply?
Yeah, but GVL has not come in yet. Debashish now. Debashish, pull back. I'll have GVL and Shotarup on the left. Thank you, Debashish.
बंगाल में पूजा नहीं होता है. बंगाल में दुर्गा पूजा नहीं होता है. बंगाल में काली पूजा नहीं होता है.
Okay, Debashish is still on.
पूजा नहीं होता है. बंगाल में.
Debashish is back. Debashish is on. I can't hear. Audio's gone.
BJP in 2021 because Bengal is not a place of communal politics.
Okay, 1 minute. Can Shotarup's audio up,
BJP
please.
actually has not been rejected.
I want to respond.
If you think BJP is responsible, I dare TMC to arrest Subhendu Adhikari if you think BJP is responsible.
Why don't you? Yeah, 1 minute. Nupur, keep it at that. Keep it at that. I'm getting a response right now. It's a reasonable question. It's Biswajit Dev. You claim that in a very, very volatile situation, you have found the main perpetrator. GVL on the left, please. You've claimed, the Chief Minister, who is also the Home Minister, has officially claimed, GVL, that the BJP is responsible. On the program, I have the national spokesperson and member of parliament of the BJP, official spokesperson on the program. I have the official spokesperson of the Trinamool. Now, I would request the official spokesperson of the BJP to respond. For if the Chief Minister has said that the BJP is officially responsible, it becomes a bounden duty to arrest the BJP leaders responsible for it. Arrest them. Let the matter go to court.
Arnab,
Let the matter go to court, I say.
It is the Chief Minister who is responsible for
GVL.
it. It is the Chief Minister. It is the Chief Minister who... No, Arnab, it is the Chief Minister who is responsible for it. Bengal is secular, but Trinamool and Mamata are patently communal. She had already foreseen, even before the procession started, possibly there is a conspiracy of which she was aware. Why should anybody dictate on what day a Ram Navami procession should be taken? What if a procession is called 4 days later, a Shobha Yatra? Will the government or the Trinamool Congress dictate when Hindus should celebrate their festivals?
MIM also on the right, yeah.
Why are Hindus in Bengal being treated as second-class citizens? And all the facts should come out, because the High Court today, this evening, Arnab, has called for a report from the state government based on a complaint, based on a petition filed by our leader of the opposition in the State Assembly, Suvendu Adhikari. I think if the Trinamool Congress submits a proper report, if the police submit a fair report, a genuine report, it will become obvious that these riots were instigated against the Hindus who were carrying out procession with an eye on giving bad name to the Hindus and to consolidate a vote bank.
GVL, because on the debate I also have Waris and two panelists have not spoken. Allow me, GVL, allow me.
No, our people have disputed this claim.
What about the visual?
Disputed.
What about the visual which Biswajit Deb showed in the beginning of the program? He said,
yes.
And the visual, I have played the visual.
This is not a BJP Karnataka.
Biswajit Deb thinks that he is the first person to show the visual.
You can play anything.
I have shown the visual for 2 days back. Is that man a BJP worker? Was he sent there with a revolver in his hand by the BJP to instigate the minority population in the area on the occasion of Ram Navami? Let me answer that question tonight. Is he a BJP worker?
It's a complete lie.
Answer Biswajit Deb directly tonight.
Our people have completely...
He's holding up the picture again, viewers. Look at that. He's holding up the picture again on this debate.
No, anybody can hold up.
Of course you can make your point, Waris, 1 minute.
This is the visual.
He says, is that a BJP worker?
With the flag of the BJP.
See, I have been quiet and silent.
No.
May I say something?
I did not interrupt anybody.
Trinamool Congress is capable of doing any drama.
May I say something on
No, I want to get Waris.
We don't believe in drama. We don't believe in fake news. We don't spread fake news.
No.
Whatever has happened.
No, people know everything you do is fakery. Including the injury faked by Mamata Banerjee during the elections. Everything you do is fakery.
I fully agree with you. People know, and that is why Mamata Banerjee has been voted to
you
power
agree
at
that Trinamool Congress indulges in all kind of fakery.
That is the reason. Because Bengal doesn't believe in communal politics.
No, we are just entering Bengal.
They don't believe
we have made a big splash in Bengal. And we are going to win Bengal next time. People of Bengal want to get rid of your communal party.
Christians, Sikhs, all are equal. For us, all are equal.
A question raised earlier on the debate. I wish to go back to it.
Yes, for us too, for everyone.
A question raised earlier on the debate, and Waris Pathan is really angry because he hasn't been allowed to speak. Now, Waris Pathan, the question is not that you've not been allowed to speak. The question could very well be that you have nothing to speak today because you're on the back foot, especially after the earlier point made by Nupur Sharma, where she says it is as much the responsibility of the state government to take care of the majority community as well. She says it is the duty of the Bengal government to protect those who are celebrating a Hindu festival and not see all of them as perpetrators of violence. But on that, Waris Pathan, you will not speak because you are the very same person The very same Waris Pathan who said
it's a duty.
15% will be stronger on 80%.
He will be very. Waris Pathan must be really happy today because he said 15 crore
It
are
is the
enough to
duty
overpower 100 crore
of the
Hindus.
state government to
This is his
maintain
dream
law
come
and
true.
order situation in the respective state, whether
Okay.
it is the BJP
You
government in
explain everyone
Karnataka or
on one.
Mamata Banerjee government in West Bengal. But what we see is that the Mamata government has totally failed in maintaining law and order. If she felt that the procession which was given permission not to enter from a particular area, what prevented her or the police to allow them to go past to that
Why
masjid?
should it not
Why?
enter
What
from
is
a
the
particular
petty?
area?
Go to the masjid, stop there.
Why should it
They
not
play
enter
loud
from a
music.
One minute, sir. One minute. Wait a minute. Let him complete. Debashish, control yourself. Everyone is on the screen. Let him complete, Debashish. Let him complete, Nupur.
The Mamata government has totally failed in preventing violence in West Bengal. Why preventive steps were not taken to ensure that the procession does not pass from a
Why
particular
should the
area? which is a
procession not
sensitive
pass
place?
through any area?
Why did she allow?
Which
First of all,
area?
and the BJP government
Why should the procession not pass through any area, Waris?
What did Amit Shah said yesterday? अगर हमारी सरकार
Okay, we'll audio control this 1 minute.
लटका के मारेंगे.
Let Waris
In
speak loudest right now for a
Idris
minute
Pasha
and
was
then we'll
mob
get
lynched.
announced. Nana,
Idris
just pull
Pasha
back.
was
Waris.
mob lynched merely on the suspicion of cow trading. Will Amit Shah take them and do उल्टा लटका के मारा जाएगा उनको कि नहीं मारा जाएगा? So let me tell you whether the BJP or the Mamata government both have failed in ensuring peace. They have failed in maintaining law and order respectively. That is why what happens every now and then, they go, they stop near the mosque, they shout, they play loud music, try to unruffle the flag of the central flag, and then what happens? They carry revolver.
Who is there? Who is there? Nupur is asking as well. Who is there? They go, they play loud music. Who is there?
Would never do this kind of things.
Who is this Asande going on here?
What the hell are you going to do?
No, what is, who is there? Who is there, Waris?
I am saying Jai Shri Ram. What the hell are you going to do?
1 minute. This point.
The police permission.
1 minute. Nilanjan, what are you saying? Nilanjan is saying, what? Nupur, pull back. You've had your say. Nilanjan, what are you saying to Waris?
They burnt the house.
Nilanjan, Waris, listen to Nilanjan. He's saying something now.
So it's the failure of the BJP.
Nilanjan, go on. Go ahead. Nupur, wait. Nilanjan.
Extremist is going on and on.
Calm down. He's not.
Arnav,
I'm speaking from Sitapur.
Okay.
Arnav, I'm
Go ahead, Nilanjan.
Sitapur, the area is under section 144. Listen to me.
Is it not provocation, Arnav?
Okay,
Listen to me.
Now he wants to say something. Nilanjan is saying something now. Let him speak. Waris.
Out of context.
Waris.
The entire arson at Rishra was created by outsiders brought in from Jharkhand by BJP goons. And you are talking about why the state government has not allowed the rallies to pass. The state government had given permission on Ram Navami Day. Why did they do this rally? Why did Mr. Dilip Ghosh? This lady will not interrupt me. You will not interrupt me. I must be heard in silence.
Shataru, pull back for a minute. Shataru, I'll come to you. And Nilanjan, calm down, yeah. Don't shout so much. Waris, take a break. What's going on now? Okay, we'll go 1 versus 1 now. This debate is going out of control tonight.
There were no outsiders.
The entire arson at Bengal has been created by the BJP with the instructions of their central leadership.
No.
They went to the
It's
Home
not
Minister
correct.
on 27th.
It's not correct.
It is absolutely a
Keep saying
pre-planned
whatever you want to say.
No
to
outsider.
create this ruckus in
On
Bengal
national channel.
and to declare a precedence rule in
Not
the
at all,
state.
not at all.
They want to
You're not
create
telling the
this
truth.
law and order situation.
You're not telling the truth.
This is absolutely
No,
a
you're not telling the
pre-planned,
truth.
attempt by the BJP to create this
No,
ruckus in the state.
it was the
and they will fail every time. They will fail every time. They
Okay,
have been
hasn't
booted out of
spoken yet.
Bengal.
Bikram Banerjee hasn't spoken yet. Let him open his innings. Bikram Banerjee, Debashish, pull back. Bikram.
The main instigation has
Bikram
come from
Banerjee.
the Chief Minister way before. The main instigation has come from the Chief Minister way before the Ram Navami Michil has started. She was going on a deputation and she has directly instigated. And thereafter, the procession when it was going, she has demarcated.
The BJP leaders said on 28th.
Only right now,
How the procession
Bikram.
will go? Where was the police? Where was the police? Each and every day, right from Thursday till today, these things are. Police is totally keeping quiet. The police is totally keeping quiet. The Chief Minister herself has given instigation to do this. The Chief Minister herself has given instigation to do this.
And what proof do you have of that? Bikram, you're a lawyer.
Yes,
You're a lawyer. What legal proof do you have of that?
You are not making a correct
1 minute, 1 minute. Bishwajit, okay. Now listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me, Bikram. Bishwajit wants to respond to you. Can he respond to you, please? He's responding to you. You made a point that he heard you. He's responding to you.
Allow me to make my point.
I'm coming, Waris, 1 minute. Bishwajit
Was it
Dev,
not the response?
a lot of questions being asked about the inaction of the state government and the chief minister in particular that you need to answer for.
Who have provoked? Merely making points, merely making statements, giving speeches.
Action has been taken.
Strong steps.
Action has been taken against the hooligans.
And I am sure that no true Ram Bhakt would ever carry a
the
revolver
entire incident in Howrah and thereafter in Hooghly. Action has been taken against them.
What action has been taken?
Were arrested from Howrah.
What action has been taken?
Had been arrested.
No,
from
sir.
Hooghly.
No, sir.
Why has the chief minister
39% have been arrested.
No. 1 minute.
Had been arrested from.
Okay, here's a question.
81 arrests.
Bishwajit, you'll have to take my questions, please. Bishwajit Dev, it's not one-way traffic. You have to take my questions, please. Bishwajit Dev. Bishwajit Dev, you must take my questions tonight.
And who,
Mr. Dev.
And who created the
Mr. Dev, listen to me. Now, you'll have to listen to me for 1 minute, please, all right? You are saying we took action in Howrah and Hooghly. There has been all this stone pelting, arson, everything. Now, what is there beyond keeping 38 rioters in police custody? If you keep 38 people who have been, quote-unquote, arrested for rioting in Howrah in their custody, why don't you reveal the identity of these people? Who are these people?
81.
No, 81. What are the identities of these people?
Yes.
Identities. Who are these?
What investigation has happened?
Names
right now. Investigation is going on.
Names?
Investigation is going on.
Names?
It is under process.
Why not reveal the names?
Sensitive issue.
So then how could she come to
investigation is going on.
Somebody...
Police is investigating. Of course.
Nupur is on the debate. Nupur and GVL.
Because they will be produced in the court within 24 hours. That is the law.
Going on, sir.
That is
Sir, if investigation is going on, how did you conclude that Hindus instigated?
So you are saying that investigation is going on.
How did you conclude
Sir, you are saying
instigated the violence?
Sir, you are saying on the 1 minute. Just sir, 1 minute. Mr. Dev, listen to me, Mr. Dev. Hello, Mr. Dev.
You are going on. If investigation is going on, sir, how did you conclude that it's either the BJP or the Hindus who instigated the violence? How did Mamata Banerjee conclude that Muslims don't create violence on Ramzan because they are busy doing namaz and iftar? How did she conclude that if the investigation is going on, sir?
We have from the day one.
Where is Pathan? Hindus will take out a procession from wherever we want. Nobody.
Okay, Nupur, now thank you. Nupur, now calm down, Nupur.
They were brandishing swords. They were brandishing weapons. They were brandishing pistols. We have seen that. People of Bengal have seen that. The nation has seen that. That is what we are saying.
Okay, if that is the case,
let the truth come out.
If that is the case, sir, 1 minute, Mr. Dev, 1 minute. Mr. Dev, Nupur, please stop. I'm getting GVL into the debate. Mr. Dev, 1 minute. Mr. Dev, 1 minute, Nupur. Nupur, 1 minute. See, only 2 cases are registered in Howrah despite full-scale arson, vandalism and stone pelting. There is no deterrent action of attaching illegal property of 50 people arrested from Hooghly. Why don't you take the Yogi Adityanath approach and bulldoze the homes of the stone pelters? Why are there screen grabs? You can take screen grabs. There are CCTV right now nowadays, Shotarupa. You can take CCTV, take the pictures of the grabs of the rioters.
It is not being used on the people who are carrying swords
identify
and
their faces.
in their hands.
Unlike the Yogi
Why no bulldozer on them who are carrying
I am asking Biswajit Dev. I am asking GVL.
It's a peaceful procession. Peaceful procession.
Biswajit Dev and GVL, please, not everyone.
We do not believe in encounter politics, and we do not believe in bulldozer politics.
The arrest
law will take its own course.
They are all a part of a political narrative. All these investigations are bogus. She had already made political allegations against BJP and a section of Hindus, and therefore this investigation, so-called investigation, cannot be taken as free and fair at all. So what the Honorable High Court has asked,
A fair investigation must happen, and all those who are responsible, all those who attacked the procession must be booked. And Mamata Banerjee, we will not let her indulge in communal politics and politics of appeasement. And Hindus, as Muslims, have an equal right to perform, to carry out their processions peacefully and through any area in Bengal. Why should there be restriction on any
this is
procession
exactly
going
what
to any area?
happens in Bengal.
Why should
Each
they
and
seek
every
permission
religion,
from anybody?
Hindus and Muslims.
No,
are
sir.
Why should-
respected equally in Bengal.
Sir, I ask you,
Mamata Banerjee
Mr. Deb, Mr. Deb,
and Mamata Banerjee
Mr.
respect
Deb,
Muslims also.
Mr. Deb.
All communities are respected by Mamata Banerjee.
Mr. Deb, can I please counter you completely on that comment?
No, but she has allergy.
You have just said, one minute. No,
Will you apologize for it?
No, I have a very specific question to that.
No, why did she object to Jai Shri Ram chant?
Sir, I
Will
have
the TMC apologize
No,
for it?
it's not even that. Shatarup is on and you will understand the cultural context of this. Mamata Banerjee had said, Mamata Banerjee has said
Yes.
that Bam and Ram have joined their hands against us.
Yes.
Nilanjan, I didn't ask you to endorse it as yes or no. Let me complete what I'm saying.
Okay.
No,
Now, my
I
question is,
know that.
Nilanjan, I didn't even ask you to. I'm not even speaking to you. I'm making a point here tonight. Can I make the point to me? Just don't jump on it, yes. I'm saying 1 minute. 1 minute. I won't allow you to make your point. Bushte bachola kichu. Saying whatever is coming to your mind.
But also
Listen to me now.
Congress. Three
Question is
parties.
this. You listen to me.
Parties
1 minute.
leading away
1
their
minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute.
differences.
1
They have
minute.
joined hands
Nilanjan,
together
stop shouting.
Just to counter TMC.
I ask you, I am a practicing Hindu. Listen to me, Vishwajit Dev. Okay, I am a practicing Hindu. I can also turn around and ask you, how dare you use
So am
the
I.
name?
I am also
Okay,
Hindu.
then listen to me. Then I will ask you, how dare you use the name of a Hindu god to refer to a political party? Bam, I understand. How did you say Bam and Ram? You can say Bam and BJP. Why did you say Bam and Ram? Who is doing communal politics? When you answer my question, did Mamata Banerjee say this, Shatarup, that Bam and Ram have joined hands against us?
Then who is saying?
Would you do with this with any other religion? Who's playing communal politics? Shatarup is on the
I
debate.
just
She
want
has
to say
been
one
abusing
thing.
Hanuman.
There was a line she
She
had
has been
immediately after
abusing
she said
Shatarup.
Hanuman.
Debashish, wait.
She is saying Hanuman with a tail.
No, Shatarup is on the debate. Shatarup. Devashish, please.
that Bam and Ram এক হয়ে গেছে, and then she said এই রাম বিজেপি গুন্ডা রাম, প্রভু রাম নয়, ভগবান রাম নয়. She has gone on record saying this.
I say to you. No, Shatarup. Oh, 1 minute. Okay. Now my question to you is, Vishwajit Dev, can I have 1 versus 1 because it's uncontrollable tonight? Vishwajit Dev, listen. Vishwajit Dev, you must now listen.
Calling Bhagwan Hanuman a monkey.
No, you must now, please. I have not heard of that, so that's your comment, not mine. My question to Waris Pathan is, have you noticed that Waris Pathan is also attacking the Trinamool Congress? Why are you angry with the Trinamool Congress? I thought both of you were on the same side against the BJP. Waris versus only right now, only Waris versus Vishwajit. Yeah.
Waris Pathan wants to be
Waris Pathan, Devashish, please. Waris and Vishwajit. Yeah.
To give anyone to Trinamool.
Waris, go on. What's your problem?
I am asking a simple question.
To Vishwajit, yeah.
Nobody has a right to take law into their own hands. Violence is condemnable.
Yes.
Amit Shah yesterday said कि हमारी सरकार आएगी तो हम उल्टा लटका के मारेंगे. I would like to remind Amit Shah yesterday.
He didn't say हम हमारी नहीं हम उल्टा no. He did not say हम लोगों को उल्टा लटका के मारेंगे. He said हम दंगाइयों को. You be clear about what he said. Don't misquote, Mr. Misquoter.
Did they not kill him?
Mr. Misquoter. Mr. Professional Misquoter. What did he say?
possible in Maharashtra? We have been saying this
How
since
much
long.
will you
Stop.
misquote?
Raja Singh coming from Maharashtra, giving hate speeches. Why was he not stopped? Why was Suresh Chavan not stopped from entering to Maharashtra giving hate speeches? And what was the reason? In Jalgaon, things happened. In Jalna, they entered into a mosque. Maulana was praying Quran. They asked him to chant JSR. He did not say. They cut off this beard. Who's responsible for that? Is the BJP not directly responsible for what happened to the Maulana in Jalna? Now, how many of them been arrested? This could have been prevented had the BJP taken prompt steps to ensure.
Now, what's your question to that TMC spokesperson?
Yeah, does not try to create a vicious atmosphere of Maharashtra. TMC Mamata Banerjee has totally failed in maintaining law and order situation. Why no preventive steps were taken to ensure that they are not allowed to carry revolvers, swords? If they see they are carrying swords and revolvers, why did the police not detain them? They were not detained. That is the reason why the violence is enough. You have to take steps to ensure the safety of the It is in your hand to maintain law and order.
How to run the administration. We will not learn how to run the administration from Mr. Patan or his party. We very well know, Mamata Banerjee knows very well how to run the administration, and that is what she is doing since the last 12 years. You are a B team. You are a B team of BJP. You are a B team of BJP. Your party is a B team of BJP. Everywhere you go only to divide the votes. You go only to divide the anti-BJP votes. That is what you do. You are a big team of BJP, and we will not learn how to run the administration from you. Mamata Banerjee knows very well how to run the administration. That is what she has been doing since the last 12 years. Your party has failed miserably in Bengal. Your party came here to divide the anti-BJP votes. But you have failed miserably. Don't forget that. Your leader came here.
You come into play only after things are burned, shops are burned, shops are looted. Then only you enter into the fray. And then you blame us. Then you call us B team, C team, D team. You may call us from A to Z team, but we speak the truth and nothing but the truth. We follow the constitution. We live in democracy. I have a right to criticize the government if they have failed in maintaining law and order. Whether it is Mamata Banerjee or whether it is BJP.
Last 30 seconds.
I have a right to answer them. Because we have lost so many.
One minute. Team of BJP. And everybody knows.
Why no preventive steps? Were you slipping when you came to know that certain elements have come from outside to create this kind of thing? You should have taken preventive steps to ensure the safety.
Just one point.
You should have taken
Bikram, last 20 seconds. Each and every year,
If the police had not taken any action, then it would have led to a riot.
Police has not taken any action. Police has not taken any action. Why? The police is keeping quiet. Why? Why the police is keeping quiet? The Home Secretary is sitting tight. The Commissioner of Police is sitting tight. The Director General of Police is sitting tight.
Has instigated. Who told you?
Instigation is coming from
I would say one thing at the very end. If I may be allowed one line. That if there is instigation, then arrest the instigators. Don't make empty statements. Mr. Deb, if you have proof, then arrest people under the Arms Act. Arrest them. Don't make political statements.
We are already doing. Don't worry. Mamata Banerjee knows how to curb with a strong hand. That is very well known to Mamata Banerjee.
Okay, we are keeping a close watch.
How to curb this violence with a strong hand.
We are keeping a close watch on that. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining me on that debate. And ladies and gentlemen, what a debate that is. And on the other side tonight, as there's an ongoing debate on how Mughals and their role in Indian history is being diminished, I have a straightforward question. Who's trying to glamorize the Mughals, the cruel Mughals, the brutal Mughals, the intolerant Mughals? Who's trying to glamorize them as the icons of pseudo-secularism? On the other side, the big debate. Can't miss this one. I'm back in a few minutes.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherawed by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Communal right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
"18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction centre.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at large, but the drug de-addiction center that he was running under the garb of which he was radicalizing the youth has now been shut, and this was the center from where we earlier reported as well, but now it has been closed. All the associates of Amritpal have left this Gurudwara that was in the very near to his native village of.
Big controversy over Mughal history. Larger debate after NCERT syllabus rejig. Republic asks, why glamorize Mughals? Debate at 10 p.m.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherawed by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Communal right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction centre.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 10. Powered by Panasonic. Co-powered by IndusInd Bank.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And it's time now for your favorite section, the nation's sharpest opinion. And tonight my opinion is on this desperate attempt at continuing to glamorize the Mughals. Now, there is this ongoing debate which I'm very amused about. It's been going on for the last few days, saying, oh my God, what's going to happen? Our young, our youth, our school-going children, none of them are going to know anymore how great, how magnificent, how wonderful, how nationalistic, how amazing, how thought-provoking, how secular, how accommodating the Mughals have been. Viewers, in this country there has been an obsession among one section about the Mughals. It's as if anything that has happened in India is because of the Mughals. It's as if the origin of anything great, anything wonderful, anything civilizational, anything architectural, anything literary is because of the Mughals. Indian history, according to these people, which actually dates back 75,000 years, is limited to some 200 to 300 years of Mughal history. Mughals, according to this group, are like the pharaohs of India, the source of eternal Indian civilization. And please don't be amused. This is the same group of sellouts. According to them, there are only two dynasties who have ever contributed to the history of this country. One, the Mughals, and the second, the Vadra Gandhis. Ladies and gentlemen, they face an existential crisis today with the Vadra Gandhis facing one of their own, and now they are saying, at least let us hold on to the crumbs of the past. And to them I have a few questions for tonight to start them thinking. Question number one. People say NCERT textbooks won't have Mughals. I ask, why did the NCERT textbook for class 7 have nearly 10 pages of a full-fledged chapter on the Mughals, where the INA and Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's struggle against the British was given just a space of one paragraph? What is this Romila Thaparization of history, I ask? Second question. Why did the NCERT class 12 book have chapters spanning 29 pages on how the Mughals administered India so beautifully, while there are no chapters on the Sikh Empire's brave exploits, with no details of how their court administrations ran? Sikh history is but a blur. Mughal history is essential. My third question, ladies and gentlemen. Why should the NCERT have huge experts from Aine Akbari, the Badshah Nama, the Babar Nama, recording how Mughals saw their Indian subjects, how grand and generous the Mughals were for the native Indians? And why was there absolutely almost zero mention of Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev, who died for their country? Viewers, the fact of the matter is there are some people who've been trying to make the Mughals into the pharaohs of India, the film stars of Indian history. Not one mention of everything that was done by the Mughals that was communal, barbaric, intolerant. And finally, there is one last point I want to add. They say there is not enough of the Vadra Gandhis. The same people also say we can't have enough of the Mughals. We want more of the Mughals. We want more of the Vadra Gandhis. We want more places named after the Mughals. 704 government schemes, 400 government schemes named after members of the Vadra Gandhi family, ladies and gentlemen, and 706 places named after the Mughals. Akbar Road, Aurangzeb Road, Humayun Road. It's incredible. And hence, I would like to simply say, put things in perspective. The Mughals are very limited in their contribution to the greatness of this country. We are not removing them, but we need to rationalize them. I would go one step further. We need to rationalize a lot of the others as well. This should only be the beginning. Let's debate.
Speculation about removing Mughal history from textbooks in Uttar Pradesh sparked immediate controversy. The Samajwadi Party came out in fierce support of the Mughal legacy.
मुगलों ने तो सब यहाँ किले बनवाए, ताजमहल फलानी और बहुत सी चीज़ें बनवाई, तो वो सब इस मुल्क के लिए छोड़ गए. तो वो हमारे मुल्क के लिए किया उन्होंने. उनके इतिहास में इस किस्म की कोई बात नहीं मिलती हमें. और इस किस्म का इतिहास को निकाल देना उस सबक में से, उस किताब में से, ये घटिया बात है, ये मुनासिब नहीं है.
The AIMIM is raising the issue.
कि यहाँ पर मोदी सरकार एनसीईआरटी से मुगलों की तारीख को मिटाया जा रहा है और चीन हमारी प्रेजेंट को मिटा रहा है.
The AIUDF accused BJP of distorting history.
Ministers, they try to give false information to the people of India regarding history, and they are trying to manipulate Indian history, and they try to destroy all the glorious destinies in India.
Turns out there is no elimination of Mughal history.
12th की किताब से मुगलों को हटाया गलत है. कोविड-19 की वजह से सब जगह बच्चों के ऊपर प्रेशर था कि कैसे वो अपनी इतने कम समय में पढ़ाई करेंगे. इसके लिए पूरे देश और समाज से ये महसूस किया गया कि बच्चों का वर्क कंटेंट लोड कुछ टेक्स्ट बुक का कम करना चाहिए. उसके लिए रेशनलाइजेशन का प्रोसेस होता है. ये जो लोग डिबेट कर रहे हैं ये अननेसेसरी है, गैर वाजिब है, इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है. और जो नहीं जानते हैं वो किताब देख लें, इराटा देख लें पिछले साल का, एनसीईआरटी की टेक्स्ट बुक जो हमारी वेबसाइट पे अपलोडेड है उसको देख लें.
But can there be selective glamorization of the Mughals without talking of the atrocities inflicted?
एक और धार्मिक कट्टरता और उस कट्टरता में अंधी इतनी बड़ी मुगल सल्तनत, दूसरी ओर ज्ञान और तपस्या में तपे हुए हमारे गुरु, भारत के प्राचीन मानवीय मूल्यों को जीने वाली परंपरा, एक और आतंक की पराकाष्ठा, तो दूसरी ओर अध्यात्म का शीर्ष, एक और मजहबी उन्माद, तो दूसरी ओर सब में ईश्वर देखने वाली उदारता, और इस सब के बीच एक और लाखों की फौज, और दूसरी ओर अकेले होकर भी निडर खड़े गुरु के वीर साहबजादे.
Can a 75,000-year history of India be defined by 3 Mughal-ruled centuries, while the Pandyan Empire, the Ahom dynasty and the Indus Valley civilization be conveniently blacked out? History must include all vectors of reality. Let's debate.
First question. Abhijit Chawda, my question is to you, historian Abhijit Chawda. There has been this obsession after Babur, 61 places named after Babur. if you look about it, this is too much. It's the Mughals oozing out of every damn thing, every book, every place. Don't we need to really bring them down to where they really belong? I mean, you know, is there anything wrong putting things in perspective now?
There is nothing wrong with putting anything in perspective. You know, our national motto is Satyamev Jayate, and yet the education system goes against that. It's one of the worst atrocities that's been perpetrated on the people of India. Our history textbooks teach blatantly distorted history. They glamorize certain people and certain dynasties and completely ignore everybody else. And the objective is to systematically brainwash and socially engineer and gaslight an entire civilization and make us worship false heroes. So, for instance, we have, you spoke about Babur and Humayun and all that. Akbar. We are taught that Akbar was a great hero. He was Akbar the Great. And we are not taught that what he did in Chittorgarh. He killed 30,000 men, women and children, innocent people, and enslaved God knows how many more. How can that person be a hero? He was a beast. What about Aurangzeb? New York Times tells us that he killed at least 6 million people. The truth is he must have killed many more. So we are selectively taught the false history about some people. The Mughals and the Delhi Sultanate, etc., are glamorized greatly, and we are not taught the 10,000-year plus true history of India. The greatness of the Saraswati Sindhu era of our history, the Mauryan dynasty, the Kushan dynasty, Gupta, Karkota, Chera, Pandya, Chola, the Ahom dynasty, the Marathas, the great Marathas who defeated the Mughals and freed India. We are taught nothing about any of this. So what we need is factual history. We need to really know what happened, the truth about India. Not just, I mean, like you said, 30, 40 pages focusing on the Mughals and another 50 pages focusing on the British occupiers of India who totally destroyed India. So it makes India's children worship false heroes, and they grow up with this great sense of, that we are nothing, and a great inferiority complex. And that's what's been perpetrated on India since 1947. The purpose of teaching history is to understand why we face the challenges we do today, and to understand what went wrong. And it is about learning and heeding the lessons of history. Yeah. We have to understand that history is cyclical. We have to go forward into the future better prepared. So we need to be taught the right history, and that's the thing
I in fact believe, Karan and Ratan Sharda, I believe that we must give space to the Mughals, because people must know about the Mughals. Yes. They must know about the massacre and forced conversions and rapes carried out by the Mughal army, how Hindu women were subjected to slavery, how massacres happened at will, how Aurangzeb had 2 sons of Guru Gobind killed, suffocated to death, put in a brick and burnt alive, and I think people should know the reality about Mughals, how Guru Tegh Bahadur was put to death, how he had to watch his followers being cut into pieces, how the Mughals would boil and fry their opponents. I think the truth about Mughals must be made public in this country, because this Romila Thaparization of Indian history is insanity. We must know about how the Mughals destroyed Kashi Vishwanath, and anyone who did not pay jizya tax was trampled with elephants. How an entire colony in Hooghly was burnt, and how women and children were thrown into the sea. We must know the truth about the Mughals, I say. Give all of these things space. Tala Amir Rashidi. Yes, Mr. Rashidi, what am I lying? What is not true? Karan, let him speak. What is it? What did I say which is not true?
Can you prove them with evidence apart from rhetorics and false and lies, and the preset propaganda?
Baba, read Mughal history written by... Read their own account.
Written by WhatsApp University,
What have you read?
Mughal history from the WhatsApp University. I have these 2 professors sitting here qualified from the WhatsApp University of BJP and RSS.
You have not seen the history.
You
have not seen the history letter of Mughals' own historians, where they clamor.
Okay, 1 minute. Not everybody together. Not everybody together. For Tala Amir Rashidi. For Tala Amir Rashidi. For Tala Amir Rashidi. Mr. Rashidi, I am not a person who does not accept a challenge. I have accepted your challenge. You are saying I am from WhatsApp University.
Why don't you talk
I am not from
why
WhatsApp
don't you talk
University.
about Ashoka
I have
the
gone to
Great,
3 very
who
good
is
universities,
who is
but I haven't
said
been
be
to
the
WhatsApp
second
University.
1,000
Though I
people.
think you've done your doctorate from there, or maybe an MPhil right now. Now my question to you is this. Since I am wrong, Ratan Sharda, I would like Tala Amir Rashidi to tell me that when the brave Guru Tegh Bahadur was publicly executed, why was he publicly executed?
And his 3 disciples also.
And is it true that he was publicly executed because Guru Tegh Bahadur stood up to Aurangzeb and said, your policy of religious persecution of Hindus cannot be accepted? He stood up for the rights of the Hindu community, and because he did not allow his followers or himself, there was no question of conversion. So he was put in a cage and he was made to watch his followers, one cut into pieces, another thrown into a cauldron of boiling water. Is this true or not? And can you tell me, Tala Amir Rashidi, ये किस NCERT की किताब में इसका वर्णन है?
Please go and ask the education ministry. The other thing is that why are you so obsessed with Mughals, Arnab? Arnab, why are you so obsessed with Mughals? What does that
now see, he changes the. I am obsessed. I am obsessed.
Why do you
I am obsessed.
Okay.
Why
You're obsessed.
He's upset. Can we tell him something?
To create a fake history now? Why
Okay,
are you
let us
talking
say.
about fake history without any evidences, without any quotes, without any references? Your questions
How do you know there is no
are
How do you know there is no reference?
Without any quotes,
How
without
do you know any reference?
evidences.
Please
How
tell
can
me
you question
where
that?
is without reference.
Where
there are books and books written by Muslim historians themselves. मुझे ये बताइए, संभाजी was killed alive.
1 minute. Tala, on the right we have 2 verses.
Just a moment.
Wait, 1 minute. Let Ratan Sharda speak.
Yeah. Will he also say that Shivaji's brave son Sambhaji, his eyes were blinded by hot rods and then he was skinned alive? He was tortured for 30 days before he was finally killed. He will deny that also. He will deny that the population of Hindus actually went down by 80 million during Mughal Empire. Will he say that we are proud that Bakhtiarpur existed, where Bakhtiar actually destroyed entire Nalanda? Should he celebrate that? We are the only people who celebrate invaders. And let me ask you, Mughals are so great, why you don't find any big building? Just a moment, yaar. Why you don't find
please don't cherry pick.
buildings?
Please stop cherry picking and
in Afghanistan, in Uzbekistan, why there are no great buildings there? What have you done to that? Oh, so religious violence is valid because it is Muslim. So religious violence is fine because it is Muslim. So killing people
I think that all I am asking for
conversion is fine.
all I am asking for is a true history of the country to be written. And Karan is on the debate. Sandeep is on the debate. I want all bias and prejudice to be removed from the writing of our history. And I want us as a people. Karan.
I want to make a point, Arnab.
Karan, go on.
Arnab, I want to make a point, please. Arnab, they have not even hidden this. They have, in fact, these Mughals, these shameless Mughals, they have worn it as a badge of honor in their own writings. Read Fateh-e-Nama Chittor, where Akbar writes that today I have become a slayer of the infidels. I assume the title of Ghazi. He has written it and worn it as a badge of honor. Read Tuzuke Babari, Babar Nama, where he celebrates the desecration of temples. Read Aurangzeb's Masir-e Alamgiri, where he tells how he gave an order for the destruction of Kashi Vishwanath. Truth is, Arnab, read Udupi, read what Mahmud Ghazni's autobiography says. all these barbarians and invaders. It is a sad reality, Arnab, that we have debased ourselves. We have celebrated our humiliation, and it's time that ends. We need to celebrate our real heroes. We need to celebrate Lachit Borphukan. How many people know about Lachit Borphukan? How many people know about Rani Chinnamma? It's high time we ended this mess that
since
was
you say
created
that,
by these historians.
Since you say that, the other question I have to ask, and I believe that when you write about history, the aspect of religion is always there. How can we talk about history without religion? Religion is always there. You can't talk about the history of Europe without talking about Calvinism. You can't talk about what happened there. But at the same time, you have to talk about the history of the Vatican, about the Protestants, about the Anglo-Saxon church. You'll have to talk about religion. But my concern is, somewhere any non-Mughal or non-Muslim rulers of India,
not Anglo-Saxons,
or Hindu rulers of India, somewhere they have been made into a cameo, a side show. And you mentioned Lachit Borphukan. By the way, I'm from Assam, the Ahom dynasty.
Yes,
ruled
absolutely.
for 600 years.
Sure.
From about 1200 to 1820, 1830. Where is the reference? Acha, why you don't like any Hindu text, so you don't like Arthashastra also? So you want to destroy the intellectual history of Hinduism? You don't want to talk about any of the Hindu rulers of South India?
Want to talk about Dara Shikoh.
Why are Hindu rulers bad? Why? Tell me, Monojit, tell me, Vivek, are Hindu rulers not to be spoken about?
Who is saying that?
Yeah, of course.
I'm saying that.
Hindu rulers should be spoken about.
200 years
No one
of
is
British
denying
rule.
from that.
No, but why is there an overlooking?
So you want to celebrate, Robert Clive, Lord Curzon, all those British rulers for 200 years? Why are you forgetting that 200 years of British rule? If you want to gloss over the Mughal dynasty, Mughal empire, you need to gloss over the history of the British rule for 200 years, because
nobody glamorizes the British.
More people than
nobody
the Muslims.
glamorizes the British.
Millions of people. Please learn your history first.
Don't glamorize the British. Nobody glamorizes them.
Okay, Karan, wait a minute. Karan, wait.
What is this?
Nothing is going on. We are having a very good discussion.
You don't need to shout.
Yeah.
Listen to me.
We'll bring
if you have Aurangzeb, a tyrant ruler, you also had someone like Said Mir Ali, who fought the British and became a Shaheed, better known as Sitapur in this part of the country. You also had Sirajuddaulah, the last independent ruler of Bengal, who fought the British and was a martyr. You also had Mir Kashif.
And Sandeep.
So you cannot be selective in your approach to history, right? If you need to know the history, it has to be a comprehensive reading of history. And the same breath, you are completely glossing over the British, who butchered millions of India, created mayhem in this country.
Sorry,
Ever
but
since they came to India and they started ruling India from 1757.
I think that's wrong.
You cannot do that.
I think that's wrong.
If he are reading history,
no,
even if
I'll
it's
tell
shameful
you.
history must be read as they are.
No.
Not the way you want to do.
No, I'll tell you.
You also want to gloss over Tagore. Tagore is even excluded from NCERT textbook. We do not want to learn any lesson from BJP when it comes to.
Okay, let's deal with the Mughals for today.
They're excluding even Tagore. On the other hand, Prime Minister is so much concerned about Tagore. Everywhere he is, imitating Tagore.
Okay, tell me one thing. Tell me one thing. Okay, let me ask her. You see,
Mr. Prime Minister is imbibing.
I understand.
On the other hand,
okay, 1 minute.
You are excluding Tagore from NCERT. Who are these jokers sitting in NCERT? They do not understand the value of Tagore.
Yeah, they must learn history from you, Monojit. Everybody must learn it from you.
But who is this joker who was sitting in the NCERT? And yes, Prime Minister is celebrating Tagore. At least there are 3 Tagore exponents in Prime Minister's office. I know one of them. and the NCERT textbook is excluding Tagore from their syllabus. What kind of hypocrisy is this? So by the same breath, you also want to gloss over the entire stretch of Mughal period and the Mughal rule.
I don't want to gloss over. 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 Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Celebrating British rule.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me.
British rule.
Listen to me. Listen to me. See, you don't. You know there is a phrase in English, Sandeep. More loyal than the king. Today, I find that both Monojit as well as Tala Amir Rashidi are more loyal to the Mughals than the Mughals themselves would have been. You see, in the coins of the Mughals, in the Mughal coins it was written, in the Mughal coins it was written, Jalaluddin Muhammad Babar Ghazi King. He was not called Akbar the Great, Akbar the Great, Akbar the Great. How come in our history it is only Akbar the Great? It's not Samudragupta the Great, not Chandragupta the Great, it is only Akbar the Great. As if the only great was Akbar.
Why is the Ashoka the great?
Why is that suffix? Why is that suffix added only? Yeah, why is that suffix added only to Akbar?
Why is the suffix added only to Ashoka?
Correct
Why
it.
is Ashoka the great?
Correct it. Correct it.
Why is Ashoka the great?
Correct it. Correct it.
Why is Ashoka the great?
One historian does not have the right to add that suffix or prefix to any particular king. Be factual. Be factual. That's what I'm saying. Sandeep.
It's not often that I agree with
Sandeep.
Monojit, but I agree with him in this point.
Vivek.
That why, leave aside the Mughal, but why not restore to the rightful place, since he's talking of Bengal and I belong to Bengal. The Bengal, the greats of Bengal, why don't we restore them to their rightful place? How many Bengalis today really know about the contribution of the great Bengal, forget Siraj-ud-Dawla, but about the great Bengali the rulers from Bengal or the anybody, including what he is talking, whether it's called Tagore. Today about the great Bengalis, apart from D.N. Roy, after that nobody has spoken about the great Bengalis who've gone across the world
Audio is not clear, Sandeep. Audio is not clear. I take that. I take that.
If the Mughals were so much against the Hindus and they were killing the non-Muslims, why did Jodhabai marry Akbar?
That's such a silly question. Okay, I'll let Abhijit answer that. It's take the silliest point of the day. It's just unbelievable that anybody says something like that. If Muslims were against Hindus,
when the Turks conquered,
we'll let Abhijit answer that. Abhijit has answered. Abhijit and Rashid.
When the Turks conquered Anatolia, why did so many Greek women have to marry the Turks?
Let one versus one, please. Abhijit is answering you, please. Though that's really funny.
In his life, she had a very huge impact. She played a very.
All right, that's wonderful. That's great to know. Thank you very much. The question is, when the Turks conquered Anatolia, why did so many Greek women have to marry the Turks? Did they do it so willingly? Do you even understand?
No, you want to discuss the history of
Turkey. What we need to have is we need to certainly focus on the past 1,000 years. There is no point glossing over Mughal history, the Turco-Mughal history. We need to seriously focus on this and focus on the past 1,000 years of humiliation, the millennium of humiliation that India has gone through. We are only now emerging from that. So we need to examine the Turco-Mughal history of India in great detail and bring out all of their wonderful achievements, the massacres they did, the population of India that came down significantly. If the population of India came down by 80 million, despite so many births happening, imagine how many people actually died. The worst genocide in human history happened in India, and not a single historian writes about this. It's high time we focus on these things, because we need to understand and know what really happened, what went wrong, and what these wonderful Turco-Mughals did to India. Only then will we be able to emerge out of this slavery mindset that many of us still labor under. So we need to focus on that.
Well, can you explain the phrase Turco-Mughals?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that phrase Turco-Mughals, Abhijit, as a historian?
Yes, they are the Turco-Mughals. I mean, we call them the Mughals, which it comes from the word Mongols, but they were actually Turkic in origin. They were not Mongols. The Mongols under Genghis Khan never wanted to invade India. Genghis Khan was on India's doorstep and he went back. It is the Turks that invaded India. The Delhi Sultanate was a Turkic dynasty, the Turkic sequence of dynasties. And Babur himself was a Turk. He came from Fergana Valley. He came from Andijan. And his son Humayun was a Turk. And later, obviously, they married Indian women. But you know what? DNA doesn't make you Indian. It is culture that makes you Indian. And this is something we have to understand. So yeah, sure, they may have forced certain Rajput lineages to give their daughters in marriage under coercion, under the threat of death, and their sons were half Rajput or whatever. That doesn't make them Indian. So we have to understand these things. We have to examine these things in great detail with proper clarity. And then we will see the true history of India. There is no question of glossing over the Mughals. There is no question of glossing over the Mughals. We need to be factual. We need to do proper justice to these Mughals. Okay, to those who we call the Mughals.
Why did Babur
There's no question of glossing anything over. And sir, please, I can speak louder than you. Please don't try to disturb in this manner. I did not interrupt you when you were speaking.
Turkey, I don't understand. Who is this historian?
Babur was from Uzbekistan, from Fergana Valley. What are you talking about, sir? What are you talking about? Turkey? I say Babur was from Turkey. I am giving a comparison of what happened in Turkey, which is very similar to what happened in India. Understand this. That's how it's done academically. I'm comparing two separate events, which were very similar.
So then why was saying that Babur came from
was
Turkey?
Not a Turk. Babur was
talking
a Turk,
about
but he was...
Turkish people butchering the Greeks. That they do you know the history of that? Greek civilization. And when Alexander came to India, that was okay.
Oh, I need to learn it from you.
Talking about Alexander coming to India and butchering Indians.
What are you talking about? You are trying to divert from the topic, sir. Focus on the Turks, the Mughals. That's what we are talking about. Okay, and I offered a parallel.
You are
the same people. What they did in Greece.
One particular
Don't be touchy.
History. If you talk
Excuse
about
me, sir. We are looking at things factually over here. And facts don't care about anybody's feelings. Facts don't care about anyone's feelings. Facts are facts. We have to examine them dispassionately.
Why are you leaving out the Britishers?
That's all.
Why are you leaving out the Britishers? Because you are speaking the language of the British. That's why.
What are you talking about? Monojit, I don't know what you're saying. Monojit, you got angry. Monojit, you get angry. You get angry when these facts are put up.
Our country, $9 trillion.
What?
The British, yes. They were all invaders, starting from the Greeks to the Britishers, including the Mughals.
Yes, so.
But you are on
under the
political benefit.
Okay, Abhijit, I got limited time. Vivek, you've not said anything. Has this debate been very educative for you, Vivek? Vivek hasn't said anything. I think he's enjoyed the debate a lot. Would you like to counter anything? Do you agree?
The maximum damage to this country was done by the Britishers, not by the Mughals.
Yeah, and about whom there is more than enough in our history books. One paragraph on each viceroy. What he ate, what kind of food he liked, what kind of clothes he wore. That's the kind of rubbish our children, including you and I, in the past have grown up reading.
Speaking the language because they are
Arnab, the image we have of Salim is that affable prince.
Please read the history.
Salim the affable prince.
Barbaric people under the
Akbar the Great.
He burnt alive Guru Arjan Dev. People need to know Salim as the man who burnt Guru Arjan Dev alive, rather than that affable prince with a feather in his hand.
This country and left. The Mughals at least.
Monojit is so rattled. His love for Mughals is so intense that he's rattled. He's almost having a meltdown on your show, Arnab. He's almost having a meltdown on his show.
Rashidi and Vivek.
This country and left.
People are loving the debate.
$9 trillion.
People are loving the debate, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to have a part 2. Vivek, would you like to say something before I close?
You do not know anything about that. The Britishers.
Yes, Arnab, thank you.
You know a lot about
Yes, Mr. Mandal, yeah.
Monojit, you know a lot
Just give me
about
20
Mughals.
seconds.
We'll give you the first prize.
You got 20 seconds. Go for it, please.
Just give me 20 seconds.
Side of Akbar against Maharana Pratap in the battle
Yes. I agree to you, Arnab, that there's no need to glorify the Mughals.
Thank you.
But let me tell you, we are talking about the NCR. We are talking about the NCRT today. But Mr. Mandal, let me speak out. Arnab, you should know, the panelists should know, and the viewers should also know. There's chapters like Ram ki Shakti Puja has been exempted and deleted from the NCERT book. It was written by Suryakant Tripathi Nirala, one of the greatest poets of India. We talk about Mughals, there is no need to glorify. Why this chapter has been removed? Can anyone tell me? Arnab, do you know why Ram ki Shakti Puja has been exempted and deleted from the NCERT book? Who is going to answer that? Can anyone answer from the panel, including you, Arnab? A man called Suryakant Tripathi Nirala, his chapters have been removed.
What
Why?
does it have to do
That
with
is my
the
question.
Mughals?
This is highly objectionable and shameful.
You know, Arnab, they are so rattled.
I
with their
said
love
there
for
is
the
no need to
Mughals.
glorify Mughals.
They are so rattled.
I am agreeing to that.
I'm glad, Arnab. Slowly, I'm sure Monojit will also agree with us. He'll also realize that
debate.
we've not glamorized the British. We don't need to glamorize the Mughals.
I think this has been a great debate. And the question is, whose history am I going to learn?
You used to call Alexander the Great. Who called Alexander?
I don't want to read the history written by people, I won't take their names, who have almost justified the emergency. There are people who have justified the emergency, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, last year, this is my question to you, there's this historian who has been responsible for a lot of the official writing of Indian history during the Congress time. She almost justified the emergency. She tried to appear sympathetic to Indira Gandhi, saying she had no choice. She had no choice. It was because of a judgment that she had to impose the emergency. When people love the emergency, historians justify it. Do I need to read their history? I think not. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Chinese can dream as much as they want, but they keep dreaming. They can rename as much as they want. The reality is Arunachal Pradesh is part of India. The Sun Tzu approach of playing mind games is failing abysmally. The Chinese delusion of a greater China will never be a reality. Take a look at their most recent needless provocation, and then we debate.
China is trying to rename regions in the Indian state of Arunachal Pradesh. India has outrightly rejected the laughable claims.
डोकलाम की घटना हुई, चीन की ओर से अतिक्रमण करने का प्रयास जब हुआ, हमारी सेना के जवानों ने मुंह तोड़ जवाब उसको दिया, लेकिन भारत के बहुत लंबे समय तक जो सत्ता में पार्टी रही, उनका युवराज चीन को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देने की बजाय वो चीन के एम्बेसडर के साथ बैठकर सूप पी रहे थे चाइनीज.
Fact is, China can rename all the places they want, but the tricolor will fly high. Chinese mind games have no takers anymore.
You know, you must understand the game which China plays. Their game is long-term basis. They want to keep the pot boiling all the time. What they're doing now is to again keep the same process, and their timing, that's a good question you can ask, is why this timing? This is a very important timing in terms of international development which are happening. What China is doing in Arunachal Pradesh is not restricted to one country only. They have done a similar exercise in other parts of the world.
Any control Beijing thought it had on Bhutan has fallen apart. Bhutan's Prime Minister is holding talks with India. China can dream on about controlling an inch of Indian land. Let's debate.
From Beijing, Einar Tangen, political affairs commentator, and from Delhi, Professor Brahma Chelani. Professor Brahma Chelani and Einar Tangen. Mr. Tangen, first, there is a process on, there is a border dialogue on. What is this childishness? We will have some Chinese names on places from Arunachal Pradesh, release a map, etc. It's quite funny. This is cartographic aggression, which we don't understand.
I normally agree, but I think it's a signal from Beijing that they're not happy with, obviously, the Quad of the military exercises between India and the U.S., the promises that the U.S. is going to somehow intervene in any kind of confrontation between India and China. So, I mean, right now the situation seems to be at a very low ebb in terms of it. One of the main issues for Beijing is they have kind of lost patience. They don't know exactly what India wants, and they can't seem to get a handle on it. I mean, if you just start listening to the parties between Congress and the BJP, it's almost unintelligible in terms of what they both say. It seems to be more of a domestic policy issue, a political issue, than it does a real substantive.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know
countries.
where this came in. Whatever the debate internally is an internal debate. How is it any of China's business? Also, small point. It's not that you don't understand India. You've also tried to take over and rename parts of Vietnam. You've tried to rename parts of Philippines. You've tried to lay claim over Brunei. You feel that Taiwan is yours. You also believe that large parts of Malaysia are yours. So the problem is a Chinese problem, I say. Brahma Chelani, your view on this, please, Brahma.
I think there's a method to the Chinese madness. China has stepped up its campaign to sinicize names of places in India's Arunachal Pradesh state. It first enacts a land borders law in 2021. That is, a year after it made those stealthy land grabs in Ladakh in India. So it enacts a land borders law and then accelerates the sinicization of places in Arunachal Pradesh. So this seems part of a well thought out revanchist strategy.
Mm-hmm.
By renaming places in Arunachal Pradesh, China has laid the grounds to wage war to, quote unquote, reclaim that region. And let us not forget that the 2021 land borders law was enacted primarily with the aim of advancing China's territorial revisionism in the Himalayas. The law effectively negates the possibility of peacefully resolving the territorial disputes with India. Instead of mutually settled borders, the law enables unilaterally imposed borders.
Mm-hmm.
So given that background and given the fact that the next target of China is going to be Taiwan, especially if the war in Ukraine extends much longer.
Yeah.
In that context, I think we should not dismiss this renaming of places by China in an Indian state.
Yeah.
Because China's aggressive revisionism has a method to its madness.
No, possibly.
And I think it'll be a mistake. It'll be a mistake like we did in the past. We have paid a heavy price for not taking China's words and actions seriously in the past.
No, possibly.
Starting from the 1950s. We have made that mistake. And I think we shouldn't make that mistake again.
No, possibly. But I was very interested to see the reference to the Congress party from Mr. Tangen. Mr. Tangen, could you elaborate on that? What was it from the Congress
my
party
point
that
was,
you were saying?
That
please?
you seem to have a difference internally. It's not China's business.
What difference
what
internally?
happens internally
What
within
difference
India.
internally, please?
The issue is that it's
What
not
difference
clear
internally?
exactly
Could you
what
elaborate?
India wants. China's been, there have been 17 talks. Very little progress has been done. It takes two to dance. And at this juncture, from Beijing's point of view, they don't believe that India is willing to do this. They see this as a welcome distraction from internal politics.
Mr. Tangen, you almost said something and left it there. Why don't you complete what you said? You were saying something very interesting about the Congress party. I find it very interesting. What was that reference to the Congress party about? In the context of the debate on China?
What I said is that the Congress party and the BJP seem to be locked in some sort of debate. But it's not clear what the overall direction is
on what?
From
Debate
India.
On what?
If you had a regime, if you had
debate on what?
voting in a different party, within the next few years or something like that.